All right. That was weird. I don't know what happened, Ben. We either had a power glitch or an internet thing, and it was, as it usually does, the internet came back right as YouTube closed out the stream. So we were about to recover it, and then the stream closed out, but then it still was kind of glitchy, so I just had to reset the whole entire system, which I have not had to do in a while. We did some major work in the weather studio here for internet upgrades like a year ago, and we haven't had any major glitches like that within the last year. So I don't know exactly what happened there. There was some weather fairly close to this weather studio, but that had already passed, so I have no idea. Don't know if it was weather related or just something else happened, but we're back. So I reset everything. I double checked all the parameters, checked everything again, and I think we're in good shape. Since everything kind of took a pause there, we've had a couple different upgrades to some of the weather warnings. The cell that's come out of the Lincoln area continues to be tornado warned. In fact, that's probably really close to, that's the first warning of the day where I'm like, ooh, it's pretty close to being on the ground. If it hasn't already, I don't really have time right now to go double check and see if it's been on the ground at least once. But right there, that's a pretty tight area of circulation on Osper Road in Illinois. This is just south of Clinton, Illinois, north of Decatur. Tornado warning continues there. Farmer City, Mansfield, White Heath, and Monticello, Illinois. Tornado warning there. Piatt, DeWitt, and Macon counties. And I do want to double check. Thanks, Edward. Sorry about that, everyone. If it somehow glitches out again, I'll be back. Now I know how to get back faster. And instead of waiting for the internet to kind of fix itself, I just reset the whole system. And that actually got back online faster. So that works. But yeah, we were super close. The internet was like about to recover, and then YouTube closed out the stream. Let me double check audio real quick again too. Just kind of to start a fresh stream. YouTube is still weird on my phone. Okay. Audio sounds good. So hopefully it's not a sign of any other internet issue, but anyway, right here, Old Spur, Illinois, just south and east of Clinton. That is potentially a tornado on the ground if it's not already. I don't see a CC drop with that, but that's really close to being on the ground. That storm out of the Jerseyville area was severe warned. That has kind of diminished. It's still in here, still rotating a little bit between Carlinville and Litchfield, but that has kind of broadened out rotation. Ping pong ball size hail and a tornado possible are still on that one. They just issued a new warning for the southern flank of that cell near St. Charles and St. Peter's. This is the area that I think started the stream in. Yeah, there's rotation that's kind of come together near St. Peter's there. And yeah, that's continuing to advance towards St. Charles, Elm Point, and areas like Music's Ferry again, Florissant, Blackjack, Old Jamestown, Spanish Lake, Edwardsville, Godfrey, Alton, all these areas that just had tornado warnings earlier when we started the first stream. Tornado warning there. And then these cells have gone up quite a bit south of town. Some pockets of some heavier wind in here. Tornado possible, golf ball size hail coming into areas just south of the St. Louis Metro, Gray's Summit, Pacific, Eureka. There is some rotation down in here near Gray's Summit we got to keep our eye on. But right now that is kind of an embedded supercell. And then Sarah, south side of St. Louis there, Hillsborough, Festus, areas in Jefferson County to about Arnold. Tornado warning continues there. There's the rotation. It's in here near Huff and the Little Indian Creek Conservation Area. Let me kind of go back and see. I think that one was tighter earlier. Yeah, that one was tighter as we were kind of getting the stream reset too. But that is a That is a pretty potent circulation as well in here. It's a fairly small cell. It was tighter and a little bit more organized. Oh, even like a little donut hole in here. Wouldn't be shocked if that produced a brief tornado just based on the look of radar. As that's that cell that originally came out of the Cuba area and was warned for some hail around Bourbon. Continue east. So yeah, all these cells are really kind of new in here. That cell is a bit of a left split that's working through Pacific with some larger hail in that cell. Right along I-44 at Pacific Gray Summit near the Six Flags, Eureka. That's going to continue lifting towards Wildwood, Baldwin, and some of those areas in western St. Louis County. We'll have to watch for some cell interactions here. This is another area where these cells are kind of pushing in from the west, while this left split's kind of lifting off to the north. So always have to watch little interaction areas like that. Considerable threat for golf ball size hail south of Rolla. That's that cell around that came out of the Fort Leonard Wood area a little bit ago. Continuing a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning there around Steelville. Back into southern Missouri. We have a couple different cells that are still pretty feisty down here. $half size hail and lime size hail around Houston, Missouri, Raymondville, and Summersville north of Kabul. This is the cell that was originally produced some 70-mile-an-hour winds and some large hail in the Springfield area. The other cell to the south near Ava, Missouri, that's going to approach Willow Springs along US 60, Mountain View, Birch Tree, back towards Kabul and Sargent. Continue to watch those storms. And then we still have feisty storms going up in areas around Springdale. I want to test our cameras. I did not test the cameras to get those back on. Okay, looks like those are working. Okay, looks like all those are working. So I'm kind of watching this area in northwest Arkansas as well. That little shower that we saw around Paris, Texas, that is still now a quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind in near Wright City, Oklahoma. We also do have storms that are going up in the Dallas area. They're watching this area for some thunderstorm development in the next little bit. Nothing like the other night in Dallas-Fort Worth, but we do have to watch those storms in northeast Texas. Yeah, those Louisville area. That is that storm that came out of the Louisville area earlier. Tornado warning there around LaGrange, Kentucky. Newcastle, Eminence, Bethlehem, Lockport, and Smithfield. That's going to go basically east, kind of north of 64. So continue to watch that. It should stay north of Frankfort. This area also has a pretty good Boeing wind field on it. Wouldn't be surprised if we get more severe warnings out of that area. And then back here west of Louisville, there's still more severe storms. This is a tornado warning for Oldham, Shelby, and Henry counties in Kentucky. Let's go back. We'll take the tornado warning storms kind of top to bottom here. Ooh, now 2 areas of circulation coming towards Farmerville. Yeah, this is more of a QLCS back up in this part of central Illinois. Look at these two. One near Parnell, approaching Farmersville. The other one on County Highway 2300 near DeLand, Centerville, Mansfield. Continue to take tornado safety precautions in those areas. This is going to be a new warning there for Piatt, DeWitt, and McLean counties. So 2 tornado warned storms in Piatt, DeWitt, and McLean counties. Let's go back and look at correlation coefficients, see if there's any non-meteorological targets showing up. That may have produced briefly a few minutes ago. That northern cell. Either way, tornado warnings continue there. These are moving pretty fast too. These are both moving in DeWitt, Piatt, and Macon counties 55 miles an hour to the east. They may even be faster than 55. That's also some pretty significant gusts in here, potentially over 70 mile an hour gust in that area near DeLand. They'll likely extend these out. Champaign, Urbana, severe thunderstorm warning continue there. Tornado possible tags, 70 mile an hour winds. Yeah, this area in central Illinois has quickly developed in the last couple hour or so. And yeah, now we have kind of a solid line of storms, actually almost through St. Louis. So this is maybe the beginning of the MCS that's going to work through with a little bit of these prefrontals in here. Cincinnati is going to be the same. You guys are in a little bit of that cool wake of this morning convection. So again, just kind of general rain, heavy rain at times, thunder, lightning, but no severe threat. The severe threat has pushed south along the Ohio River, Louisville, to areas north and west of Frankfort. And then across southern Indiana, that severe threat continues here too, which we've actually had an uptick in severe weather in this region just in the last few minutes too. Petersburg, Washington, severe thunderstorms continue there, small hail, gusty winds. And then more severe weather now coming back into the Louisville metro, the west side of town. This is a pretty good Boeing segment right in there near Palmyra. You can see it kind of bulges out right there with some heftier wind coming into Georgetown, New Albany, Greenville, Scottsville, and all those areas. Yeah, the Illinois cluster, that's the cluster storms that that you guys will have to watch later tonight, but at like midnight or later. That is going to sweep across. Should be on the weakening phase by the time it gets into eastern part of Indiana and into western Ohio, but that's kind of the main severe threat for you guys. The southern end of this, though, it's kind of acting as a warm front in here. So south of that cluster of rain, this is an area that has some severe potential. In fact, I would not be surprised if they issue a new severe watch for this area. Check on the Storm Prediction Center and see also what they're saying. Right now, they're kind of holding their own. They're saying the low-end severe potential continues in this area before more severe weather later tonight. I don't know. It's kind of uptrended in the last little bit while we kind of had to reset that stream. So they may be underestimating this localized area of severe weather, but we'll see if that kind of hangs on. There's a mesoscale discussion. Let's pull those up real quick. There's a couple new mesoscale discussions. There's one across the PDS watch. That mesoscale discussion is for the risk for supercell development is increasing over the next hour to 2 hours. That is a tornado-driven PDS watch. Within that, there's an area kind of circled around the confluence of the Ohio and Mississippi. They've kind of highlighted as the greatest short-term risk. So we'll see if anything develops in that area. They also are highlighting a new potential watch across northern Mississippi and northwest Alabama, monitoring the need for trends in a potential development, 60% hail, tornado, and wind risk there. And then the other watch area, I think we covered that. It looks like they are going to fill in a new watch across parts of the Arklatex. So we'll see that filling in here. It looks like just in the next couple minutes. We'll get back to that in just a couple minutes too. No severe warnings yet across Dallas-Fort Worth, but those storms are going up fairly quickly. Yeah, from nothing to pretty potent storms, one right across the Dallas-Fort Worth area. We're also seeing similar development just south of the Memphis area in Mississippi. Okay. Back to our QLCS. It's really hard to detect these on the ground because they sometimes spin up within just a radar scan. Still don't see anything crazy in there. The northern cell has kind of broadened out over Farmer City. This one, though, is approaching Mansfield and Moment, Illinois, with a continued tornado risk. And then we're seeing severe storms across Urbana. A lot of wind also in here, now pushing through the Decatur area. We also have a random hail-producing storm that's gone up near Rockville in Indiana, north of Terre Haute. We'll keep an eye on that one. That's kind of a little bit of a random one, but it shows the atmosphere is kind of resetting behind this cool pool of air over eastern parts of Illinois and Indiana. Timing for Cincinnati past midnight. Let me look here. I'll pull up the latest HRRR. The Louisville area, and especially south of Cincinnati, may get some continued severe weather. Like this corridor here has to kind of pay attention. Northern Kentucky, even down towards Lexington, and as far north as about Cincinnati, but especially like south of town for severe weather. But until then, yeah, about midnight, 11 to 1 a.m. kind of time frame. That's when this this bigger cluster that should develop into a more organized MCS is going to continue work across Illinois and Indiana. So yeah, this area we'll get to here at about midnight to 1 a.m. But some of this, we have to watch the latest model run kind of takes a little bit of this, a little more northerly. So we'll have to see if this may kind of work its way along and north of the Ohio River. So you may get a chance at that 9, 10 o'clock kind of time frame. You may get a little bit more of an enhancement. There is warm air kind of evecting up in this area. There's rebounding even late into the afternoon, early evening here. So yeah, this is kind of uptrended a little bit more than the models. And right now the SPC is not like favoriting this area much at all, but we have actually quite a bit of warnings in this area across southern Indiana and around the Louisville area right now. So that area may be overperforming at the moment. The latest HRRR still wants to produce more supercells, western Tennessee, northern Mississippi, and southern Arkansas to the Arklatex in the next hour or two. So we do have to watch those areas that they're also highlighting for severe weather. It depends on how it's really tricky. It's going to depend on how it affects how fast it pushes to the east. There is also kind of the cooler pool of air across at least eastern Indiana and northern, well, kind of right now western and most of Ohio there. But it does seem to be rebounding a little bit back towards Terre Haute, the atmosphere for severe weather. So it's going to just depend. It's going to depend on how long this kind of cool, stable air can hang around, or if the kind of boundary that's developed along the Ohio River, if that can lift back to the north, that may initiate a little bit more severe risk. So it's a bit of a tricky forecast. Hillsboro, let's see. It was close earlier, I think, but let's see. Still looks like radar indicated. It's still kind of broad rotation in here. Near Hillsboro, Morse Mill, Cottage Farm, Ware, and Mount Freedom. It's kind of hanging out right on the back edge of this storm. Yeah, there's a little bit of a little kind of hook right in there. It's going to advance to the east. That storm is struggling a little bit. You still want to take your tornado safety precautions, though. If there's any hail in the storm, there's not much, but there may be a little bit of heavy rain to hail kind of in that area right there. The storm doesn't look quite as organized as it was a little bit ago. It's kind of, I think, getting some interference from the storms that are back across the St. Louis and back across Union County. The flood threat is also going to continue across the St. Louis metro. Let's see. Oh, you're good to go. I'm thinking Sarah's in the direct path of this thing or something, but no, it's going to be north towards Hillsboro. Yeah, don't see anything on the ground. That doesn't mean it's not, but there's nothing right now that screams like tornado is on the ground in progress right there. There's definitely rotation. It's kind of tucked in the rain right now, but it is kind of broad rotation right in here. It's going to continue working towards Imperial. Peevely should likely stay north of Festus, but we'll just keep an eye on that one. You may have some stronger storms kind of across that southern Jefferson County. You guys may get some stronger storms that are back here towards Rolla, Steelville, so we'll keep an eye on those. Considerable threat storms continuing to work east across the US 60 corridor. Van Buren, Houston, lime-sized hail kind of coming your way. And then this storm, Willow Springs, Mountain View, Birch Tree, that's right along US 60. There also is rotation in those. They're both supercells. They're starting to get into that southern Missouri radar hole, so we'll kind of lose them for a little bit. I mean, we won't lose it. We'll still see them, but just the details of them get a little hazy in this area. Once they get out kind of towards the Mississippi River Valley, off of Poplar Bluff and Marble Hill area, that's when they get a little more visual on them as we get closer to that Paducah radar. Otherwise, we continue to get radar out of Springfield, which it gets kind of hazy in here. There's mountains. It gets really rugged, and we get further from the radar site. They are issuing a severe thunderstorm warning across the Dallas-Fort Worth area for that storm. We're going to get into the busy time where I may not be able to cover your exact storm for the near term, especially if we have a tornado on the ground or something, or tornadoes in some of the more prone areas. Champaign-Urbana, severe thunderstorm, capable of producing a tornado there. The tornado warning is going to get extended out for northern Champaign County. And again, that's right at Champaign-Urbana there, near Moment. The good news is that has broadened out some. Bad news is it's kind of broadened and also surged out. So tornado and damaging wind risk coming across Urbana, Champaign, St. Joseph, Thomasburg, Rantoul, and eventually getting into areas around Danville. Let's see, I think I got another question earlier. Milwaukee. Milwaukee's kind of on the edge of severe potential tonight. I doubt it. The models kind of have this cluster of storms weakening before it gets to Milwaukee. I think it's just going to be a little too cool and stable across parts of Milwaukee, but you guys need the break anyway, so I hope you don't get it. They have kind of carved out this area of slight risk across southern parts of Wisconsin, so technically, Milwaukee, you're in the marginal risk, which is a level 1 out of 5. The slight risk, the 2 out of 5, extends to that area in extreme southwest parts of Wisconsin. I guess just in case this little cluster kind of fires off. But most of the models do have that weakening as it kind of advances into south. You'll get some storms potentially, but the likelihood of severe weather is much lower than further south in Illinois. I do really think that severe threat is going to stay south of Chicago as well. Probably south of the I-80 corridor. We may get some more severe storms across west central Indiana, though. Yeah, no problem. Sorry, it was a little delay getting to there. Okay, they're just going to warn this whole line segment across southwest parts of Illinois. Ramsey, Hillsborough, Mount Olive, Staunton, Bethalto, over towards Greenville, Vandalia, the I-70 corridor. $50 size hail. There's some gustier winds also in here. The tornado threat has reduced somewhat across those areas. And then they've also trimmed up that tornado watch to include, or tornado warning to include Bethalto and areas south of Bunker Hill. Although that's kind of in that new warning that looks like those storms kind of north of St. Louis are just in a little less favorable environment, at least right now. We'll go back south of town. We'll take a look at the cell near Hillsborough. Still seeing rotation in here near Goldman and Belu's Creek. It's along Veterans Memorial Highway. Peevely, Imperial are kind of the next major communities up next in that storm. And then strong to severe storms coming across the St. Louis area. Considerable threat for some golf ball size hail. Yeah, it looks like there's some pockets of hail in here near Maryland Heights. Take a look at that. Yeah, the hail is showing up on the differential too, kind of right in here and right in there. Oh yeah, that was that left split, kind of what's left of it. It's gotten incorporated into a line segment, but this left split with some larger hail that came out of the Gray Summit area. And you can see how that's kind of gotten incorporated into the line of storms. But there may be still some small hail, small to medium-sized hail. This area's gotten so many storms, and actually most of the areas we're covering today has gotten so many rounds of storms, it's kind of hard to click on these reports because I thought it was a new hail report. It's actually an old one from 1:30 in the afternoon. So this area has already had hail and continuing to get another shot at it. considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and they have reduced that hail chance pushing through the St. Louis area. Yeah, those winds are pretty strong in here near Maryland Heights. Let's take a look. Yeah, there's pockets of probably 70-mile-an-hour winds at least in here. Maryland Heights, St. John, Berkeley, Ferguson, down to areas towards Town and Country and Clayton as well. Yeah, that's some serious weather coming across the St. Louis metro. Down to 3 tornado warnings, or four, sorry. 4 tornado warnings. Illinois, 2 in Illinois, 1 in Missouri, and 1 in Kentucky. Take a look at our Kentucky storm. Newcastle, Eminence, Bethlehem, Cropper. So back when it was near LaGrange, it was much kind of tighter rotation, still kind of broad. That area has weakened. It's actually kind of outside of the warning polygon at the moment. It's still broad rotation in here. Red's going away from the radar, green's going towards the radar. But you can see there's this kind of gray area in here. This is just showing it's kind of not exactly together at the moment. But in general, Cropper, Mulberry, Jacksonville, south of Elmberg, Kentucky. Keep an eye on that storm. They also do have a surrounding that tornado warn section. They do have a severe thunderstorm warning. Still seeing a severe thunderstorm near Georgetown. That's come down a little bit in intensity. Yeah, these they're training across each other, so they keep hitting kind of their rain-cooled boundaries. And then we do have more storms across Vincennes and Washington, Indiana. Couple stronger storms south of Memphis. We'll keep an eye on those. And back to Dallas. Dallas, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Kind of work back north. Still seeing a couple storms across that area in northwest Arkansas. Still kind of watching those areas. Here's a look out of Mountain Home in Arkansas. You can see kind of the overshooting tops of some of those storms to the north, but the strongest storms right now are staying in southern Missouri, east of Forsyth, north of Gainesville, around Silverton. Considerable threat, severe warning, Ozark, Douglas, and Taney counties. That looks like that came through the Branson area a little while ago. Let me see if that was... Oh, it was probably not as severe across Branson, but that has picked up in intensity in the last little while. And then we have considerable threat, lime-size hail coming through Willow Springs. Some rotation in those cells. They're also around Summersville with lime-size hail. Yeah, you can see how faded and pixelated this radar presentation gets out here. We're just kind of see the broad look of those storms. Really almost impossible to get low-level ground truth out of that unless there's storm chasers. Hey, Addie, welcome back. What's all the question marks? Did I cut out? Let me check my audio real quick. Or did Addie have a big question? Did I miss your question, Addie? I'm sorry. Let me check audio real quick, unless it's the question marks for that. Sounds good on my end. Oh, any Poplar Bluff storm chasers? I don't know any. It looks like yeah, there's a lot, there's quite a few down there though. So as those storms get closer, they'll be able to warn us of those storms. There's probably more than this. This is just the ones you can kind of grab on Radar Omega. I can't click into their streams because even though I can see the streams and you guys can see the streams privately, I can't rebroadcast those streams unless I have their permission. But there's a bunch kind of hanging out around Poplar Bluff and Paducah and those areas in southern Illinois. There's probably a ton more that aren't on here. They've probably flocked into that PDS tornado watch. So there's a bunch in kind of Sykeston along that US 60 corridor. So there's quite a few. Chaser dash. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't want to show that. Yeah, there's a new Chaser dashboard. I guess I can kind of show their clip. You can actually pull up in Radar Omega and see all the chasers. I'm working on getting a couple chasers added to our stream. We'll kind of see on that. There's some TBD on those. Since this channel tries to focus on kind of a no hype, science-based approach compared to some other streaming weather channels, I'm kind of cautious on adding chasers, but I'm looking for kind of the ones that are the right mix, that aren't that do have more of like a science approach to things and how they chase. Sounds good, Addie. Yeah, we'll be around later too. Stay safe tonight. Just have ways to get warnings if you do have to bounce. Still seeing radar indicated tornado warning across this area around Urbana, but I think the main threat right now across Urbana is the damaging wind risk, potentially up to 70 miles an hour. Watch for kind of a new area of rotation south of Urbana. Keep an eye on that one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the chaser convergence, I'm sure, is pretty high here. The other day, I heard some chasing stories the other day. The moderate risk that was out in eastern parts of Oklahoma on Saturday was just absolutely horrible. I heard for chasing convergence because it was a very tight moderate risk. And yeah, everybody kind of packed right in there. So yeah, it's a little better probably today because there are quite a bit of areas under tornado watches. So there's a little room to spread out. But this is not easy chasing either because you have to, you have storms that are moving 50 miles an hour. So the forward speed is pretty strong, but also across here, there's only certain ways across the Mississippi River and across the Ohio River too. So you do kind of have to plan quite a bit because you could get kind of caught in the bad spot, either pinched off by the rivers or just lost behind the storm too if you can't find the right path across the river. This is going to be you'll see these green boxes back here. These are going to be issues going into the evening too. We already are starting to see flooded roads at Nokomis, Illinois, for areas that have had quite a bit of rain tonight. A little bit of rotation also. This is that storm that was tornado warned earlier. Watching this little notch feature right in there. There's quite a bit of side lobe contamination, but let's see if we can maybe able to adjust a little bit to get rid of some of that. Not much. Still seeing a little rotation in there though. Oh, there goes the new tornado warning for that storm. Perfect timing. Tornado warning for Fayette and Montgomery counties in south central Illinois. It's going to be for areas around Fillmore, Bingham, Ramsey. All right, continuing to kind of watch that one. It's going to get close to Effingham later. And yeah, this whole cluster of storms, we're going to have to kind of watch for embedded line segment tornadoes in here. A little less of a supercellular threat. All right, let's get back to Jefferson County. That rotation has broadened out quite a bit. It didn't even all the way make it to Imperial. There it is right in here along I-55. But that line segment has kind of come in and undercut it. So more of a wind risk going forward is that that cell has kind of undercut the supercell in here. But we still have to watch a wind risk. And we'll see if that can reform an embedded circulation kind of thing. But quickly, that line segment is starting to be more of a QLCS risk. And then good news is, once you are kind of behind this line, that's a lot better shape. So they actually are trimming a bunch of counties off to the west of St. Louis. The color difference here, maybe you'll see that. Probably shows visually on our screen better, but the little bit of a color difference here, these are counties that they're going to trim off officially. And then they'll eventually trim more, but Arizona, Springfield, Marshfield, Lebanon, Versailles, Warsaw, Jefferson City, Columbia, Warrenton, Bowling Green, Troy, Missouri, and then into Illinois, Pittsfield, Carlton, Jacksonville, near Springfield. A couple stronger storms in eastern Illinois, around Milford, Paxton, Gibson City. A couple pockets of stronger wind in there. And then, yeah, seeing more of a wind risk across Urbana. But watching that area of rotation kind of picking up south of there, this is going to be a new kind of QLCS. And there, yeah, it's kind of a whack-a-mole game too. So one circulation will spin down, the next one will spin up. And yeah, looking for that to tighten up. Look out for a new, if that does tighten up, a tornado warning for Sydney, Homer, Fairmount, Broadlands, Georgetown, Indiana. May get up towards Danville, so keep an eye on this kind of corridor in here. They are going to extend out the tornado possible 70-mile-an-hour wind considerable threat. That's mostly kind of related to the wind threat that's coming through the Urbana area. 65-mile-an-hour wind in Champaign County earlier. Sounds good. Have a good evening, Addy. You got probably a little while. One random $half size hail producing storm near Lagoda, Indiana. That's going to be south of Crawfordsville. And then still seeing a messy cluster of storms. Washington, Vincennes, back across areas around Louisville. Although that storm has diminished in intensity. And then we have lost that tornado warning across Eminence. Some good news there. There's a look out of the Louisville area as those storms are closing in on Louisville from the west. Wow. This Texas storms have really picked up in the last little bit. They're continuing to lift north and east across Richardson, Texas, Garland, 60-mile-an-hour wind, a $half size hail. Another storm, Greenville and Commerce, Texas. They're going to re-up that area. Rockwell, Garland, Josephine, and then another cell, kind of a left split, Honey Grove up to Paris, Texas. That's a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 2 a.m. Central. Scattered large hail, isolated very large hail, scattered damaging wind gusts, and a tornado 2 are possible. Hold on just a second. Just updating a couple settings so I can kind of keep things a little bit organized on some of my side screens. This might take just a second. I have too many alerts pulled up. I don't need a warning alert for flash freeze advisory or anything like that right now. Having to go in and manually close off alerts. Okay. Sounds like they're re-upping a tornado warning, so we'll get to that in just a second. We have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. That's what those alarms are for, apparently. Okay, one more warning. Let me adjust the PDS. Okay. Should be in a better spot now. Yeah, wow. Okay, here's our destructive severe thunderstorm. It's near Mountain View, Willow Springs, and luckily it's north of West Plains. Being warned right now for apple-sized hail, destructive severe thunderstorm. Again, that's along US 60, Mountain View, Birch Tree, Missouri, Willow Springs, although it's just south of Willow Springs. There is your apple-sized hail coming towards the Birch Tree Conservation Area. Should stay north of West Plains. Okay. That is a more organized spot for me now. I guess when that system did a reset, it reset all of my alerts. I'm having to like go in and manually update those. Okay. That is should be good. Okay. Wow. Yeah, there's just recently around Yukon, Missouri, 2-inch diameter hail, tennis ball size threat, considerable threat, Sunken Lands Conservation Area, Angeline Conservation Area, Eminence, Missouri. So those are some big hail producing supercells now out in south central Missouri. We'll keep an eye on those as they get into the more favorable. They're going to continue to get more favorable environment into the PDS tornado watch. Tornado possible tag. This is west of Farmington in the National Forest near Viburnum. We'll keep an eye on that cell. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. As those cells came across, Arnold, Missouri, 60-mile-an-hour wind broadcast media reported. And also by a trained spotter just in that same general area. That is continuing to expand out to the east. So it's now into the East Metro for St. Louis. Waterloo, Mays-Town, Belleville, Mascoutah, Fairview Heights, O'Fallon. Considerable threat tornado possible tag, although at least right now, more of a wind risk in those storms there. Good news is west of St. Louis, the threat has diminished. It'll continue to diminish into the overnight. And they're going to continue to trim more counties off the severe risk. Our other tornado warning is in that area near Ramsey, Illinois. Continuing to see kind of broad rotation in here. It's in this little notch feature over Ramsey, essentially. That's going to continue working towards the east. That's for Fayette and Montgomery counties, moving east at 40. You want to track that one out. All right, let's bring that over. Yeah, about 40 minutes or so. 40 minutes. We're going to have to watch that around Effingham, a really large, kind of small city out here in, I guess, east central Illinois. It's where I-70 kind of crosses like this, and I-57 goes up towards Chicago. So big travel hub. Getting a new radar indicated tornado warning. That is for oh, never mind. They just updated and extended the same tornado warning. They updated to ping pong ball size hail around Ramsey, Illinois. Again, that's that cell that's about 40 minutes away from Effingham. Some good news is we've lost that tornado warning across the Champaign-Urbana area. Still seeing a Boeing segment in here. There is still some rotation near Broadlands, about to cross into Indiana. So watch out for Georgetown, Westville, and Ridge Farm. That area still has a potential for some embedded QLCS circulations. And still seeing one kind of random cell near Crawfordsville, Indiana, with a severe warning. We are going to get a new severe thunderstorm watch, it looks like. Yeah, this is going to be a new severe thunderstorm watch. It goes another 7.5 hours. This is going to be... Oh, we're getting another considerable threat severe thunderstorm warning. They're upgrading the cell down here, lime-sized hail around the Sunken Lands. It's going to be a upgraded considerable threat, and continuing the destructive severe thunderstorm between West Plains and Willow Springs, working along US Highway 60 Mountain View and Birch Tree. Also new warnings there in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. And also tornado possible tag around Charleston, Mattoon, Effingham. They're going to warn that whole line just way out ahead just to give everybody some breathing room and time to get into sturdy shelter. That area already had severe weather with lightning striking a tree earlier in the day. Let's pull up. That's a cool shot. That's a cool shot. That's Dallas-Fort Worth with the severe thunderstorm in the background. You can actually see kind of the rain curtain and shadow in here. So that's a very cool shot. Dry roads immediately in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, but that's a really cool shot. Severe thunderstorms continue working across southern Missouri. That's Gainesville, Bakersfield, West Plains, and Brandsville. We'll also look at those storms out of Arkansas. This is at Thayer and the Arkansas state line. Okay. Yeah, we'll continue to watch those storms as they approach basically the state line. Southern Missouri has really picked up in the last little bit. A couple different, potentially eventually tornadic storms, but a couple really strong hail-producing supercells around Willow Springs, destructive storm potentially there with apple-sized hail, as well as lime-sized hail across areas to the north of there. There is some spin west of Ellington, north and west of Van Buren, so we'll keep an eye on those storms. And they are going to continue that destructive tag through parts of southern Missouri there, just north of West Plains. That cell is just north of the West Plains area. It's good to extend that one out in a pretty advanced notice there. It's actually, there's not many people out here, but let's tag this. Southwestern Shannon County, Howe County, and Oregon counties. That's moving east at 60 miles an hour. So 60 miles an hour, it's moving at highway speed, bringing potentially some really significant hail, apple-sized hail at 60 miles an hour. And yeah, as things get more organized into line segments, we should see the forward speed increase even more. That brings it kind of from the core of the storm. Birch Tree, 16 minutes. Winona, Missouri, 25. Van Buren, right now not in a warning, 41. So Van Buren, I'd be putting the car in the garage, making sure the pups are pottied and everything outside, and just taking care of stuff before things get real bad there. Seeing those stronger winds coming through Belleville, Illinois, O'Fallon, Fairview Heights, down through Waterloo, Festus, and DeSoto. Not severe between Hillsborough and DeSoto, but there may be some small hail in there. And then further south, a little bit feistier of a storm down towards Mineral Point and Potosi. That tornado warning storm around Ramsey continues. Still seeing rotation in there near Ramsey and just east of there, south of Hedrick. Effingham, you guys are next in about a half hour. Here's a look at the newest severe thunderstorm watch. It covers basically central and southern Indiana, west or northwest Kentucky, and northern Kentucky, and then also extreme western parts of Ohio. So this does go 7 hours and 15 minutes. It goes until 4 a.m. Scattered damaging winds up to 70, scattered large hail, 1.5 inches in diameter, and a tornado or two are possible. Strong to severe thunderstorms capable of damaging winds, isolated hail will continue in the vicinity of the Ohio River, across far southern Indiana and northern and central Kentucky. Additional storms approaching Indiana from the west are expected to continue quickly eastward. Damaging gusts are possible at this line. There's also a low possibility of a brief tornado within the line segments as it moves eastward into Indiana, eventually into far western Ohio. That's what we've been saying kind of all afternoon. Newest tornado warning. We got a new tornado warning out of Missouri. It's going to be for that cell with the apple-sized hail. Rotation has picked up in this storm in the last little bit. We're getting radar out of the Springfield area, so not exactly low-level rotation. But this area, you kind of want to play it a little safer with tornado warnings. If you're the National Weather Service office, you're going to see that rotation, even if it's at the mid-levels of the storm, and probably issue a warning. So the other thing we haven't really talked about too much on the channel related to the false warnings and everything. We've talked about false warnings before, but the radar holes, filling the radar holes actually would reduce the false alarm rate, because National Weather Service officers would be able to better assess that storm. Right now, that storm, we're looking up about 6,000 feet. So we are seeing rotation, but it's 6,000 feet. There's just no way via radar that you would know if this was a ground circulation. It also means we don't have a great correlation coefficient. The correlation coefficient at this level further out with also big hail around kind of gets contaminated. And then also weaker tornadoes aren't going to lift the debris up 6,000 feet. So no, I don't think so. I think it's a good warning because we see the rotation there with 6,000 feet up, and it's decent rotation. It's just it's good to be cautious, I guess, at that at this distance in the radar site. But if we say had a radar in West Plains, they may be able to assess that better, maybe see its mid-level rotation, it's not at the low level, and then you might not get a tornado warning. But because we just don't have great eyes at the low levels of this storm, it requires the tornado warning for the information that we have on it. So take your tornado safety precautions. It is north of West Plains, the largest community in this area of Missouri. That's going to be Shannon, Howell, and Oregon counties. Still moving east at 45. Yeah, filling the radar holes would fill in and reduce a little bit of the false alarm rate. The new tornado warning, it's way up outside. Way outside. And this is why any severe thunderstorm has a chance at severe weather. It's on the very northern fringe of the severe risk today. It's in the marginal severe risk in Millston, Wisconsin. Yeah, there is rotation in here as well. It's right along 94 and also County Highway 0 in the Black River Forest, Specs Oaks, Leprham Junction. There's your area of rotation. It's crossing 94 right about now. Was a little bit tighter back here west of Millston on Highway 0 or O. Maybe O. Yeah, that continues to broaden out, but tornado warning there continues another. Yeah, they just issued it near Millston at 25 miles an hour. Continues another 40 minutes. Yeah, I think so. Especially with at least decently strong mid-level rotation, it's good to issue the warnings like that. Yeah, the severe potential will continue to expand over Indiana over the next couple hours, essentially with this line segment working in. And already starting to see a little bit of those warnings pick up across Indiana there. Looks like there may have been a tornado, at least a brief kind of land spout in Utah earlier. There's some videos of a pretty stout funnel. And then one area that I've been kind of focused on today that hasn't had a lot of severe weather is the Storm Prediction Center is highlighting this area for a severe threat, tornado threat increasing for portions of northern Arkansas. That's just in the last few minutes. We'll see the cap has not broken across most of Arkansas right now. There are hints that the cap may be starting to erode. It's definitely broken across the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds continue there. There's a look at Dallas-Fort Worth again with the severe thunderstorms in the background. See all the latest hail reports out of there. Very populated area, so you get tons of hail reports out of this area, but at least the half-dollar size hail looks like has verified. Also, golf balls now around Commerce, Texas, Sulphur Springs, Sulphur Bluff, and Cooper, Texas. It's around the Chapman Lake area, Hunt, Hopkins, and Delta counties. Considerable threat there. The first considerable threat warning in that new watch area in Texas. Radar indicated tornado warning continues north of West Plains. Rotation has picked up, so that is a sign that rotation has definitely picked up in this storm. Still seeing it broadly in here north of West Plains, approaching the Birch Creek Conservation Area. Continue to take safety precautions there for potentially baseball to apple-size hail, as well as the tornado potentials southwestern Shannon, southeast central Howell, and northern Oregon counties in southern Missouri. Considerable threat there for lime-sized hail approaching areas around West Plains, especially to the southwest of West Plains. Now east of Gainesville, north of Bakersfield, there's your hail core in that purple shaded area. It's going to continue working east right along the Arkansas and Missouri state line. We did get a new tornado warning. This is out of areas in eastern of St. Louis, near Lebanon and Mascoutah. Area of circulation in here: Summerfield, New Baden, Trenton, Evanston, Germantown. And we don't have a great view of that storm. Okay. I don't see anything on correlation coefficient that says it's on the ground, but that area is also going to have some damaging winds. Ooh, injuries. Just a few minutes ago, injuries on a tree house. A tree fell on a house with some injuries there around Belleville. Yeah, if you have trees on your property and you're out ahead of this line segment here that's now developed anywhere kind of east of this area, you want to treat any warnings kind of like a tornado warning, especially if they have destructive 70-mile-an-hour winds, potentially hurricane force and up, and then also line-embedded tornadoes. There's some rotation in here near Danville, also some damaging winds coming through the Danville area along I-74 towards Petersburg and Hillsborough. Considerable threat for Fountain, Park, Warren, and Vermilion counties in west central Indiana. So have that severe thunderstorm around Lebanon in Indiana. Severe warning cell there. They are going to also add a tornado warning for that cell around Evans or Effingham. The cell coming out of Ramsey. Still seeing rotation in there. Kind of broad rotation, but also some half-dollar size hail. Stewardson, Neoga, and Effingham. Tornado warnings expired. Just getting the back of the storm. Lots of rain. Yeah. You guys should be on the backside. Yeah, you're good to go south of St. Louis and all of St. Louis. If you're in St. Louis and west of the Mississippi River, you're in good shape in St. Louis County, St. Charles County, and especially northern and western Jefferson County. The main threat has shifted to the east there. Again, tornado possible there. Evanston, Breeze, Carlisle, Albers, and areas just north of Mascoutah, Illinois. Tornado warning continues there for parts of Madison County, or sorry, not Madison, Clinton and St. Clair counties. Yeah, it does look like it's raining pretty good. There may be some small hail in a couple pockets near Waterloo, Illinois. And then also back west and south of Potosi, there's a stronger storm. South of Potosi, that storm has some quarter-size hail, maybe half-dollar size hail, and also some gusty winds in it. Right now, the strongest storms in the country looks like they're basically concentrated in southern Missouri at the moment. We have the tornado warning, radar indicated there. North and east now, West Plains. There's your rotation in here basically between West Plains and Mountain View. Seeing rotation in here, approaching the Birch Creek Conservation Area. And this is a destructive thunderstorm with baseball-sized hail, potentially, in addition to the tornado threat. The other cell to the south and west of West Plains, also potentially a considerable threat storm with lime-sized hail, Bakersfield, approaching West Plains. And then eventually it's going to head over towards Brandsville and Thayer. Yeah, I do want to check that. Looks like that area of gusty winds on the backside of the storm has gusted out in Michigan too. A couple other cells that are a little vigorous right now: Lake Delton and Baraboo, Wisconsin. A couple cells in there with some hail and some gusty winds. They have tornado possible tags. They do have a little bit of rotation in them, but it looks like they're elevated hailers at the moment. And then we also have that kind of one lone supercell. It is weakening near Black River Falls or Black River State Forest, north of Milliston. in Wisconsin. That continues there for another half hour. We'll see if they keep that warning in place. I want to look at this line segment again. Yeah, a couple areas that are interesting for some broad rotation around Danville. One also approaching Georgetown, right on the Illinois and Indiana border. And then considerable threat, severe warnings continue down through Mattoon and Charleston. Golf ball size hail continues around Commerce to Sulphur Springs. And then golf ball size hail also now being reported around Rowlett, Texas. Amateur radio report there. This is near Rockwell. Not a lot of wind in there, but that is it's going to cause some problems. I wouldn't be surprised if there was west of Hillsboro earlier. It didn't look as impressive across Hillsboro like immediately, but especially west of town, it did look a little more impressive. Here's a look out of Rockwell, Texas. We'll kind of keep our eye on that camera. That's kind of under the hail core, so if there is any larger hail, should start to see it on there. Okay, nice. Oh, new tornado warning also here just north of Eminence, Missouri. That's in Shannon County, Missouri. So two storms that are posing considerable risks there in Missouri. That's approaching Ellington, just north of Eminence. And then the other one is just south of Mountain View. Kind of both of them paralleling the US 60 corridor. And yeah, definitely seeing rotation in both of those. Both of them have produced close to apple-size hail in the times. So they mean business as they work their way across southern parts of Missouri. That's awesome, yeah. It's always good to see kind of the beauty of nature too. One of the storms went through this area recently, and I got a cool picture of a rainbow on the backside. Little simple things. Still a lot of lightning on this storm, especially from Festus and east. Hillsboro, you guys are good now. Let me back up the radar and we'll see if we can find that tornado. Was it with the first storm or was it with the second line segment that came through? That one was kind of tighter back by Maupin, Missouri, and definitely back by Monday in the county west of Hillsboro. Still kind of decently tight right there near Moore's Mill. No, I think you should be good for the night once that line segment clears, you guys. New tornado warning here. The line that just came through. Okay. Check that too in a minute. Yeah, once you're on the backside of this line, you're good to go for the evening. So yeah, that's like Hillsboro, anyone Hillsboro and kind of west and north of there. Sullivan, Union, Pacific. But if you do have friends out here towards like Perryville, St. Genevieve, Chester, that area still Still rocking and rolling. This is a new warning south of the St. Louis metro, Washington and St. Genevieve and St. Francois counties in southeast Missouri. Seeing broad rotation in here, with a little bit tighter near Caledonia and Irondale. It's going to approach Farmington and Park Hills in the next few minutes. What? This county? That's St. Francois. Come on now. All right, I'll go with that. Isn't there another county? Maybe I'm thinking of Arkansas, but I thought there was actually another St. Francis County in Missouri, but spelled Francis. Maybe not. There's the hail core maybe on that camera, but I don't see a lot of hail in there, just a lot of gusty winds. They're warning the southern end of that Bakersfield storm. Tennis ball size hail now. Approaching areas like West Plains and Brandsville, Thayer. We may get some of that on this camera at Thayer. This is at the state line. They've turned up the tornado warning. It's well east of West Plains. Still seeing rotation in here near the Birch Creek Conservation Area. And then they're going to extend that tornado warning through Ellington, Missouri. This is Reynolds County in southeast Missouri, moving east at 35. Good call on that. Yeah, there's still rotation also showing up in that. Yeah, we're just in these two storms are in that big radar hole. Yeah, I thought that would have been pronounced the French way. Still seeing that rotation in here near Irondale. Oh, you're good. I may have just lost it there in a second. This also is now an observed tornado near Germantown and Aviston in Illinois, approaching Breeze. Oh, yeah. At least it was a few minutes ago. Right around Trenton. Must have popped up the... We just looked at it then. It must have literally popped up in the next scan. Look at that. It went from nothing to on the ground. That's a 3-minute scan difference. That's the type of the issue you have with QLCS tornadoes. They're very hard to see, and you can miss them in a couple of different scans. That one lasted maybe 5 minutes or less. And it turned. It went. It was headed towards Trenton, and it looks like it turned to the right, and then it's gone. Continue to take tornado safety precautions in Breeze for the radar confirmed tornado. It does look like it lifted, but it could easily set back down. Yeah, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Yeah, let's check that Hillsborough area. So you're thinking it was the second line of storms that came through? There's that original tornado warned storm that kind of lifts off. Yeah, Hillsborough, like right here. I don't see anything like conclusive in there that there was a tornado, but there could have been maybe on that leading edge. It's hard to tell on that radar presentation. Let's check our other tornado warning. This is north now of Effingham. Oh, that has perked up in the last couple minutes. Near Sigel and Negoda, Illinois. It's approaching I-57. Last couple scans of that one have definitely tightened back up. Yeah, you can see that one has actually shifted to the north of Effingham a little bit. But a big surge out of wind, and it's rotating back the other way. So it's near Centerline Road, Sigel Road, basically over the town of Sigel. And they are going to continue that observed tornado tag for areas there around Breeze. There's a new circulation that's increasing in intensity too in that same area. There's the original tornado warned storm that was confirmed, but then down here near Germantown and Albers, the new circulation is also intensifying. So Breeze, Beckheimer, Carlisle, Illinois, tornado safety measures. Don't see any CC drop there, but that's another one where within another scan we could see a CC drop. Yeah, the thunder that's over you guys now is not really the... Yeah, there's no severe storms right now across Cincinnati. That's still that rain that's still kind of hanging on. Moderate to heavy rain and embedded thunder. The severe thunderstorm watch is really for the line segment that's developed out here across Illinois. So it's really just getting ready for all this that's going to move through. And that watch goes until, was it 4 a.m.? Yeah, 4 a.m. Eastern time. Yeah, I feel like we've covered this area in east of St. Louis. We've covered this area, I think, extensively on a few different streams. That might be the new tornado in progress. The other thing that makes it tricky is sometimes the correlation coefficient doesn't line perfectly up with these QLCS storms because they're moving so quickly. But that looks like that may be on the ground again. Near Old Carlisle Road, just to the north and east of Germantown, between Germantown and Breeze. Continue to take tornado safety measures. Looks like we may have had another touchdown there. Yeah, that's a dangerous storm. And it's moving east at about 50 miles an hour at least. It may be moving even a little faster than that. At 50 miles an hour, Carlisle, about 8 minutes or less. Centralia, Illinois, fairly large community out there in Illinois, 23 minutes. Sandoval, 24. Kinmundy, 45. And Flora, about 65 minutes. Not a ton of like big cities out here, but there are a lot of communities out here. This is along US 50, so pretty well-traveled part of the country. Yeah, thank you for tuning in. We're going to be here, I think, a while as these storms continue to work through. But yeah, you're better for dinner now. Hillsboro, St. Louis, pretty much all clear if you're west of the Mississippi River, with the exception of southern Missouri. Southern Missouri, Park Hills, Farmington, those areas, and south, really, tornado warnings continue there. Still updating a couple settings. Feel like they're not perfectly to my liking, but that works. Yep, they're going to confirm that new tornado warning that we just looked at near Carlisle and Beckheimer. Oh, geez. Latest scan. So yeah, that was the original scan that we saw coming out of Germantown. That tornado has continued to upscale Highland Road or Highline Road, and pretty significant tornado in progress, it looks like, based on the correlation coefficient near Beckheimer in Illinois. Carlisle, you guys need to really take cover, like immediately. Lowest level interior room away from those doors and windows. Put as many walls between you outside as possible. Carlisle, Ewe, Sandoval, Central City, north sides of Centralia, and then out towards Alma and Kinmundy. That's a serious tornado likely in progress. Clinton, Fayette, and Marion counties, south central Illinois. Tornado producing storm was near Beckheimer or Carlisle, moving east at 50. Damaging tornado radar confirmed. These are the first couple of radar confirmed tornadoes we've had today. So just in the last couple minutes, the storm has produced several tornadoes. One near Trenton, Illinois, just a few minutes ago. You can see that one popping up near Trenton just a few minutes ago. She worked to the north, northeast, and then curved, it looks like, at the last minute near Trenton. And then the next one you'll see starting here, just to the northeast of Germantown, continuing to grow there near Beckheimer. And that continues now over or just south of Beckheimer, approaching Carlisle. All of our other tornado warnings are radar indicated. The one near Carlisle there, that storm, is the only confirmed tag and just moved here. That is a likely strong tornado in progress. Just along Highway 50 there between Beckheimer and Carlisle. So anyone in this area, Royal Lake Resort, Carlisle, the Governor's Run Golf Course, you need to take those tornado safety precautions. Continue out towards Ewe. Basically anywhere there along Highway 50, Sandoval, Central City, Junction City, even areas around Centralia, tornado safety precautions. Check our other storms, seeing kind of broad circulation still over here near Park Hills, Missouri, in St. Francis County. Rotation has tightened up there in the last couple minutes too, and that would be a rain-wrapped area of rotation. Really dangerous there for severe weather. That other area of rotation is approaching Ellington, Missouri, near the Current River Conservation Area, and then still seeing a tornado-producing storm, potentially with golf ball size hail near Birch Creek Conservation, just south of Birch Creek, Missouri. Golf ball size hail south of West Plains along the Arkansas and Missouri border. There's also some rotation in that cell too, as it's east of Bakersfield. We have a bunch of other warnings recently that are located in Texas. This is a considerable threat around Rockwall, Texas. This is a supercell that also is showing a little bit of rotation. So we'll continue to monitor that storm. It's now moving east of Rockwell. Let me see if I can get a good read on where that one's going. This is in the heart of that storm. I don't see anything crazy at that location, but the large hail may be just off the highway there. That's I-30. And that is looking towards that core of the storm with some gusty winds there. Yeah, the core of that may be just south of the highway. That's a dangerous storm. And then the other one, tennis ball size hail around Sulphur Spring, Lake Chapman, and areas around Tira, Texas. Several storms there. They are going to fill in a tornado watch. This is for central and northern Arkansas. They're also watching those 2 storms in southern Missouri, or those 3 storms in southern Missouri, for an increase in the tornado potential, at least in the near term, as well as the line segment across now central and south central Illinois. The cell that is the observed cell over Carlisle is a PDS tornado warning. Continuing there around Carlisle. Oh, geez. That area of CC drop is essentially over Carlisle at the moment. Yeah, that's continued to track basically along Highway 50 there near Beckheimer and US 50 towards Carlisle. Still showing in there. Sandoval, Salem, Kinmundy, Luca, and Central City. Tornado safety precautions. If you can get to a tornado safe place, below ground is your best option. If not, a bathroom, a sturdy shelter. Inside on your lowest level, make sure it's away from windows. Typically, it's a bathroom or a hall closet on that lowest level. But yes, if you can get to a actual storm shelter or below ground, that's going to be your better option for that cell. Severe warned cells coming through north and west parts of Indiana around Lafayette, Crawfordsville. That's going to eventually approach the Indianapolis metro. And then kind of a line segment that's worked through the Louisville area. Flash flood warnings continue there across the Louisville metro. A lot of southern Indiana has gotten a ton of rain today. They're extending the radar indicated tornado warning for areas around Farmington. Now we're getting kind of busy. Ooh. Still in the rain here. There's an area of rotation between Park Hills and Farmington. That has tightened again in the last couple scans. Tornado may be imminent there just to the north of Farmington around Ogborn, Hurryville, and Sprott, Missouri. That's approaching now kind of crossing from St. Francis into St. Genevieve counties. And then considerable threat continues there for areas around Carlisle, potentially just east of Carlisle. Confirmed an extremely dangerous tornado located over Carlisle, moving east at 45. A PDS life-threatening situation for the damaging tornado and also quarter-size hail. There's the latest scan. The latest scan has reduced the correlation coefficient, so it may be a little bit on the downtrend. Yeah, it's now east of Carlisle, between Carlisle and Huey, along US 50. That's US 50 right there. Tornado looks like it's still in progress between Huey and Carlisle. particularly dangerous situation. Couple different tornado warnings, so I do want to cover most of them at the moment, although paying extra attention to that area. Let's see. This is close to potentially producing as well, near Woodbury and Jewett, coming towards Greenup. A little bit of a correlation coefficient drop there, but that could be the hail. There's a little bit of hail in there too. Continue though to take tornado safety precautions there. This is around Greenup. A lot of counties in this warning: Crawford, Jasper, Clark, Cumberland, and Effingham counties in east central Illinois. That goes out through Martinsville, Casey, Greenup, and Marshall. And then further north, no tornado tags across those areas in Indiana. We have 3 tornado warnings in Missouri, and then 2 tornado warnings. The one observed considerable PDS continues out. And yeah, they're going to extend the considerable PDS tag around Carlisle Reservoir. It does look like that area is not as pronounced as it was a few minutes ago, but there still likely is a tornado in here just south of the Eldon Hazlet State Park, approaching areas around Huey. And we're getting further warnings extending out of that line segment. Unfortunately, it looks like Carlisle, Illinois, and maybe Beckheimer took a direct hit from a significant tornado, just by the looks of it on radar, as that likely developed just to the north and east of Germantown, Illinois. There it is at Beckheimer, and there it is at Carlisle. Let's continue to work towards the east-northeast. South Shore State Park, Huey, the Illini Campground. Everybody in there needs to be a tornado-safe place. Along Carlisle Reservoir, there's a lot of recreational activities everywhere in there around Carlisle Reservoir. Need to continue to take tornado safety precautions. And we are getting a new tornado warning also now for areas just south of Lafayette. This is that area that was tornado warned earlier around Champaign-Urbana. Continuing to show pretty vigorous area of rotation there. Has kind of broadened just in the last couple scans, but it's kind of reorganized a little bit in here near Elmdale and Wingate, approaching New Richmond, Gardens Corner, over towards Bowers, and Darlington Woods. A lot of counties also here: Fountain, Tippecanoe, Clinton, Boone, and Montgomery counties. West Central Ohio, or West Central Indiana. It's going to be south of Lafayette. Hey, Bauer, how's it going tonight? I have not had the chance to do that. Yeah, let's see. We had the long late night stream Saturday, and then I actually went out and got out in the field yesterday storm chasing, and then had a ton of stuff to do this morning, and then also now back at it. Hope you're doing well. At least there's no severe weather right now, really in the upper Midwest. A couple stronger storms still, though, around Portage, Wisconsin. We'll keep an eye on those. Still a little rotation there in that, also near Devil's Head Resort. And then we have lost that tornado warning across the areas around Black River Falls. I'll look at the mods the next time we get like a more of a break in the severe weather. Probably maybe next week or so. Good news is it looks like we may have lost that. It still is observed. The correlation coefficient isn't as pronounced as it was earlier, so we may be losing that circulation. It has been reduced from the PDS to an observed tornado tag. There's also some hail in here too, but it's going to be right in this area, just to the right around the UE area and just to the west of Sandoval. So continue to stay in your tornado safe space, Sandoval, Salem, and Kimmundy. What state is that in? New tornado warning also now just south of West Plains, Koshkakon, Thayer, and Mammoth Spring. Another area that's in a radar hole. This camera above is at Thayer and Mammoth Spring. So this is a new tornado warning there. Let me see. Do we have one that faces the opposite direction? No, we don't. That one faces into, that's Mammoth Spring right there. We've had this camera on a couple times. The rotation may be just north of there, but we'll keep that camera going. $50 to $50 size plus hail. And then also tornado possible there. Again, tornado warning there. That's Koshkakon and Thayer and Mammoth Springs, southeastern Howe, southwestern Oregon counties in Missouri. Looks like they're going to drop the one tornado warning around Farmington. We'll hop back up there. Continue that with a tornado possible tag. Yeah, that area is kind of broadened back out around Sprott. Let's check that storm in Indiana. Still says radar indicated, but it looked like it was closer. Could be. It's one of those tricky areas. It's kind of right on the leading edge. It could also be damaging wind, though, if there's power flashes in that same part of the storm. Near Thorntown. Let me double check and make sure that's the right area. Okay, yeah, that's the right storm. So yeah, it could be. I don't see anything crazy in there. Could be a tornado, could be damaging wind on that leading edge. With the rotation in there around New Richmond. Have a good night, Ben. Yeah, you're good for a while. Just make sure you have ways to receive weather warnings, especially as this gets in probably after midnight. Oh, let's see. What do we have going on at 8:30? We have strong storms still across parts of Kentucky, Frankfort, Lexington. We have now a pretty solid cluster of storms with embedded tornadic circulations and a lot of considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warnings. Then we have a cluster of storms down in southern Missouri on the Arkansas border. Those are hail-producing supercells with also some big, some big hail came out of those earlier, and also now a tornado threat. And then we have across areas north and east of Dallas, some hail threat in a couple of those cells that have gone up. Considerable threats for tennis balls across the areas east of Dallas right now. A couple of those storms are also showing some signs of rotation around Union Valley, and then also up near Sulphur Springs. Those two storms are producing tennis ball size hail, $50 size hail, potentially in a couple of those other cells in Texas. Johnson County, Illinois. Okay, that's around Vienna. So yeah, so you guys have to be aware of storms. Right now, it's been pretty quiet across that area, across the lower Ohio Valley, the Paducah Metro, but storms are starting to organize, especially off the Ozarks here to your west. And that area in southern Illinois, Johnson County, all around that Paducah Metro is under a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. Means a couple, there's the parameters in that area are pretty high for a couple strong tornadoes. So yeah, definitely this area, it's been quiet most of the day, but things are going to continue to uptrend over the next couple hours. It includes areas in western Tennessee, and we've been kind of keeping our eye on that area. So is the Storm Prediction Center. But they've tried to go up south of Memphis, but those storms have stayed below severe limits. The models had a little more production across that area earlier today. Okay, quite a bit now. We're picking up in a lot of activity. 7 tornado warnings. Most of them are in Illinois, Indiana, and Missouri. And in fact, I better kind of... Okay, update the stream title. That way we don't confuse anybody. And there's tornado warnings in more than one state right now. Still seeing a possible tornado potential there. This is in areas north of Crawfordsville, Indiana, south of Lafayette. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there in Frankfort and approaching Mulberry and Thorntown. Big line of severe storms. The other storm that's I think was close to producing a little bit ago near Greenup and Casey. Yeah, that area still has broad rotation in it. Vevey Park, Casey, Martinsville, and Marshall. That area is getting close to the Terre Haute metro. So Terre Haute, you're not in the actually any of those warnings yet. But we'll keep an eye on those areas in the Terre Haute metro, especially southwest sides of Terre Haute. Good news is that storm near Sandoval has gone back to radar indicated. Sandoval, Salem, Luca, and Kinmundy. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there. That circulation is near Odin, Illinois. It's produced at least probably a pretty significant damaging tornado back near Carlisle and Beckmeyer just a few minutes ago, and then also produced another tornado near Trenton. So that storm has a history now of producing a few different tornadoes. Family in Salem, tornadoes there. Yeah, so your family in Salem is under a tornado warning right now. So if you may want to give them a call and text and just let them know to make sure they're in their tornado safe place. The one good news is once you get behind this line, if you're in Salem, you just kind of have one tornado warned storm to deal with. Back here towards Breeze and Carlisle, the severe threat diminishes quite significantly. If you're ahead of this line, though, then still a tornado and damaging wind risk. But yeah, circulation in here west of Salem, between Salem and Sandoval, Illinois. The good news is this storm in Farmington has gone non-tornadic. That area of circulation has weakened and broadened. Still seeing a risk there for some damaging wind and some large hail. Still some broad rotation south and east of Farmington. And then back to our southern Missouri radar hole. We're still seeing that tornado warning around Ellington, approaching Piedmont. You can see that broad rotation from about 10,000 feet up. And then also now... No, you're good. You're good for asking all those questions. Let's see. Let me check these other tornado warnings and I'll get to that question real quick. Near Irish Wilderness, south of Winona, Missouri. And then we do have a new tornado warning in Arkansas. This is for areas around Fulton and Sharp counties. This is our camera right there at Thayer and Mammoth Springs. Yeah, this area of rotation is basically riding right along the state line. So calm right now in Mammoth Springs, but that's going to go downhill real quick here in the next few minutes. And that may be a rain-embedded tornado as well in that part of the storm. Okay, sorry for asking. There's still a tornado in Carlisle. No, it does not look like there's a tornado in Carlisle anymore. Oops, that's the wrong storm. The storm that produced the tornado over the Carlisle, Illinois area is the storm that's now approaching Salem. Yeah, I like when we ask this stuff. Sometimes I don't get to it right away if I'm just going through a bunch of different tornado warnings, and especially when it was like PDS and observed earlier, but try to get to the questions when we get a little bit of downtime. Carlisle is not in a tornado warning also now. So if you are in Carlisle and you got some damage, you're kind of into you can get into the cleanup phase fairly quickly there. See if there's any new updates from the National Weather Service. Hail threat continues there in northeast Texas. The new tornado watch for Arkansas, for northern Arkansas and central Arkansas goes until 4 a.m. on Monday. A few tornadoes are likely. A couple intense tornadoes are possible. Scattered damaging winds up to 70 and scattered large hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter. So that's a pretty higher end tornado watch, but not a PDS. More flash flood warnings going out into southern Indiana. Quite a bit of rain there. Yeah, I've been on since, I don't know, when did we get on? Like 2-ish? 2 o'clock? I was just double checking some information from the Storm Prediction Center. Also trying to see, we have not had a lot of confirmed tornadoes yet today. So just kind of running a quick scan on socials and seeing if we had any many confirmed tornadoes yet so far. Oh, the YouTube stuff? I joined in 2024. I wanted to, I kind of saw digital meteorology was getting a better of a push. And then, and I wanted to bring a little bit more of a, I don't know, just kind of change the tone a little bit of digital meteorology and bring a little bit more of a scientific approach to it. Taking a look at this area that's still rotating in here near Bowers, Darlington, and Thorntown. Like this area is slowed down just a little bit. What do they have? Yeah, moving east at 45. So that is slower than I believe it was registered at 60 earlier. And then I really started to make a push to actually kind of grow the channel. It started a little bit of more of a side project, but last severe weather season in March, like March 2025, I really started to make a more of a push to grow it in a better, more more focused kind of rate, and we've seen quite a bit of growth since then. Especially this severe weather season has been a decent amount of growth as well. But yeah, kind of more regular and more full-time-ish over the last year or so. Although unfortunately it's not quite large enough to be fully full-time yet. New severe thunderstorm warning. They're going to continue these warnings out ahead of this line segment, but through Mount Vernon, through Wayne City, Spring Garden, Illinois. New warning kind of just gets continued out there. That's going to be for Wayne and Jefferson counties. These storms are slowly kind of working towards that area in southern Illinois, so keep an eye out next few hours. So one good thing is here, it looks like we've lost a couple of those tornado warnings in southern Missouri at the moment. Still seeing a severe thunderstorm warning there around Piedmont in Wayne County, but it looks like the rotation is backed off. There still is a little bit of remnant rotation around Piedmont. And again, we'll get better eyes on these storms as they get a little closer to the Paducah radar, as they get kind of through the Poplar Bluff area out into the Mississippi River Valley. And then still tornado warning there around Thayer. Yeah, seeing rotation in here. Where are we looking? Oh, we're getting... Wow. Getting radar out of the Little Rock area. So wind's going towards the radar and away from the radar. Maybe in a couple different pockets too, but basically west of Thayer and also Mammoth Springs. This camera's going to go downhill really fast. That seems to have sunk to the southeast. They have re-upped, just as we were kind of talking about that cell, the cell near Irish Wilderness. They have re-upped that cell for southern Carter and northern Ripley counties in southeast Missouri, as well as northeastern Oregon County in southern Missouri. That is just pretty impossible to see exactly what's going on at the ground level. But there's your broad rotation in there. Not a ton of community names out here. Irish Wilderness is like the closest community name, but then Eastwood, Bennett, Tucker, Granlund, Missouri, and down towards Pleasant Grove. The dangerous cell. Rotation has picked up in a little bit in the last couple minutes. Moving east at 35. I'm starting to see lightning on that camera out of the Thayer area. And then they've also continued that tornado warning in Indiana right now around Frankfort, Tippecanoe, Clinton, Boone, and Montgomery counties in west central Indiana. Again, continue to take tornado safety precautions here. This kind of line has at times had a couple areas of circulation. I think that was 50. Yeah. All right, let's pop up some town names. There we go. Thorntown, 10 minutes. Jefferson, 11. Frankfort, Indiana, 15 minutes. And then out towards Hillisburg, 26 minutes. I think Frankfort is the most populated area in that warning polygon. This is north of Lebanon, so some good news there. It's more populated south of the warning polygon. Oh, geez. Yeah, that was a busy year. Blake, you're in southern Illinois, right? That was a really busy year. And last year, too, was really busy for this area. It's been actually a little bit on the less busy side for the Mississippi Valley for tornadoes so far this year. And also going to continue this tornado warning storm around Piedmont, central Wayne County in southeast Missouri. Tornado possible severe thunderstorm near Perryville. And that's that area that was tornado warned earlier around Farmington. Still kind of showing broad rotation in there. That's tucked up in the rain. Oh, here comes the storm into Thayer and Mammoth Springs. Let's pull that up. Get a closer look at that storm. Yeah, that came in heavy. It's hard to say because we are so far from the radar site, but it appears like the rotation has broadened a little bit. We'll kind of watch and see if we can see any change in direction of the wind. Right now it's blowing away from the radar site, so that kind of checks out with that perspective. We see it kind of generally blowing, I guess, from southwest to northeast across that camera perspective. But then on the backside, we might be able to get into, we should see a change in the wind direction. Continue to take tornado safety precautions if you're in this tornado warning storm. Thayer, Mammoth Spring, Arkansas, and Thayer, Missouri, Koshkekong, Missouri, and areas north of Hardy, Arkansas. Okay. Still seeing wind basically from that same direction. Still a nasty storm. Actually, you know what? I'll keep it a little larger, and that way I'll kind of just block it in there for a minute. Since this area is kind of a radar hole, I'm curious to see if we get any kind of confirmation of that rotation, or if it is actually mid-level rotation. Still seeing that warning there continue around Grandin and Doniphan, Missouri. And then the other tornado warning is up near Piedmont and Greenville, Missouri. They've also filled in a new warning in Illinois. Yeah, there's a new area of circulation now east of Salem that's come up in intensity over the last couple minutes. So a new warning in here for Wayne County, northern Wayne County in south central Illinois. The other areas radar indicated for areas around Flora. That's Clay and Richland counties. Flora, Clay Center, Noble, Sailor Springs. Still seeing circulation also approaching areas around Marshall, south of Marshall, near Martinsville. Perfect timing there. They're going to continue that warning. Crawford and Clark counties in east central Illinois. And then still seeing that circulation near Thorntown. A little bit of hail also in that, approaching Frankfort, Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warning now covers a considerable threat across northern parts of Indianapolis. Still haven't seen any confirmation of those tornadoes in this area. And it still looks like the wind is mostly coming from the southwest. Hey, Matt, how's it going tonight? Is Brady done for the night? It's kind of early. How's it going, guys? Welcome, welcome. We're watching this tornado warning storm that's moving through Thayer, Missouri, right on the Arkansas state line with Mammoth Springs. Covering a bunch of storms, but trying to see if we can see the rotation in this storm. Kind of broadly in here near Thayer. And then I'm also finishing up a quick dinner just off camera. But I'm here. We're going to get to it, guys. It's going to be, I think, a long night of severe weather, so stay tuned. Oh, he had a meeting. Sounds so professional, disconnect. Welcome, I appreciate it. It's going to be a long night of severe weather, so hang in, grab a drink and settle down. And if you're in this severe area, definitely have ways to get warnings. Yeah, you guys are just outside of that warning in Hardy, but that storm is knocking on your doorstep. You're definitely going to get some wind and hail out of this. This whole kind of line complex is also kind of sagging to the south a little further. With the broad circulation basically along the state line, right near this camera. So if we see any change in wind direction, it should be within... Oh, that might be a change in wind direction. I think we just saw a change in wind direction right there. It was blowing out of the south-southwest. It's now blowing basically away from the camera, it looks like. Yep, it's blowing back to the south now. Yeah, there's your area of rotation. Change in wind direction just occurred there on the state line, Missouri and Arkansas state line. Which means I think it is still a radar indicated tornado. I didn't see any power flashes, didn't see anything crazy going on. Yeah, that's an interesting storm. All right, we'll tuck that back into its little home for a little while. Newest warning just came out for northern Arkansas, Randolph, Fulton, and Sharp counties. Tornado warning continues there. Again, we saw that circulation is basically crossing over the Thayer and Mammoth Spring area. Yeah, a lot of lightning. A lot of these storms are fairly electrical. If I broaden back out, this is kind of what's going on at the, I guess, 9 o'clock hour. We have late night severe storms. Severe thunderstorm watch goes until 4 a.m. In the Eastern time zone for Indiana, extreme Western Ohio, and Northern Kentucky. Some stronger storms still around Lexington, with the complex of storms now working into Western Indiana. And basically, this is going to be kind of the main punch the next few hours. Tornado watch, including a PDS tornado watch. The first PDS of the year for tornado watch covers this area: southern Illinois, extreme southwest Indiana, and then western Kentucky, western Tennessee, and also northeast Arkansas. We have some remnants of the other tornado watches still across southern Missouri and south central Illinois. And then we have our newest tornado watches actually across northern and central parts of Arkansas. That watch has been fairly quiet for now, but we may see more storms there. And then a severe thunderstorm watch covers areas, especially northeast of Dallas-Fort Worth, with hail producers. We've seen a few hail producers in the Dallas-Fort Worth metro. Still a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm. These were tennis ball size hail producers a few minutes ago. They've kind of backed off a little bit in the last few minutes as they've tracked basically east of Dallas. Hey guys, how's it going tonight? Welcome, welcome. And our first warning further south, this is a warning in Mississippi, just south of Holly Springs, tornado possible tag, severe thunderstorm. Marshall, Tippah, and Benton counties in northeast Mississippi. That's crossing I-24, or 22, right? I-22 near Potts Camp. Today is the anniversary of the 2011 super outbreak. I've seen some stuff on social media on it today. But this area, particularly Mississippi and Alabama, there may be a little bit of storm anxiety on a day like today. So hopefully we can avoid most of the severe weather, especially across this area. And I want to see if we have any updates on those tornadoes. Seen a couple to confirm tornadoes, mostly in Illinois today, with the strongest tornado, at least on radar, looking around Carlisle, Illinois, a little bit ago. Kelsey, you can go back and give it a like, though. You can go back and, as long as he's like didn't save it as private, you can go back and like his stream, like the saved version. That might be a tornado in progress near Middle Fork. Something suspicious going on with CC right there near County Highway 700, and there does appear to be rotation right over that point. Let me double check and just make sure it's not some type of side lobe contamination. Let me tilt this up a little bit. Yeah, there's rotation in here. We can see it on a couple different layers of the radar. Hey guys, how's it going tonight? Yeah, it takes a couple minutes to open chat. It's kind of a bot protection that that I have activated. So it takes about 5 minutes, I think, to open the chat up. You have to like the channel, and then it opens up. Yeah, I believe that is a tornado in progress, just north of, north of Forest and west of Russiaville, Indiana. Looks like it's out of the warning polygon too. Unless that's some type of hail or some type of glitch on the radar, but it doesn't look like it. That's like a couple different scans now too. So I'd take my tornado safety precautions. Russiaville, Kokomo, Greentown. Those parts in Indiana. A bunch of different warnings are going off. Some new severe thunderstorm warnings. Many of them across now southeast portions of Illinois and then western Indiana. Yeah, new big warning here. Terre Haute, Greencastle, Cloverdale, down to Sullivan and Linton. That's a big warning. Check this other tornado warning in here. And yeah, there still is rotation right in here, south of Frankfort in Indiana. See that little area of rotation on the reflectivity as well as the velocity scans. Carmel, Indiana, they're in that one of the newer severe thunderstorm warnings right now. They're kind of warning it way out ahead. This line has damaging winds 60 to 70, and then little kind of QLCS spin up tornadoes. They're a little bit harder to forecast because sometimes they're more transient. But definitely the next couple minutes around Carmel, it's going to get downhill pretty quickly there. Moving east at about 50 miles an hour. Right now, the strongest part of this line looks like it's going to be on the northern side of Indianapolis. It kind of lags back a little bit to the west of Indy. At 50 miles an hour, it's going to be about 20 minutes to Carmel. Same for Noblesville, Fishers, 20 to 30 minutes out. So you might want to give him a text if you have his number. Just a casual, like, hey, severe thunderstorms, big storms coming your way. A little bit of notch right there near Lebanon. We got to watch that area. Let's move down to the southern mode. These storms, we're going to get a little better picture as they get out from the Ozarks and get close to that Paducah radar. This is one of the more annoying radar holes in the country. An area that gets quite a bit of severe weather on a pretty routine basis. And we look up in the storm about 8,000 feet. Once it gets east of Indianapolis tonight, generally the models do have it kind of diminishing in intensity, but it's a fairly robust complex of storms. So you're likely going to get some types of severe weather, which is more of a damaging wind threat, but there is a risk of line embedded tornadoes across pretty much most of that southern and central Indiana area. Yeah, still not getting a lot of really good detail on these storms. Near Granlund, Missouri, west of Poplar Bluff. And then this is at the state line Thayer and Mammoth Springs, just above me on the camera. This one is a tornado warned storm, still radar indicated. Broad rotation in here, now east of Mammoth Springs. There is another area of rotation also on the storm to the south of Mammoth Springs. So there's a couple different cells in this line cluster. The lead one is tornado warned, but we do have to watch this cell back here as well. But again, we are looking up, I don't know, 6,000 to 8,000 feet in the storm. And check our Mississippi friends too. It's a small storm, but a pretty feisty one near Potts Camp, Mississippi. If anyone is north and west of this line of storms, we've gone from more of a discrete mode with a couple different bands of severe weather to more of a somewhat organized cluster of storms. But St. Louis, Jefferson City, certainly Kansas City, Springfield, Northwest Arkansas, down to about Fort Smith, you guys are good to go. And then into Illinois, basically Effingham and north and west, you guys are good to go. Springfield, Decatur, Champaign-Urbana, Bloomington. The Chicago area got missed by all this. Some rain, wind, and some thunder, lightning across northern Illinois, but a couple other storms also closer to the low pressure. But the severe threat is ramping down very quickly across northern Illinois and should start to really ramp down also across the areas here. They had a couple severe storms in Wisconsin today. Yeah, and that's not even the craziest camera. Let's see. As these storms also get out over a little less rugged terrain, we should be able to get a little better visuals of these. They're in some pretty remote, rugged areas without a lot of cameras. It's an area that's hard to chase. In fact, I would not recommend chasing it unless a lot of really expert chasers don't even chase that part of Missouri or Arkansas. This cell is flared back up, I think, south of Sulphur Springs near Emory, Texas. Severe thunderstorm there, ping pong ball size hail. It's just really, really rugged. There are storm spotters down here, but there's probably more local storm spotters. Earlier, let's see. Earlier I pulled it up. Yeah, and we are on the channel. We are working on getting some storm chasers added to our channel, but on Radar Omega, you can see some storm chasers. They've all been kind of huddled over the more eastern portions of southeast Missouri. Looks like they are starting to work back towards the west. Poplar Bluff is kind of the cutoff. If you get west of Poplar Bluff, it gets really rugged, really remote. There's not as many cross options. If you're chasing, you want to have ways out, and M's question there is some of these roads in here are really rural and there's one way in, one way out sort of thing. So if there's concerns you may get cut off of your out if you're in this area. Then the other side is the same radar hole that we're dealing with, that we can't really see exactly what's going on at the ground level. That also holds for the chasers. So there's just not a lot of details. The radar isn't that useful, especially for ground truth. It's just it's a tricky area. Still seeing more warnings out of that northern Indianapolis area. They're warning the separate cell that's out in front with some gusty winds. Looks like some small hail as well. Little pocket near Eagle Creek. And that shows on reflectivity. And shows a little bit on ZDR. It's not big hail, but yeah, I hope that kind of answered the question. Other parts of the country, like once you get over closer to the Mississippi River, it's a lot flatter, like out in this part of Missouri and Arkansas. You can see for a lot longer. You can see for miles at some points. There's more farm fields, less forest. There's a ton of different factors. Oh, we've gotten some new storm reports in, so I do like to check these from time to time. Vermilion County, Indiana, 70-mile-an-hour winds. In the Terre Haute area, 70-mile-an-hour winds. 60 there north of Greencastle. There's definitely areas that have had some pretty significant winds here this evening in that kind of close to hurricane force kind of range. Oh, let's see. Let's see if we have some other cameras that also show some good storm action. This one also has a decent amount of lightning on it. Pull that up. That's near Sulphur Springs, Texas. The last couple of days have had, I mean, it makes sense because we're kind of getting into the peak of severe weather season, but I do feel like the last couple of days of severe weather have had quite a bit of electrical storms, which just kind of speaks to the environment that these storms are in. Yeah, the stream that we had on Saturday, I actually had to turn down the lightning. It just cluttered the radar too much. There was too many of the little lightning symbols and stuff. There's a little less today, it looks like, and especially now that these are a little more linear. Watching severe warning storms through Kokomo, Lebanon, Indiana, approaching the northwest sides of Indianapolis. Mostly a damaging wind threat. There's a couple areas of line embedded spin. This area here that's bulging out, this is a sign of a bow echo, and that could accentuate those winds, especially towards Marion, Indiana, Alexandria. So it wouldn't be surprised if we get maybe some more advanced warnings in this area. Those little bowing segments are always ones to watch. Those do send this storm across north central Indiana does seem to be downtrending just a little bit, which it should do as it gets further to the east. Still seeing a little bit of rotation in there near Prairie Creek. That was an area that was tornado warned earlier. And then tornado warned storm continues down here. Ooh, that looks a little suspicious. It looks more pronounced in the reflectivity than it does in velocity, but there's an area spin north of Mount Erie, Illinois. This is going to be continuing a warning there for northeastern Wayne County. Yeah, there's the newest radar scan. Let's take a look at that again. I don't see anything that says it's on the ground, but that's a storm to watch there in Illinois. The strong storms are pushing through Mount Vernon, approaching areas around Benton and Carbondale. I don't know if they're still on. We had some people from Southern Illinois earlier on, but your storms are going to be closing in on Southern Illinois here in the next couple minutes to a couple hours. And then still seeing those areas of rotation north of Doniphan, Missouri, and then west of Maynard, Arkansas, north and west of Pocahontas. Yeah, and there is some truth to that. It doesn't mean to like Carol's and Kristen's comment, it doesn't mean like you're protected or anything, but there is some truth, somewhat based on like the patterns that some of that area tends to get some of this weather after the peak of the severe weather event. So as it starts to get more of a linear mode, certainly if it's a different severe weather event and you have discrete supercells forming over this area, then it's a different story. But yeah, the pattern is maybe a little more favorable for storm development out here and then weakening over here. So that's why, especially humans, kind of human nature is trying to recognize patterns. This is still a nasty little cell near Hickory Flat, Myrtle, New Albany, Mississippi. Ping pong ball size hail here around Hickory Flat. Yeah, that shows up in the correlation coefficient. It's going to show up in ZDR too. It does. Right in there, and that should also show in reflectivity in these brighter pinky purple colors. The nasty cell. It's moving towards Ripley. Let's get a track on this cell. 40 miles an hour. Blue Mountain, 5 minutes or less. Dumas, Mississippi, 18 minutes. Ripley, 14. And then it gets over towards Boonville and Jumpertown in about 30, 40 minutes. That's the storm to watch. It's kind of all on its own, too. Hey, Claire's, how's it going? How do you pronounce that town name? I think I've called it right, but I don't know for sure. Is it Luguti? Or is it somehow not pronounced like it spells? Okay, good. That's what I thought, but just wanted to double check. Where is that town? Why can I not find it right now? Somewhere down in here. Basically, yeah, there it is. Okay. I don't know how I lost it. Yeah, your severe storms are now to your west, so you have to pay attention to this line segment. Things are going to clear out kind of briefly in southwest Indiana, but this is the main show. Once that gets past you, though, the severe weather threat is basically over for the night. And then this area is also a big concern here for flash flooding from northern Kentucky across Louisville and then southern Indiana. Tons of rain all day and rounds of storms. The rain will finally kind of come to an end after this line of storms too, but yeah, there's some areas that here that have had quite a bit of rainfall today. It is less of a tornado threat a little bit now that the we don't see those discrete cells anymore. So don't worry, stay on here. You can always turn on your local TV station too, but we'll get you through it here. There's Lugati. You guys are technically not in a tornado watch. The tornado watch is to your south across Evansville, but it's still a favorable environment for severe weather. I will say the one good thing with this line segment so far is we've been seeing more severe warnings than tornado warnings lately. So it's transitioning slowly from a tornado risk as the primary threat to more of a damaging wind risk. In which case you definitely want to be in a sturdy structure away from windows on the lowest main floor, but with the damaging wind risk. And then just be ready to take your tornado safety precautions if you fall under a tornado warning. Potentially a tornado there near Mount Erie. Could be clear air. That looks like clear air right now. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that's clear air, but the scan before that was a little more suspicious. They are going to continue that tornado warning there for that area of rotation. Wayne, Wabash, and Edwards counties in southeast Illinois. Areas around West Salem. Pretty solid line of severe storms now from Perryville and Murfreesboro, Illinois, all the way up. Yeah, solid line of severe warnings all the way up to about Marion, Indiana. For some reason, I cannot get the Indiana cameras to load today. I'll have to check that off to the side after today's event, but I don't know if it's just because there's so many storms around or what, but I could not get those cameras to load. Here's kind of a still shot. This is Carmel, with the heavy rain coming down. Just can't get that camera to load, which is interesting. But yeah, so time to hunker down if you're in the Indianapolis area. Severe weather coming in from the north and west side of town. It's, again, mostly a damaging wind risk. And also some flash flooding, also possible. Yeah, both the radars have a pretty good handle of this. Nothing yet in here, but this is a little area to watch. Cloverdale, Greencastle kind of area. And they've re-upped a new tornado warning. It's going to be for that same area of circulation that we just looked at. Lawrence and Richland counties, I think. Yeah, there's two warnings here because there's different weather service offices. Paducah and Lincoln. So one area of circulation, but it's moving to the north and east, so they're going to warn both of those areas kind of separately. That includes Bridgeport and Sumner, west of Lawrenceville, Indiana. It appears like Indiana, like whether you live on the southeast side of town or the northwest, it appears like Indianapolis is going to get severe weather. Like you're going to get some strong storms, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, maybe some small hail in pockets. But still watching for some line embedded tornadoes and spin. But yeah, I don't think that line's going to break up in the next few minutes if you're kind of on the dry side of town right now. Tornado warnings continue in Missouri, Bollinger and Wayne counties in Missouri. The storm near Shook or Greenville moving east at 40. This area gets, I feel like we've done some tornadoes in this area. Advance, Missouri. Keep an eye on this as it gets out towards Cape Girardeau and Scott City. And then Poplar Bluff, tornado warning for you guys. That area of rotation is back in here near Granlin. Tornado warning for Carter, Ripley, and Butler counties in southeast Missouri. 9 miles north of Doniphan, moving east at 35. Sometimes it's nice to check the warnings, and yeah, that's about right. Seeing it about 10 miles north of Doniphan. This is working into a slightly more populated area as well, outside of the Poplar Bluff area, which puts it into Poplar Bluff about 35 minutes from now, near Granland, and then let's see, out towards Fisk, Dudley, and Dexter over an hour. But yeah, this is a little bit more of a populated corridor: Poplar Bluff, Dexter, Sykeston, Charleston, Missouri. And then tornado warning continues north of Pocahontas, Maynard, Biggers, and Reno, Arkansas. Yeah, it's a storm 18 miles east of Mammoth Springs, moving east at 35. These storms are a little more supercellular. They're a little more discreet down here in southern Missouri, extreme northern Arkansas. So the tornado threat is continuing across this area especially, and those storms are working a little slower as well. Most of our line is starting to push east at 50, 60. But you can see how that activity in Missouri kind of slags back, and we're losing those storms pretty quickly across the areas in East Texas. Now just special weather statements for those areas between Mount Pleasant and Sulphur Springs. Take a closer look and inspect this line segment a little closer. Still seeing that little notch feature in here near Mount Erie. This is where winds are surging on the outflow winds, surging out like this. And then we still have inflow winds kind of in this area right there. West Salem, Parkersburg, Calhoun, Sumner, and Bridgeport are the towns it looks like in that community, in that warning polygon. Let's look at a couple of their features. At least right now, not seeing quite as much in the way of rotation in that line segment. A little bit in here north of Murfreesboro. Severe warning also continues now for Carbondale as that storm comes across from Perryville. This storm also has a little bit of a wind bulge in it coming towards Carbondale. So yeah, more flash flood warnings. Crawford and Jasper counties in Illinois. That's going to be a big risk, at least the next few hours. But overnight, if you don't have to travel, turn around, don't drown. And if you are out overnight, make sure you take the long way home. But this corridor in here is waterlogged, to say the least. This is the area here around Jasper County. Severe threat, especially on the southeast portion of the county, and then Jasper and Crawford counties. And then as the rain does wrap up, it still takes a while to drain off, so there's still flash flood warnings across Effingham and much of those areas in east central Illinois, really kind of connecting across just north of St. Louis. Yeah, a lot of flash flooding. Seeing some storm reports also for it. 3 to 4 feet of water moving over County Highway 30. That could be like a deadly flash flood. If you drive into that and there's 3 to 4 feet of moving water, that's going to just sweep your car like goodbye. Let's see, what else? There's probably other ones like that too. Car reported in a creek in French Lick, Indiana. Water rescue ongoing. So yeah, there's going to be a lot of that types of situations across this area. New tornado warning for Randolph County in Arkansas. This is just going to kind of re-up the original warning that is set to expire in a couple minutes. So it still includes that area north of Pocahontas, Biggers, Reno, and Maynard, Arkansas. Again, that's Randolph County, moving east at 35. Wow, we are really far from the radars there. Wow, that may be one of the worst radar holes, like, in the country. This is the area I think that had a couple years ago. I think it might have been like 22, might have been 2022. It had the radar hole was so bad it was actually being warned as a PDS tornado warning, and it eventually got closer to the Memphis radar, and it was basically just hail contaminated radar returns. It was like a supercell with, you know, some rotation, but it wasn't like a PDS level tornado. Just because this is zero, there's like zero good radars for this area. Yeah, that radar is 102 miles away, so we're looking up in that storm about 10,000 feet. I'm basically pushing the outer limits, or even past the outer limits of the radar's usability. Yeah, I know. Oh yeah, we can, hold on, let me just, I don't know what the cameras are doing in Indiana. But these storms will come out of the radar hole in another little while, so it'll be interesting to see what they look like. And we have had radar confirmation, or not radar confirmation, but when these storms were back in some more populated areas of Missouri, we have had confirmation of their potential. So they have dropped some tennis ball size to apple size hail. So yeah, I'm not kind of underplaying those. We just can't see them. This may also be a localized flash flood threat. These storms in here are kind of slowly sinking to the southeast across some of those same areas there. Mammoth Springs, Cherokee Village, Ash Flat, and some really rugged terrain also there in northern parts of Arkansas. All right, let's go to the top. We'll take this from the top, and so we'll go through the very top. There's a severe warning still in south central Wisconsin, around Beaver Dam, Fall River, Waupun. There is some rotation in here. It does have a tornado possible tag near Alto. The good news is this was being warned for, I think, $half size hail earlier, ping pong ball size maybe. It's down to quarters. That does seem to be kind of wrapping up across Wisconsin. And then they are going to extend out a new warning there for areas around Muncie, Newcastle, Fishers, Alexandria, as those storms continue to work across the northern parts of the Indianapolis metro. It looks like those storms north of Indianapolis are not as strong as the ones that are coming into the west side of Indianapolis, though. This is also a better visual with the radar right there, but there's a good pocket in here, 50 to 60 plus mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, Blake, you're in southern Illinois, right? Some of these have slowed down just a little bit. Okay, there's some southern Illinois communities. This is a little bit of a stronger storm near Murfreesboro and Carbondale, about 5 minutes to Carbondale. And then also this is a slightly more populated area here in this corridor. Cartersville 15, Marion, Illinois, and that is on the interstate there, about 26 minutes. And then it's going to eventually cross Illinois, about 80 minutes to Shawneetown. Further south, there's a little bit of a gap between the strongest storms. So there may be some areas here, say east of Cape Girardeau, that may get skipped from, at least right now, unless it starts to fill in. There's a potential there. Extreme southern Illinois may actually miss a few of the strongest storms. But we'll see. That may also start to fill in. And then tornado warning continues there. Corning, Pidgeot, I think that's how you pronounce that, and Rector across northeast corner of Arkansas, Clay, and Dunklin counties. Oh, Clay County, Arkansas, Dunklin County, Missouri. That's a weird warning polygon. What's going on like right here that they had to warn like this little... Why wouldn't you just kind of cut that at the state line? Like it... That's the state line right there. That's a little weird. There's your area of rotation. Yeah, we are starting to see it a little bit better. It gets a little bit further east. Wind's going away from the radar and towards the radar. Near the small community of Maynard, Arkansas. And let's check our other storm. Still in here near Blue Mountain. It's come down a little bit, quarter-size hail. Still a tornado possible near Ripley and Dumas and Blue Mountain, Mississippi, but I thought I might take a look at it. Yeah, I knew you might still be on, so. Mississippi folks, tonight might not be your night, but I do want to call attention while we have a decent amount of people on tonight. There is an enhanced risk tomorrow across parts of Mississippi, back through Texas, southern half of Arkansas tomorrow. That has come up a little bit in the last 24 hours, so a little more severe chances tomorrow. These storms right now in extreme northern parts of Arkansas and then in southern Missouri are working through the moderate risk at the moment. So they're kind of in the max parameter area. Here's that tornado report. Yeah, earlier out of Germantown, the large trees down, signs blown down. I think we're going to get more reports probably out of that Carlisle area. Haven't seen a lot of visuals of the tornadoes today. It looks like a few of them have probably been rain wrapped. And I actually just straight up don't think there was that many confirmed tornadoes today. A day like today, a lot of times the storm National Weather Service offices will kind of go back and look at radar data and also get some storm reports in from local reports. So they may be able to confirm a few more tornadoes. But so far we haven't had a ton. But it is still early, so I caution you, it's not over yet. Especially if you live anywhere in these watches, you do want to stay really weather alert. Okay. I'm going to re-up my drink. I gotta take the pups out because I hear them barking. So I'll be right here. I'll be right along the camera. But I do have to take them out for their night routine. And I'm going to do that right now while everything is somewhat stable and hasn't changed in the last couple minutes. And as soon as I do, we're going to get a bunch of tornado warnings popped off. But stay tuned, guys. Just talk amongst yourself on the chat for 3 minutes or so. It never fails, Edwards. It never fails. But yeah, there's a new warning there around Lawrenceville. It's extending that warning from Lawrenceville to Vincennes, Indiana. Although just in the last couple scans, that air rotation has kind of fallen apart a little bit, but there's not really like a notch feature in here. That's really just a wind shift line. But yeah. All right. Let me go take care of the dogs. I just finished my dinner that's cold. And that's the only one bad thing about, and I love doing this. I absolutely love it. We have a great community. It's growing really fast too. So I appreciate all the new followers, all the new likes and subscribes. We have a really awesome weather community that's interested in weather. But also continue to like and subscribe because that helps get the algorithm out, pushes it out to people that need this life-saving info. But anyway, I love doing this. It's awesome and it's really cool. I get to do this. The one bad thing is like I don't have a studio host to pitch it to, or a team of meteorologists to pitch it to, like you do in still in broadcast meteorology. You generally have a couple. Even on the smaller markets, you still generally have at least like 2 meteorologists that can pitch it back and forth. If one guy has to, grab a bite to eat or go to the restroom or something like that, I don't have that option. But so sometimes I just need to step away for a second. But I'm always right there, and it never fails that as soon as you step away or as soon as I close the camera for just a second, a new warning pops off. That one isn't that high priority though. That it's a tornado warning, so you want to, if you're in this warning, still take your tornado safety precautions. But it's almost a warning. I just don't see what they're looking at. Let me just double check and make sure there's nothing else on like a different tilt. Yeah, there's not much circulation there, so more of a continuation than a new warning. Buff and Puff, you weren't liked and subscribed already? You've been on like multiple of my streams lately. Hey, Lagtastic, how you doing tonight? Happy to have you guys. All right. I do have to take care of these dogs real quick, and then we'll get back to it. Okay, sorry about that. That took forever. Okay. Our pups are usually really good at going outside. And they took forever tonight. I don't know why. And I kind of had to micromanage because it's like frog season here in the springtime, and I didn't want to I didn't want any late night frog snacks from the pups tonight. So all right, what an MS. Oh good. It looks like chat was active, so that's awesome. Thanks, Edward. Yeah, I try to do it no hype. And that way, if my tone changes, if I'm saying like, hey, this is a big deal, or hey, you got to get somewhere like safe, I try and keep my tone fairly reasonable. That way, if my tone does change, you know it's a really big deal. If you're in one of these areas that are in the warning, we missed a little mini spinny here south. Oh yeah, it was that area that had the pocket of like 65 plus mile an hour winds that we last looked at this radar scan. That area did kind of wrap up. It's like near Mooresville, south side of Indianapolis, and it's continued to track across the southern suburbs, Greenwood, Indiana. It's basically along Main Street, approaching areas around Red's Corner. So continue to take tornado safety precautions there, south sides of Indianapolis, and that is for the areas around Greenwood, northern Johnson, southern Marion counties in Indiana. Yeah, but I try to do no hype that way. If it's serious and I'm talking about it, that way people know. Oh, the front is massive. We can take a look at a different way. Let me get to the, not that way. It's not even as big as some, but there is kind of windy, gusty showers all the way from southern Michigan, all the way down through basically all of Indiana, southern Illinois, all the way down into northern parts of Arkansas. There's still the front down here, but it takes a little bit of a break. But yeah, for storms and weather, there's rain and storms basically kind of along this whole corridor of weather, which is roughly kind of straight storms. It's roughly about 580 miles of severe warnings, almost continuous severe warnings from just south of Fort Wayne all the way to northern Arkansas. So yeah, it's a pretty massive storm system, but that's pretty typical this time of year. This isn't an exact representation, but you can kind of get the picture here. And it's moved since then. This only updates a couple times a day, but the low pressure is kind of essentially over southern Minnesota, maybe northeastern Iowa, western Wisconsin. So that's your big low pressure system. And then it's advanced since this has definitely advanced this then, but the cold front is probably extending down somewhat like this. And yeah, that warm front probably lifts somewhere like that. I'd have to do like full surface analysis to really get the picture of it, but it's in general something like that. And we are getting a new tornado warning. Covers that area that's extending out from Indianapolis and the south side of town. Continuing to see a rotation there. It's not quite as tight as it was earlier, but Sugar Creek, Bogstown, Fairland, Marion, and Morristown, north of Shelbyville. Shelby, Hancock, Johnson, and Marion counties. Let me grab some. This is a pretty populated area. Let me grab some. Oh, wow, that's moving fast. 60 miles an hour. There you go. Highway speed, that's moving towards Bogstown, 7 minutes. Fountain Town, 15. Sugar Creek, 7. And Marion, Indiana, about 15 minutes as well. Yeah, pretty consistent severe warnings from south sides of Fort Wayne, Huntington, Bluffton, Hartford, Muncie, Anderson, Pendleton over to Newcastle, Greenfield to Cambridge City, downtown Indianapolis down to Greensburg, Indiana, which if you'd make that drive between Indianapolis and Cincinnati, Greensburg is, I think, around halfway. So that's a really big warning. They have multiple counties out ahead of that severe warning. So that shows you how strong the storm is, that they're warning it in advance. And then same here for areas around Bloomington, Indiana. Severe warning goes out to just west of Columbus and then extends down through Washington, Bicknell, Vincennes, and pick up new radar down here. Pushing into areas just crossing the Wabash around Mount Carmel, Johnson, approaching areas around Evansville in the next hour or so. Pretty good surge of wind right there. It's crossing southern Illinois, near Marion, Illinois, Harrisburg, Illinois, Shawneetown. Severe warnings there. Actually, if you look at this, it gets skinnier, but the warning here and the warning here, all of southern Illinois is actually bisected by a warning. So you can't, if you start at Perryville, Missouri, and you want to get to Mount Vernon, Indiana, you'd basically cross Illinois in a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's interesting. It completely covers that whole width of the state right there. But Marion, Carbondale, considerable threat, $half size hail, some tornado possible. There's some broad rotation in here, West Frankfort, Johnston City, Marion area. We'll have to watch that. That's wrapped up, I think, a little tighter than the last time I looked at it. Yeah, it has tightened up a little bit near Johnson City. Right in there. It's just crossed the Interstate 57. Goreville. Let's see. And they are issuing a new tornado warning. Get to that in a second. Goreville, yeah, okay, you're just going to be on the southern side of the warning. It doesn't look quite as strong right through that Goreville area, but you're likely going to get some gusty winds, a lot of lightning, and some heavy rain, and probably in the next 30, 40 minutes to an hour. But it does look like the strongest part of the storm, at least right now, is just north of you guys towards Marion. And yeah, that may be that one area that kind of gets not as much severe storms. You may be the lucky ones. Down towards Cape Girardeau, keeping an eye on those storms. Good news here. Poplar Bluff, we've dropped that tornado warning across the Poplar Bluff area. Severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag continues. West of Poplar Bluff, 60-mile-an-hour gusts just a little bit ago. And then we've also lost the tornado warning in the area around Pocahontas and Corning. We've gained tornado warnings, though, around Ash Flat, Cherokee Village, Ravenden Springs. Yeah, there's rotation in here near Ash Flat. Let me get this up here for a second. And make a couple adjustments here. Okay. Let's go with this. A couple new tornado warnings. And I'm kind of getting too annoyed with those cameras in Indiana to just continue to try and fight that they are going to work today. I'll have to check settings and stuff on that another day. Okay. Thank you, University of Indiana, for their campus webcam. Actually, you can see the low-level jet kind of kicking in. Those storms, or not the storms, but the clouds are moving from right to left pretty quickly. That's the southerly jet, so I assume this looks to the east, maybe northeast. I can check that, Angela. Let's see. Yeah, we have other tornado warnings too around Mountain View. Tornado warning there in Arkansas, west of Mountain View. Looks like that storm is uptrended quite a bit in the last little bit. Should slide south of Mountain View, but we'll continue to watch those. And then another cell near Marshall. So still active across northern parts of Arkansas tonight. Some good news is we have lost, looks like all the storms, I think, in Texas. Yeah, the Arklatex is quieting down, so I don't have to deal with that. So we're not going to bounce around as much. Back in Bloomington, and this is where our camera is here. This is an area of intensifying area of rotation near Ellettsville. That's going to go just to the, well, Bloomington is in the warning polygon, but continue to take tornado safety precautions. Monroe, Owen, and Greene counties in south central Indiana. Yeah, this one has pretty pronounced notching in it. It's kind of a little dog leg in the line segment. Yeah, and you can see it kind of flared out just in the last couple scans. The one good thing is because it's kind of flaring out a little bit, it's maybe limited. It looks like the notch may try to close up a little bit, but still seeing rotation in here just to the northwest side of Bloomington. And yeah, here's their wind going away and wind towards. Bloomington itself is kind of on the RFD surge side of things on the southern flank of this, although there's still rotation back here. It's kind of broad at the moment, but Bloomington, you still have a chance of seeing a tornado, but you're going to get damaging winds first along the leading edge, and then if there is a tornado, it's kind of tucked back in here. Ellettsville, you got take your tornado safety precautions now if you haven't already. Wayport and Unionville, New Unionville, all of Bloomington. Tornado safety measures, lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between the outside as possible. You can see the lightning picking up. The one good thing is the dorms tend to be fairly safe facilities. So if you do have kids down here, you may want to give them a text and let them know, but don't freak out too much. The universities have pretty good safety policies for that kind of weather. And yeah, dorms tend to be, a lot of concrete and steel, so they tend to be really well structured. That other tornado warning is still pushing east and south of Indianapolis around Sugar Creek, Marion, and Morristown. Hey, Marie, how's it going tonight? Hope work is going well. Okay, good. I'm glad it's not just me then. They must have maybe changed their network or something, because none of those cameras worked, which is really rare. Yeah, I need to reach out to the rail fan guys, because they do have some nice cameras. Some of them look at weather. Some of them look a little too focused on the rails, but I probably need to reach out to them. This is kind of broadening a little bit near Fairland and Marion, but still rotation in here. This is also a damaging wind threat, 60, 70 plus mile an hour winds right in there. Yeah, seeing about 71, maybe some pockets a little higher. We are getting a little further from the radar site, so some of that might not be fully reaching the ground as far as the wind. But yeah, there still is kind of broad rotation in here. So a couple different tornado warnings, a couple there in southern Indiana, and then a few still in Arkansas. Looks like they have added a few counties across northern Mississippi to the tornado watch. So that's interesting. Okay, they've replaced the tornado watch. That's what they've done. So I guess the old watch was set to expire pretty soon. They've essentially replaced the old tornado watch, the PDS tornado watch, with it looks like a standard watch, a non-PDS tornado watch, until 5 a.m. And as they did that, they did drop it a little further south just in case. So it does include northern Mississippi and even northwest parts of Alabama around Florence. Primary threats include a few tornadoes likely, with a couple intense tornadoes possible, widespread damaging winds, 70 miles an hour likely, and scattered large hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter. They are watching line-embedded circulations, as well as a few discrete storms are still possible as that continues working to the south and east. All right, we'll take these from top to bottom again. Some new alerts also going off. Still seeing that rotation in there near Marion, Morristown, north of Shelbyville. Shelbyville, you're about to get on the heavy rain, wind, some embedded hail, and some very gusty winds across Shelbyville. And then let's go back to Bloomington, because this was a pretty organized area of rotation. Still seeing it in here. It's on the northwest side of town. Woodyard Road out on State Route 48. Between there and Forest Park Heights, that's the area of rotation. Still kind of broad, but the gustier winds are probably going through town right about now. Yeah, lightning's going to pick up on this camera too. Trying to look at the trees and see if there's any wind gusts on this camera yet. I don't see any, but I'll be very curious to see in a couple minutes. Yeah, rotation in here near Ellettsville, Westbrook Downs. This is an area that had a tornado, I think, a couple weeks ago, out on State Highway 48. I think this is the airport right here, if I remember right. Very familiar area for tracking tornadoes. Some stronger storms also in southern Indiana, about to cross into northern Kentucky. Keep an eye on those ones. A couple special weather statements there. Yeah, and still flash flooding is going to be a huge issue across southern Indiana tonight. More heavy storms, Washington, Vincennes, Lugety. I think we had someone from there following earlier. Right now, mostly kind of general severe thunderstorms, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. There's a couple areas of interesting rotation, but they're kind of behaving themselves at the moment. That one near Bloomington is the one that's wrapped up a little bit tighter. And seeing pretty strong storms coming through areas there north of Evansville. Yeah, some of this area in extreme southern Illinois may actually miss the severe weather. Those storms are sliding a little more easterly across Marion and Harrisburg, North City. Okay, now I see the trees are moving a little bit. Nothing crazy though. Okay, yeah, there's some wind kind of blowing across the parking lot. You can, I'll blow this camera up and we can see it together. Watch the, like, down in this area near the parking lot, you can see the wind kind of blowing across through the trees. Yeah, that's definitely kind of that leading edge of the wind. So this is not the tornadic part of the storm yet. There's the pretty heavy rain and wind now kind of showing up. You can see the distance, the camera, like the campus in the distance is really closed in. Oh, and take a look at that storm. I'll put it kind of on the side there so you can see it. Yeah, still seeing rotation basically over Bloomington right now. This will be an interesting camera to see if we get any wind change on here. So yeah, if that camera looks to the east, northeast, the wind is going to be basically blowing kind of with that camera like it is right now. If we get on the backside of the circulation, we may see the wind kind of blow from the other direction. So we'll see if we can get that wind change. Area of rotation is in here, basically just still on the northwest side of Bloomington. I'll keep it kind of medium for a minute because we do have a couple other new tornado warnings that have just gone off. The Germantown one. Let's see. Okay, I thought it was a tornado warning, but it's just a considerable threat severe thunderstorm warning. Corning in northeast Arkansas over to Pidgeot and Rector continue to stay in a sturdy structure there away from windows. And then let's get back to areas around Cherokee Village, Ash Flat, Still seeing rotation in here near Williford, approaching Ravenden and Imboden. That may make its way over towards Walnut Ridge and Hoxie. So we'll keep our eye on that storm. A little more populated out east of the Ozarks. This storm is really ramped up in the last little bit. A really windy, broad mezzo, but there could be a circulation in there. Not seeing anything crazy on CC, but that's a pretty powerful circulation near West Richwoods, just south of Mountain View, Arkansas. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there. Izard and Stone counties. And then watching a couple other storms in northern Arkansas. All these are well north of Little Rock at the moment. Okay, back to Bloomington. Yeah, still seeing rotation in here. 10:30, yep. It's the latest scan. So still seeing rotation in here. Still kind of that northwest side of town. We're going to continue that tornado warning, obviously. Still showing that rotation there. A few new warnings also came out. Areas around Richmond, Indiana, Connorsville, Liberty. This is basically warning this line of storms all the way to the state line. And then areas south and east of Fort Wayne around Van Wert in Ohio. That's a new warning out there. Yeah, big bulge of wind coming into the areas just to the approaching the state line with Ohio. So that's going to be Decatur to Van Wert and eventually over towards Coldwater. Dangerous storms now starting to work into Ohio. Let's see, it's about it's about 11:30 Eastern, so that's about right. New tornado warning. They're going to continue that one that's coming out of the Marion, Indiana area for Manila and Rushville, Indiana. Tornado warning continues there. That's going to be Shelby and Rush counties. East Central Indiana until midnight. Still at east at 45. Let's get that tracked out again. This circulation has kind of been here for a while. It's been basically skirting across the southern suburbs of Indianapolis. Rushville, 11 minutes. And then if it holds together, Connorsville, 33. Yeah, let's go back and get that PDS warning. That's the one in Arkansas. Oh boy. Yeah, it's the one we saw really ramping up. Oh yeah, it's in here. It's in the rain. Right over areas around Hanover. Oh geez. That's a pretty big tornado just south of Mountain View, Arkansas. Okay, we'll tuck that back into its home for a minute. That's a big tornado there, just in the mountains there near Hanover. I don't know if we're going to see much, but we actually have a camera over there. It's a very rural and remote area, so this actually probably looks really beautiful in the daytime. It's slightly less useful here at night, but yeah, that is a less useful camera at nighttime, but boy, where are we looking here? This is Highway 5, which comes out of Mountain View. I think it is right over here. The camera's somewhere right over here. Big tornado just south of Mountain View. Confirmed PDS dangerous tornado near the small community of Hanover, or just south of East Richwoods. That's a dangerous tornado. Observed PDS tornado. Law enforcement confirmed as well. So it's been confirmed by law enforcement. We're seeing it on radar now, reflected here on radar. We must have saw that just as it was, yeah, just before it really got going, because there was nothing really on CC. Maybe this could be the start of it on CC a few minutes ago. Yep, it looks like that was. And then the next scan, that's a tornado for sure on the correlation coefficient. And that is definitely a tornado. It's continuing basically to drift east-northeast. It's going to come very close to the southeast sides of Mountain View. So Mountain View, you need to be in your tornado safe space. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. This is at night too. You can see what it looks like here. And if you were here, you might be able to see a little bit better, but there's still just going to be big flashes of lightning. It's still really dark. There's mountains and trees, and you're not going to see this one coming. Really dangerous storm. And that's a deep debris signature. It's just mowing down trees in this higher terrain here of the Ozarks. Again, the small community, Hanover, Arkansas, and then it's approaching areas around Dickens Lane, Jimmy Mitchell Road, and Mountain View Road, which is Highway 5, Arkansas Highway 5. It is going a little bit slower than some of our other storms in Indiana right now. But let's see if we get any kind of communities in here. How to pronounce that one? I'm sorry if you're from this location, but Chalibate Springs, the Springs, I'll just say. St. James, 20 minutes. Pleasant Grove, 20 minutes. And Marcella, 20 minutes. So the next kind of formal communities are all about 15 to 20 minutes out. But there are people that live out here. There goes a car, actually, on that. And that's a really dangerous thing. This is how people actually can get killed, is driving through, as Buff and Puff said, just a nightmare. Lightning flashing all around. It's dark. You're on a rural highway, and then there's a tornado that just comes over the mountaintop. That is like a super crazy dangerous situation. 60 outbound. About 120 gate to gate. We are looking up in altitude a little bit, but how far are we looking? Okay, it's a little bit closer to the Little Rock radar site too. Still big debris signature. Oh, I'm sorry, Kristen. Let's see. I'm about to have a tornado warning. Yeah, you jinxed yourself. We'll get you through it. Don't worry. It's probably not as scary of a situation as I wouldn't want to be there. That's a as Buff and Puff said, that's like a nightmare situation. That's just out in the middle of the super rural area with just a big tornado chewing through there. This is like the one camera within many, many miles of this location. We might lose it just because of how remote this is, and the tornado is actually getting somewhat closer to this camera position. Yeah. Yeah, the one good thing is it is more remote out there. We did get a new tornado warning for Randolph, Lawrence, and Sharp counties. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Ravenden or 13 miles northwest of the Lake Charles State Park. So that Ravenden storm, they're going to continue that out through Pocahontas, Imboden, Black Rock, and north of Walnut Ridge. Rotation has backed off a little bit on that storm, though. It's actually rotation that's picked up on the lead storm in that cluster. Yeah, there's a bit more of an inflow notch in this part of the storm now. So closer to Black Rock, closer to Pocahontas. Still need to take tornado safety precautions for both of those storms. All right, and then yeah, new tornado warnings also. We're going off right at the same time that PDS was, but Cambridge City and Knightstown still seeing a little bit of rotation in there. Here's that other area of circulation near Rushville. So continuing to watch those storms in eastern Indiana. And then we have lost the tornado warning for the Bloomington area. There is kind of a return to normal there in Bloomington. And good news is the lights are still on. So if you got kids down at IU, lights are still on. Everything looks normal. Those trees are standing still again. The one thing you might note is the clouds now. Earlier, before that storm went through, they were blowing from right to left. Those were the southerly winds out ahead of the storm. If you watch now, they're blowing from left to right. That's the northwest winds behind that line and cluster of storms. So yes, quieting down, better situation for Bloomington. Still some broad rotation in that storm near Nashville in Indiana. We'll just continue to track it, see if it tightens up again. Continue to watch that storm if you're over towards Columbus, Indiana, Westport, and certainly the Nashville area. Okay, yeah. That the ones. Okay, yeah, your guys are up next, kind of. Rushville is off to your west. It will get through pretty quick. It is moving pretty fast. It has broadened some just in the last couple minutes, too. And actually, it's diving a little bit south of east. So it's still in here. It's probably going to be more like, at least right now, looking like the southern half of Fayette County. which would be like Connorsville, South, Bunker Hill. We'll keep an eye on it for you. You're probably going to get a tornado warning, but it all tornado warnings should be taken basically with the same severity. But this is a little more of a problem. And they are extending this observed considerable threat PDS tornado warning south of Mountain View, south and east of Mountain View. Wow. That's still a big tornado chewing through the mountains of Arkansas here. And look how it's wobbled a little bit. It started to pull a little towards the north, towards Mountain View, and then it started to work towards the east. It's also picked up speed, it looks like, as well. It's getting very close to that town I could not pronounce. Chalibate Springs, maybe? Oh, I was going to say that debris ball is also getting close to our camera. I think we just lost our camera. Not because it's hit that camera yet. I think it's just that camera probably has a remote connection anyway. And but it was about to actually probably sideswipe that camera. That camera actually may have gotten sideswiped with the winds. The inflow winds into the storm are still screaming in here. Yeah, there's a look at the tilt 2 as well. You can see all this is just rotating around. These are winds going away from the radar towards the radar. That's an insane storm. Yeah, we lost the camera. I'll see if it comes back, but I don't think it will. That's a tornado still on the ground. That's on Highway 5, Mountain View Road. Really hope there's no one still traveling it. That could be a deadly situation if someone's traveling this highway. It's hilly, it's mountainous. There's curves you can see on this road. So, you know, you can be driving along and then come around the curve and there's a big tornado there. That is like nightmare material. Yeah, Rushville still under a tornado warning. I'll leave the PDS warning. I tend to stick to the PDS warnings pretty tight. But since that's a lower populated area and we do have people in the Rushville area, I'm going to pop back up here. If you're in Rushville, that circulation is just to your south and east along State Street near Farmington, also out towards New Salem. Basically Rushville and west, it's more of a wind event, more general thunderstorm. The circulation's on the leading edge of this complex of storms. A little bit of a different setup. It's not a supercell, it's an embedded line segment. Did audio cut out? Bob, can you hear us? Guys, does audio sound good? Let me see. Do I not have audio right now? Okay, you hear me? Is Bob pranking us? Yeah, okay, I can hear myself now. Okay. Bob, it sounds like a you problem. No, seriously though, if you're in Rushville, stay in your safe place a few more minutes. If you're east of Rushville, that's where the more primary threat is. It's just off to the east of Rushville. But if you're Rushville and points west, just stay in your safe place a few more minutes. Let this pretty strong to severe storm get past you and you'll be okay. Yeah, refresh and come back in. Maybe a you problem. I mean, you're in a severe tornadic storm, so it might be that connection. not to make light of it, but you're literally in a tornado warning there, Bob. It might be you. All right. Anyway, yeah, and for our folks in Fayette County, this is still kind of holding its own. So I would expect the tornado warning to probably get reissued and continue out, but whether it does or not, you want to get prepared to go to your safe place because they may let the tornado warning drop, and then they may have to reissue it if it gets tightened back up again. So just be prepared there if you're in Fayette County. It does look like north of there towards Cambridge City, that area of circulation has diminished some. That's headed generally towards the Richmond, Indiana area. But yeah, that area of circulation has gone down. All right, good. You're good. It's generally, I think, generally this whole line is in this part of Indiana is weakening in general, but there are still some pretty potent parts of the line. Bob, don't go look outside or anything or any close to the windows, but maybe you heard it. Did you get any hail in Rushville in the last couple minutes? Let's take a look at yeah, there may be a little pocket of hail also just kind of on the northeast side of Rushville. Yeah, the Mountain View storm. It's going to be up quite a bit in altitude just because it is far from the radar site. And yeah, it's still a pretty deep debris signature. It's basically just beside our camera. If we had our camera still on, we could be seeing kind of the outer circulation of that tornado, but it's crossing Highway 5. Just next up is St. James, Arkansas. This is one of those dangerous situations too, because you're actually getting some hail likely in this hail core, and then the tornado tucks back in here. So some people will kind of start to come out of their hiding spot. They think the hail has quieted down, that the storm might be over is what they're thinking, and then all of a sudden there's the tornado there on the backside. That's a big storm. Oh, okay. You're good. Yeah, if you're towards the Richmond area, then yeah, you're still in that severe threat. Wouldn't be surprised if they continue that tornado warning towards Connorsville and Liberty. It's still in there. If you are towards Richmond, that tornado warning has expired to your west. So right now it's, yeah, more of a damaging wind risk for some gusty, strong winds. And then our storm that went through the Bloomington area, that's not Bloomington. That's Bloomington. That has gone tornado warned again. Circulation in here near Happy Hollow Children's Camp, North Ogleville, and then approaching Columbus, Indiana. That's for southeastern Brown and Bartholomew counties in east central Indiana. A little more populated area too, moving east at 50. These storms are booking it across Indiana tonight. About 13 minutes to Columbus and 33 minutes to Westport, Indiana. I think you guys are good in Hardy. Let me go double check. We'll slide back down to Hardy. Yeah, Hardy is north and west of the storm complex. So your severe threat in Hardy is over for the night. This is all south of you guys. They're just going to be safe and just warn this whole thing out across northern Arkansas and the Boot Heel of Missouri. This area, this complex of storms near Paragould and Rector and Pidgeot has had tornado warnings at times, still showing some broad rotation. Same for that area back towards Walnut Ridge. Keep an eye on those areas. But warning goes out there, tornado possible tag, and 70-mile-an-hour winds. Our PDS tornado warning continues across parts of northern Arkansas, Stone, Independence, and Cleburne counties. This was a law enforcement reported tornado just a little bit ago. It's crossed Highway 5, which is right in there. Looks like it's gone north of Chalabate Springs. I think that's how you say it. There's your debris signature. The debris signature has slacked off in the last couple minutes. Oh, hey, that's a good news. This is some good news here. Our camera is back working again. And I still generally, I think, yeah, the trees that we could see in this picture are still here, so that's a good sign. This may have just been south of that area of rotation. But areas around Pleasant Grove, this is in a slightly more populated area. St. James, Pleasant Grove, areas here along Main Street. You guys are next in line for potentially still a damaging tornado. It has slowed down too, moving east at 25, radar confirmed damaging tornado. Yeah, generally it is headed towards the yeah, that Batesville area. That's a more populated area too. Batesville, technically like downtown, isn't in the warning polygon, but I would start to take my tornado safety precautions there, just on based on how this storm has behaved the last little while, and it's still likely producing a destructive tornado in here. I would take my tornado safety precautions. The good news is it is slowed down a little bit. It has slowed down to about 25. I'm going to keep it at 30 just to give people just a few extra minutes. But at about 25 to 30 miles an hour, it's still about a half hour away from Batesville. But yeah, Pleasant Grove, it's about now. Marcella, pretty much now. And then there are a bunch of small communities you can see in here. 6 minutes to O'Neill, 14 to Bethesda, 11 to Harmontown. So please, please, please take your tornado safety precautions. If anyone knows anyone up in this area, again, that's Stone, Independence, and Claiborne counties in north central Arkansas. Call them, even though it's 11 o'clock at night. Give them a call and let them know to take their tornado safety measures. It has broadened and weakened on the last couple scans, but I'm not ready to say it's not on the ground. I think it's still in here near Pleasant Grove. This storm may also try and cycle again. It still has a pretty good notch feature on it. Kind of a little hook in here. It's hard to see. It's not really HD since we're still pretty far from the radar site, but I think if we were closer to the radar, we'd see a more textbook supercell. Yeah, some dangerous storms working through parts of Arkansas tonight. Some good news for our friends in Indiana. They have dropped that tornado warning. Yeah, that has broadened, it looks like, as it's worked its way east of Rushville. Still some broad circulation in here, south of Connorsville. We'll kind of watch it. Kind of like that storm near Bloomington. It may get dropped from the tornado warning, but then if it tightens back up, they may have to reissue one. And then, yeah, checking back here, still seeing rotation around North Ogleville, approaching the southwest sides of Columbus, Indiana. There's actually a couple different circulations in here. There's one a little further south, approaching Jonesville, all along 65. So well-traveled interstate in here. Yeah, there's a couple little features. dangerous storm approaching Columbus, Indiana right now. This is going to blow through pretty quick. Already, on the backside, Rushville's on the backside, Shelbyville, Greenwood, Greenfield, Knightstown. So it will go through pretty quick. And for those areas there around Richmond and Connorsville, it's basically one and done. You'll have rain and some thunder and maybe even some gusty winds back here. Some flooding rain, so keep that in mind if you have to go travel early morning. But the severe threat diminishes as soon as this line passes. A couple stronger storms in eastern parts of Kentucky. These were kind of remnants of the stronger storms earlier. Looks like there's also a stronger storm near Scottsville in southern south central Kentucky. And then we are seeing more storms now kind of going up across the tornado watch in western Tennessee. So we'll keep an eye on some of these. Nothing severe right now, but just some areas to note to keep our eye on. Pea-sized hail, maybe smaller and bigger. Okay, that's good to know. Definitely stay safe, especially if it starts to hail heavier. Stay away from those windows, but let's see. Yeah, that pocket right in there has some pockets of some small hail. You can kind of see it on the correlation coefficient too. Nothing giant, nothing that's going to probably damage your roof or anything. Probably really, if your car's outside or something like that, it's not really going to probably cause too much dents. It's probably just pea to maybe a quarter or two. But nothing. Hail is less of an issue right now. And then, yeah, still seeing that rotation kind of picking up south sides of Columbus, southwest sides of Columbus. All right, some good news here. This has actually been dropped. It's back to a radar indicated tornado warning. Capable of producing tornado near Coker or 13 miles east of Mountain View, moving east at 35. Continues though, Stone and Independence counties. Yeah, you should be good. I don't think it's lifted yet. That's on the backside. It might have. Could be also carrying some debris in there. Marcella, I'd still be in my safe place there. It's hard to fully say. We're still far from the radar, but that's some suspicious CC. It doesn't fully line up, though. 10:03. 10:03. And 10:03. I think that's still on the ground, but says radar indicated. Let me see if one of my other radar products have a better view of it. It's still a pretty dense CC. I tried to look at it on another radar product, and it's still suspiciously dense in the CC and the correlation coefficient. The darker blues means there's less correlation. Sometimes that shows up as clear air, but the clear air pattern, it could be clear air kind of in this little backside area, but if I draw it out, you'll see that the clear air pattern doesn't fully match where the CC was. So if this was all blue, then it would kind of match, but it's not. It's still kind of this circular shape in here, and it doesn't fully match where the clear air is, because that circular shape is kind of actually down in this area. But the rotation is backed off. I think it's off the ground, but it's still really suspicious on CC. So it may be debris that's just kind of caught up in the storm right now. And because we're far from the radar site, it may just be the radar is kind of overestimating how much debris is in there right now. Especially because this has been a significant tornado, so it's lofted debris really far up in the storm. So I think it's just kind of overestimating the debris field. But it may be okay, that's a little better. Yeah, I think it's just cycling. But areas like O'Neill, Marcella, you guys might be getting like fallen tree limbs and twigs, and nothing like giant, but there could be leaves and pine needles and stuff kind of falling out of the sky in that area. And it is starting to cycle. We see a little bit more organized winds going towards the radar and more organized winds going away from the radar around O'Neill. It looks like it's trying to cycle again. So yeah, it's going to try and get a more pronounced hook. It's going to reestablish the inflow, and it's probably going to try and put down a new tornado. So continue to take tornado safety precautions. Marcella, O'Neill, Harmontown, Locust Grove, Arkansas, Batesville, Arkansas, and it is getting into a slightly more populated area too. That's a really dangerous supercell right now, especially at night. Let's go check on Bob and everything. Some good news here for now. We're losing a few of those severe warnings across Illinois and across southern Indiana right now. It's a really solid line of storms, gusty winds, but right now not seeing tornado warnings. And also right now, the hail and the wind have gone under the severe limits. Could you get a gust to 60 or 65? Yeah. But most of the gusts in here are going to be 40 to 50. And more significantly, the hail and the tornado threat has diminished over the last little bit. Still a messy situation up here. Let's see. Still a severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warning there around Columbus. This area has a little bit more pronounced wind. Also, you can kind of see that surging out on the leading edge. Caruthersville through Seymour to North Vernon, and then over around Columbus. That area has broadened though, so that's a good sign there too. Hey, Kristen. Yeah, are you guys doing okay? Check on the Connorsville area. So your heaviest storms right now are about Centerville down to Connorsville. Once you kind of get behind that line, you're good to go. And not seeing much circulation in there anymore. There's a little bit, technically, but nothing that warrants a tornado warning at the moment. So you're in better shape. Looks like the hail signatures have come down on that part of the storm as well. Strong storms also pushing through areas into western Ohio, Coldwater, to New Bremen, Union City, to Sydney. It's approaching the I-75 corridor from north of Dayton around Tip City, Troy, Sydney, Ohio, and just south of Wapakoneta. There's some stronger storms, but sub-severe going through Cincinnati at the moment. And then more storms coming through Lawrenceburg to Versailles. And then back there, that's the third around, that's the more severe storms right now around Seymour and Vernon. I wouldn't be surprised to see a few more flash flood warnings fill in across the southern Illinois or Indiana and also into southwest Ohio. Yeah, flash flooding is still a big issue. So far, this was our tornado-driven moderate risk. So far, I don't think we've seen a lot of tornadoes in this area. Particularly that area in southern Illinois was a little more quiet than expected. Maybe back here, west of Poplar Bluff, there may have been a couple in that radar hole. And then this one is just getting into some of the more prime tornadic areas. So that one around Mountain View definitely warrants that hatched risk. And then, yeah, some of these storms are getting away from our highest areas of wind risk as well. They should continue to weaken across northern or north central Indiana and then into Ohio. The hail threat also, they're getting away from that higher hail threat. Storms back here in Arkansas are still in that. And then, yeah, this kind of transitions into the day 2 enhanced risk for day 2, which starts at 7 a.m., 6 a.m. Technically. Big enhanced risk, actually bigger than originally. So they've expanded this all the way into the Dallas-Fort Worth area and then all the way over to just west of Tupelo, Mississippi. Tornadoes, again, possible tomorrow. Not quite as high chance, but still could get a couple significant tornadoes. The wind risk has actually come up in the last couple outlooks by the Storm Prediction Center. So damaging wind from central and southern Arkansas, northeast Texas, northern Louisiana, and northwest Mississippi. And the hail risk has come up quite a bit in the last couple scans, or not scans, but outlooks. They've definitely bumped up the hail. Some significant hail all the way from Del Rio, but particularly the Arklatex. The hail tomorrow looks like could be some big hail. Texarkana, Dallas-Fort Worth, Shreveport, Conway, Little Rock. So Angela, you're in Arkansas, right? Definitely another severe weather day tomorrow for Arkansas. Let's go back and take a look at our Batesville storm. Still an interesting circulation. Still trying to kind of reorganize in this area here between just west of Batesville, really. Batesville to Harmontown and then up towards Big Springs. Still seeing kind of a broad circulation at the moment, but they put down a big tornado already. I would guess it's going to try and cycle, so we'll keep an eye on that storm. And storms are slowly kind of downtrending across this area as it gets into Kennett, Missouri, and Caruthersville, areas around Walnut Springs. Someone said something about Heber Springs earlier. unless I mispronounced the name. Maybe that was just that. No storms yet, but storms are kind of north and west of the Heber Springs area. And then a severe warning for Henderson, Kentucky, just south of Evansville. Yeah, some gusty winds in here, some small hail, potentially there around Smithville and Henderson. They've dropped the tornado warning for areas around Columbus. Still some broad circulation in there. It's mostly a damaging wind risk. North Vernon and areas around Austin, Scottsburg, crossing the I-65 corridor. There may be some breezy conditions also behind this too. That some of the storm, the severe storm, is back here, but there's probably some gusty winds still in this kind of rainy, lightning covered area. And yeah, some of the strongest winds are probably coming through the Richmond area in that part of the storm, down to about Liberty. A little bit of a, not a bowing feature that I would fully call a bowing feature, but a little more pronounced wind right in that little section. New tornado warning. They're obviously going to continue that tornado warning storm around the Batesville area, and they're going to expand that warning just a touch. Cave City, Strawberry, Sulphur Rock, Southside, Newark. Surprised they didn't expand it the other way much, because some of that rotation is actually kind of riding on the south side of that warning polygon, but they may need to kind of adjust this just a little bit. Yeah. I think there's one area there. And there's kind of another area up here too. Kind of a weird storm at the moment, but let me check it on a couple different tilts just to double check. But yeah, still seeing it there. It's a big broad mezzo, but there is a couple localized areas. There's one up here near Cushman. Cushman, right? Yeah, Cushman. And then the area that more pronounced, and the area that's kind of organizing the new hook, is kind of on the southern side, just west of Batesville. I don't see any defined CC drop with either of those. Keep an eye on this area. If that starts to deepen, that little clutter could be something, but right now it looks like it's not on the ground. Good to hear in Indiana. Looks like no hail. Things are starting to calm down. Let's track this back out. And first I want to put it in motion and just see how it's going. Yeah, it's still tracking east-southeast. This is for Jackson, Independence, Lawrence, and Sharp counties. North central Arkansas, moving east at 35. So it has increased speed just a little bit. Couple towns there. It's pretty close to Batesville, but about 4 to 6 minutes. Southside 12, Newark, Arkansas 27, and then if it does hold together, areas like Tuckerman, about 50 or so minutes. Keep an eye on this little more populated area here also. Tuckerman, Diaz, and Newport, as well as this area here, Southside and Batesville. The storm, as we get slightly close to the radar, has a little bit more of a presentation on it. kind of hooks around like that. And there's one circulation kind of up in the storm, and the other one is on the southern flank of that hook. So that kind of places it pretty much in the right spot. That's a well-structured supercell. We've gotten quite a few, looks like wind reports. Yeah, 70-mile-an-hour winds earlier in Vermilion County. Near Kokomo, Indiana, 70-mile-an-hour winds. 70 also in Marion a while ago. I haven't seen crazy wind reports, but they've gotten into the 60 to 70 kind of range in quite a bit of Indiana. Take a look and check those out. Looks like the strongest winds now are pushing across the state line. New Paris approaching Eaton. And then, yeah, through Greenville, Ohio to about Versailles. That's where the strongest winds are. Looks like our Indiana folks, you guys should be okay now. Except for right around this area, Brookville up to Liberty. Still some stronger winds in that part. And then we're starting to see the severe warnings push closer to the state line. Batesville, Osgood, Versailles, Milan, Manchester. Is there still a ski resort like up here? Years ago, there used to be like a ski resort up in here. I don't know if it's there anymore. Strongest part of that line is around North Vernon. Should kind of ride the Ohio River, and then we'll keep an eye on that towards Lawrenceburg. But yeah, lots of rain and storms across Cincinnati right now. The lightning from that storm that's over by Batesville is already showing up on the 384 corridor near Diaz, Arkansas. And this is the actually this is the camera. We caught the EF4 Diaz tornado on this exact camera, but left is to the west, so the storm would be coming from that side. But yeah, already seeing probably the anvil lightning way out ahead of that storm. Yeah, and there's some lightning closer to there's Diaz right here. So yeah, there is some lightning kind of around there. Not quite there yet. That's a big storm. Let's see. That tornado warned storm that produced the large tornado south of Mountain View just a little bit ago, pushing about 55,000 feet for the top of the storm. And that may be one of our more intense storms at the moment. Yeah. This storm near Pocahontas and Walnut Ridge is also one to watch. Some areas here have 50,000 foot tops as well. Pretty good wind coming through that area, Hoxie, Walnut Ridge. That's going to slowly sink towards Jonesboro as well. Still seeing those winds pushing through Greenville. They're now pretty solidly into western Ohio, approaching Troy and Tip City. They've also extended that warning out through Oxford, Hamilton, New Miami, Trenton, and close to Middletown. Looks like our folks in Rushville, you guys are in a better spot now. Severe warnings have pushed to your east. I feel like I've covered some storms around this area before. There was just a huge lightning bolt on our Indiana camera, which is interesting because that's behind the line of storms. But yeah, there's still quite a bit of lightning still in the area behind the storms. There's the bolt that just really flashed on that camera. Because it's been behind the storms, I haven't been on that camera, but it was so bright it lit up the screen. So yeah, it's going to be not severe, but heavy rain, thunder, lightning, a good sleeping night for some heavy rain and thunder across much of Indiana right now. Some of the strongest storms in Indiana are starting to close in on that Cincinnati metro pretty quickly, so we'll continue to kind of follow those. At the rate they're working, though, this is going to move through long before this watch expires. This watch is supposed to go till 4 a.m. Eastern, but most of this is going to be through in the next couple hours. We're down to the 1 tornado warning, still around the Batesville area. Looks like that our other area of circulation has ramped down a bit. I'm not seeing it much in there near Cushman, but the area right around Batesville, that is starting to perk back up just to the east or south of Batesville, and then working to the east, south side, Bryant Woodlands, Batesville, Sulphur Rock. Starting to see more of a surge in winds there. Good night, Kristen. Or Bob, or whoever's bailing right now. Yeah, that is a trend. Just kind of a pattern that generally you get a little more QLCS on the eastern edge of Indiana. We're getting a new tornado warning for parts of Indiana, though. Jennings County in southeast Indiana. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Osgood or 19 miles southwest of Batesville, moving east at 55. And I would guess this is going to be a handoff to the Wilmington office out of Wilmington, Ohio. This warning is so kind of skinny because it's at the end of Indianapolis's office. At 55, we'll probably get a new warning that comes out like that. So prepare for tornado safety measures there around Versailles, Osgood, Manchester. Yeah, there is rotation in here. Around Nebraska, it's going to be headed towards Osgood and Versailles. Actually, a couple different circulations in there. Yeah, I would guess that the Wilmington office will fill it in the next couple minutes. Have a good night, Kristen. Thanks for joining us again. Sounds good, Angela. Yeah, definitely stay tuned. We'll be on, I think, tomorrow too. If you're in Arkansas, definitely give us a like, and you can click the bell icon and get notified when we go live. Right now, it looks like more of an issue, especially across southern and central Arkansas, but parts of northern Arkansas may get severe weather tomorrow as well. And this is ramping back up near Batesville. Continue to stay in tornado safe space. I know it's been a little while. The storm's moving pretty slowly. 25 to 35 miles an hour. Independence, Jackson, Lawrence, and Sharp counties. It's a dangerous storm. You can see how it's cycled, and it has now a little bit more structure than it did just a couple minutes ago. It's kind of tightening up a little bit. The velocities started to come up, and then now they're a little bit tighter right in here. There. Okay, good. I have it on that camera. There still is quite a bit of lightning in that Bloomington camera. Keeps kind of catching my eye. New warning around the Evansville area. That's that storm coming out of Henderson. I think there's some rotation in there, so this does have a tornado possible tag, as it basically follows the Ohio River, Henderson, Newburgh, Yankeetown, over towards Hatfield and Richland. It's going to be a lot of counties because there's a few in Indiana and a few in Kentucky. Warwick, Vanderburgh, and Spencer counties, southwest Indiana, Davies, and Henderson counties in northwest Kentucky. Couple dangerous cells here across the Ohio River. Another one coming through Morganfield, Kentucky. That's going to be continuing south around Henderson and point south towards Dixon. And then another one back here towards Elizabethtown. A little bit of rotation in there too. Near Cave and Rock. I think that's right in the southeast corner there of Illinois. Yeah. That area in extreme southeast Illinois is kind of the last part in Illinois that still has a severe threat this evening. Yeah, stay safe. We'll be on tomorrow. More severe weather, this time a little bit further south. I'm surprised they haven't joined in the Indianapolis office, continuing this tornado warning that just got issued a little bit ago. Areas of circulation actually crossed out of the Indianapolis warning, and it's now kind of into the county that Versailles is in. So we'll see. Wilmington may not be keen on extending that warning. Different weather service offices have slightly different criteria for warning things, and some don't warn kind of QLCS tornadoes as much as others. Others are content with, tornado possible tags, that sort of thing. As kind of expected, as this has gotten into the I-75 corridor in Ohio, it is on the downtrend. Still some strong storms coming into Sydney, Troy, Tip City, eventually approaching Dayton. But a good sign here is they're going to extend out a special weather statement instead of the re-upping a severe thunderstorm warning. So that's the National Weather Service office thinking the storm is generally falling below severe limits, and they're going to issue that warning for sub-severe thunderstorms. We'll keep an eye on it. This always is another area, just kind of pattern, perception maybe of a pattern and not really one, but it does seem like storms kind of overperform a little bit once they get to the Columbus area. I feel like I have worked that area for QLCS tornadoes fairly frequently too. Look at the lightning around the Diaz area. Before we get back to Arkansas, just kind of checking on some storms. Still starting to flare up around the Nashville area. There is a little bit of a supercell here near Bon Aqua Junction, keeping an eye on that one. some small hail gusty winds, a bunch of other kind of general thunderstorms right now, but favorable environment. Severe potential does go out to at least 5 a.m. with a tornado watch there in western Tennessee. Here's this area along I-40 and near Bon Aqua Junction. I don't see a lot of lightning with that cell right now. It's kind of increasing, but we'll keep an eye on it. Okay, yeah, more of the lightning is on the south side of that. There's some. All right, and then back to our radar indicated tornado warning around Batesville, Arkansas. Still seeing that circulation that's actually kind of re-broadened back out, but as it's crossed to the Batesville area, approaching south side, Sulphur Rock, we'll continue to keep our eye on those areas. Continue to stay in your tornado safe space, even though it's been a while. I'll probably adjust my title eventually, probably after the stream, but I don't know if we've had a technical tornado outbreak today, like it was looking like it might have been with a higher ceiling today. Yeah, I'm not sure we got many tornadoes in our moderate risk, our level 4 out of 5 risk area. So some days kind of work out, some days don't. For the forecast, this one may have underperformed a little bit kind of in this area. But it was a very tricky forecast. I will give you that. We kind of had the frontal system crashing in, a warm front that was kind of enhanced by the morning storms that came across the I-70 corridor. That's kind of left a boundary right in there. So yeah, definitely tricky forecast for today. And I feel like we've had a lot of those recently. It's been a very interesting severe weather season so far. That some days that had higher end potential, the fail mechanisms actually kept it from hitting those high potentials. Generally, though, we've had good forecasts by the Storm Prediction Center. So, yeah, they've been throwing out some really good forecasts. And if you look back at the storm reports and see the patterns and stuff, the storm reports match their forecasting pretty good. So kind of a complex setup here across Kentucky right now. We do have a cluster of some sub-severe but strong storms moving through eastern Kentucky, areas around Pikeville, and then back across Ohio, we have a cluster of kind of general thunderstorms. They have kind of developed along that rain-cooled boundary. Behind that, we have that more significant cluster. This has been the storms that formed across eastern Missouri and western Illinois. They're finally pushed across Indiana and are now approaching the Ohio border. But yeah, kind of multiple rounds of storms here. Sub-severe storms first, heavy rain, lightning, thunder, and then it's that back edge where the more pronounced severe weather potential is, with a little bit of rotation still in that cell near Versailles. Some gusty winds. Let's see if we can grab it from the radar there. A little too far from the Cincinnati tower radar, but there is rotation in there just kind of broadly. So we'll keep an eye on that one. And then we have kind of a little bit of a break across southern Indiana. Not a break in storms, but a break in severe coverage. They are filling in a more watches there. Let's get a look at that. Looks like they're going to add some counties across central Kentucky to the existing severe thunderstorm watch. So good idea there, because there is a potential for more severe thunderstorms. A little bit of rotation in here near Georgetown. Keep an eye on that little notch right in there. That's approaching areas around Louisville. Areas that got hit hard earlier today as well. Around the Louisville area, already seeing quite a bit of flood reports there. And then, yeah, still seeing some pretty powerful storms south of Evansville, south of the Ohio River right now. Henderson down through Dixon and Clay, Kentucky, approaching Madisonville, Kentucky. Strong winds, some half-dollar size hail, and a couple areas of broad circulation. Nashville, your first kind of round of storms is closing in. A little bit of circulation in there near that Ball and Aqua Junction storm. There's also another storm that's gone up, sub-severe, but a couple stronger storms there in Kentucky, west of Nashville. Back across this area, some good signs here. This is a little bit of an outflow boundary. So these storms are a little more outflow dominant. That should reduce their tornado chances, at least in the near term, for areas around Oak Grove Heights and Rector, Marmaduke, Haiti, and Caruthersville in Missouri. And then back across Batesville, still seeing circulation in here. It's now east of Batesville, around Moorfield and Sulphur Rock. It has broadened out, but then it kind of tries to relocalize. Keep an eye on things. No tornado on the ground, but that produced a large tornado south of Mountain View. It was probably roughly... Oh, wow. That could have been a long track tornado. It may have been on the ground about 20 miles or so. Maybe not quite that. Let's get our bearings a little bit. Yeah, maybe about 15 or so miles. Oh, let's see. Yeah, good night, Disconnect. Thanks for joining us tonight. Yeah, Buff and Puff. Since SPC went to the new prediction format, seems like more daytime busts. Yeah. Yes and no. I've seen discussions on social media from not just weather interests, but formal degreed meteorologists too. There is a difference. If I go to the Storm Prediction Center and pull up everything, let's just kind of move stuff around a little bit. There is a difference, though. I think a lot of people still, and even I do it sometimes, we're still used to how the hatching used to be. And hatching used to mean like it's going to be a really crazy day. If we saw hatched tornado risks, usually those performed pretty good. Because the hatching is all disconnected from the probabilities now, it does mean you get lower probabilities, and that's kind of the main, I guess the main factor is the probability is lower. So you kind of have to think about the color behind it versus the hatching. And the problem is, I guess, with the visual aspect of it, is it does seem like the hatching stands out first. So like you see this whole area, oh my goodness, it's hatched. It's a big hatched risk. And you kind of think about the old system. But it's actually, if you think about it, if you don't see the hatching here, this is like a 2 and a 5% tornado risk. So generally a lower end tornado risk. And that's 2 to 5% of a tornado within 25 miles of a location. So, and that's been good. There's been situations where this has actually been really helpful. One of the first times it was used was in northern Oklahoma, and that was like a 5% tornado risk, but they hatched it, and there were a couple significant tornadoes. There wasn't many, but the ones that did form were significant. I still feel like they're kind of still working on the forecast and how to refine it and how to use it. So that's a little bit why it's, I hate to use the word bust, because this, like today's been a big severe weather day. Today's been what you could say is a severe weather outbreak today. I'll probably have to adjust my title after I get done with the stream and adjust it to something like that. Because I don't believe in the clickbait titles. I don't believe in like the oh my god type titles. And I try to title stuff to describe what happened on the events that the streams happened. But so I'll probably retitle it from tornado outbreak to like severe weather outbreak or something, because we've definitely had a severe weather outbreak. You can see all these wind reports. You can see all the flood reports kind of across this area. Yeah, you can see all the wind reports, especially across that area. And then you can see the hail reports, especially like across these areas. So when you kind of total it all up, yeah, there's definitely been a severe weather outbreak. Has it reached the criteria of tornado outbreak? I don't think so, at least yet. But again, like I mentioned, I think earlier, is some of these QLCS line segments, they do add tornadoes later after the National Weather Service offices kind of go back and look at things, or after damage reports come in. There's probably been, and it's just because they're so fleeting and they're so small sometimes, there's probably been some QLCS tornadoes that we've just missed on radar right now. But they can find later, looking at review of the radar or looking at a storm report. Some guy might in Brookville say he lost his barn last night at 2 a.m. or something, and then they can go back and look at the radar and see a tornado came through. So we probably will add a few tornadoes, but yeah, I feel like the one there, Germantown to Carlisle, has been a more significant tornado today. And then obviously the Mountain View, south of Mountain View storm, that one was probably a pretty significant tornado today. So we've had at least 2 significant tornadoes. I'm kind of waiting for it to really criticize the SPC, because they are professionals. They are the top quality meteorologists. I don't want to overly criticize them too much, but I'm kind of waiting to see how their the new SPC outlook performs over the kind of over the peak of severe weather season, and see how it performs. I'm sure they're kind of doing the same. They're taking stats themselves. New little area of circulation there near Seabury, Kentucky, pushing over towards Livermore. See that little area of circulation in there. Could be a tornado warning for Davies, Henderson, Hopkins, and Webster counties in northwest Kentucky, and that is moving east at 55. Yeah, that's true. It has been a little bit, there has been some timing differences. That is a good point. They had that PDS watch across this area, and it didn't convect, although I guess that was a little conditional. There was a cap in place. But generally in the past, if you see a PDS watch, it's going to convect. So that is interesting. Um, yeah, I don't know what to make of that because that doesn't happen very often. There's generally actually not many PDS watches in general. So, but yeah, that area did not convect until later, which is a lot of people, I guess, canceled school today across eastern Missouri and Poplar Bluff and southeast Missouri. And then they didn't get storms till 6 o'clock in the afternoon plus. So yeah, some kids got some days off of school without any weather. Still seeing strong storms moving through Oxford, less severe now. Seeing sub-severe storms, Dayton, Tip City, Troy, up to Russell's Point. And then Cincinnati, let's check the Cincinnati area. Storms are weakening as they approach the border here with Ohio and Indiana. Still some stronger storms, Manchester, west of Lawrenceburg. And then also some stronger storms down along the Ohio River, Carlton, Kentucky, Vevey, and then back through Louisville. Our tornado warning continues there around Livermore. Yeah, that's ramped up a little bit. Livermore about 20 minutes from now, Calhoun 12, Panther 15. Still a dangerous storm in that location down there. That's south of Owensboro. And then they have dropped that tornado warning around the Batesville area. See the lightning picking up above me there around Diaz. Yeah, that is interesting. It has kind of broadened out a little bit more outflow dominant here in the last couple minutes. Tried to tighten up near Batesville. And this is still in an area, too, that it's still far enough from the radar site where we may have not seen a debris signature if it was a weaker end tornado. So this could have cycled, and we just didn't see the debris signature, too, on radar that, the National Weather Service office can fill in later. So still some hail coming through that area on Sulphur Rock. Pretty heavy rain and wind. And there still is some circulation in here, but it has broadened quite significantly in the last little bit. Severe warning continues, though. Diaz, Newport, Tuckerman, up towards Swift, and even back here, some stronger storms approaching Hebner Springs, well north of Little Rock. Here's kind of a bolt out of the blue. These are why storms are dangerous. This probably out of the Anvil is about that's pretty close to like maximum. It's about 24, 25 miles away from the closest storm. That's definitely a bolt from the blue. Wow. That would be inside some weather precautions. A lot of like sporting events and things, a lot of them have like a 15-mile radius. That is 25 out. Still seeing this circulation in here near Aunton. It definitely tightened up in the last few minutes. It's kind of center line for areas like Calhoun, Ashbyburg, and Livermore. Checking our camera setups and seeing if I see anything that's interesting on them. Oh, geez, Kristen, that sounds rough. Lost cell service. I wonder if it hit, maybe it hit like a cell tower nearby. Lost power and cell service. That's crazy. Earlier, I had a storm move through my kind of rough location, and the storm had already passed. There was no lightning or anything, and then the internet went out. That's why this is part two. Part one started, and yeah, it was well after the storm hit, and then all of a sudden the internet glitched. I haven't had an internet glitch like that since we did some studio upgrades last year, and I upgraded the internet and all that, and internet hardly ever fails, and it failed just long enough. It was just about to reconnect, and and then YouTube cut the stream. Let's see here. We're starting to lose those severe warnings across parts of the I-75 corridor. Still seeing the severe threat still kind of in southern Indiana, but now shifting into western Kentucky and also northern Kentucky. LaGrange, Newcastle, and Eminence. New severe warning there. Strong storms coming through Louisville. And then this storm here is really mean business around Calhoun. Ooh, that could be on the ground. It's hard to say just based on that. Let's see, where are we getting radar out of? Indiana radar. If it's not on the ground, it's very close to being near Ashbyburg. You guys need to take tornado safety precautions if you haven't already. That one is very close to wrapping up. Yeah, I'm looking at it a couple different ways. The closest radar is a better radar for it. But there's a hail shadow in here. So that circulation is in the hail shadow. It may not be right now, so that's good. I don't think it's on the ground yet, or it's not picking up debris to our radar height. This is a hail shadow in here. But if it's not on the ground, it's very close to being. Aunton Road, Ashbyburg, Jewel City. Uh, 58. Wait a couple minutes and get a new radar scan, and we'll have to see what that is. Ooh, that's not great. Okay, 12 a.m. That's the radar scan. This might be on the ground now. Yeah, we should be getting a new scan in just a second. But I don't believe that's a hail spike. I'm waiting on the next scan for the velocity. But this area looks suspect. This is still the hail spike in here. So you can kind of rule this part out, but there's this little area that's advanced from the hail spike. I think that is a debris signature. Yeah, that's going to be a debris signature right in there at Jewel City and Ashbyburg, approaching Calhoun, Kentucky. Tornado safety precautions. Still radar indicated officially, but that is likely on the ground there at Jewel City. 16. Not a super strong gate to gate, but sometimes the QLCS style tornadoes sometimes don't look as strong on the velocity gate to gate, but that is likely on the ground near Jewel City. Good night, Buff and Puff. Yeah, that's a dangerous storm. Davies, Henderson, Hopkins, McLean, and Webster counties still moving east at 55 miles an hour too. Pretty sure that's now tornado debris signature. Let's see. We'll get another scan here in a second too. That should help to confirm it. But either way, whether it's technically on the ground or not, Ashbyburg, you guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Calhoun, about 5 minutes. Livermore, 13. And maybe even less time than that because of how fast it's moving. Good night, Kristen. At least it should be kind of a little bit. It shouldn't be a hot night. Still got some rain cooled air behind here, so hopefully good through the night. Turn everything off before you go to bed though. Otherwise, if power comes back on at like 2 a.m. and all your lights come on, turn turn your lights off before you go to bed though. We had that happen once. We lost power for quite a while for a storm. This was like, I don't know, 4 or 5 years ago. And yeah, I forgot to do that. And about 3 a.m., everything turned on, including like the big light above our bed and stuff. Like, it was not a great time, but yeah. Severe storms are shifting kind of south of Cincinnati. Oh, that's good. Oh boy, that storm is back. Tuckerman, just north of Diaz. I think we have a new tornado warning. Swifton, Tuckerman, and that area. Nothing there on CC, but still seeing that rotation in there just north of Tuckerman. Kind of tightened back up briefly. Oh yeah, it's in there. Yeah, that's that area, that kind of that northern area of rotation. Kind of relocalized between Tuckerman and Swifton. New radar indicated tornado warning there. That is for Independence and Jackson counties. I feel like it's been in Independence County for quite a while. That's a big county. Yeah, it looks like it's that kind of entire chunk there. That's a really big county out there. We did get a new tornado warning. This extends the tornado warning from the areas around Calhoun through Beaver Dam and Hartford, Kentucky. Still some really suspicious CC in here around Jewel City and Calhoun. I wouldn't be surprised if it was on the ground for a couple minutes. Yeah, I bet it was on the ground for a few minutes and we just, looks like it might have lifted. Yes, it looks like it lifted. So let's go back and take a look at this again. Here's a hail shadow that's blocking our view of that circulation. The next scan, that's when we got suspicious because you can see how this protrudes from the hail shadow. The hail shadow kind of stays in this linear line. I think it was on the ground around Jewel City there, just based on that CC drop. And then out here, you can still see the hail shadow. It actually started to weaken the hail core. But there's this area here, and that likely is the tornado debris signature out here, and that tracks from where it was, kind of crossing this path there. So that's your tornado debris signature. It's not a super strong one. And then it's kind of gone away as it's approached Calhoun. I don't see it anymore there. So likely has lifted, but still a super dangerous storm. It's basically over Calhoun right now, and whether you got a tornado or not, that's going to be some really strong winds. And that checks out too. We saw it start to tighten up. It got the tornado warning. It's pretty tight there near Ashbyburg and Jewel City. Pretty tight right there. Probably in progress. Tornado right there. And then probably still here, but you can see it just started to broaden back out. And then it has broadened back out on the next scan as well, but still some really powerful winds. And it's still tight enough where that could drop a new tornado at really any time. So tornado warning continues there around the Calhoun area. Again, it's moving at about 55 miles an hour. Central Ohio County in Kentucky. And then that's Davies and McLean and Hopkins counties in Kentucky. And here's your updated times of arrival. Livermore, 8 minutes. Hartford, 22. And Racine, about 31 minutes. Really dangerous storms. Okay, let's check on Ohio real quick. Yeah, we've lost our severe warnings across Ohio, so that's a good sign. There still is a pretty good line of gusty showers and storms all the way from areas just east of Sydney through Springfield, Dayton, Middletown, Hamilton, Harrison, back to about Lawrenceburg, Indiana. Non-severe, but some gusty winds. They might knock over some trash cans. There could be pockets in here of some gustier winds. You might get a gust to 60. Good news is the tornado threat has significantly diminished. And yes, still seeing some gusty winds back here through the western sides of Cincinnati. The stronger the storms seem to be in northern Kentucky, crossing the Ohio River around Rising Sun down to Warsaw, and then severe warnings there through Newcastle, LaGrange to Frankfort. Got our tornado warnings back here. Madisonville, Princeton, in Kentucky, still severe thunderstorms there. And then we have new warnings in Tennessee around Decaturville, Parsons, Linden, and Lobbleville. Tornado, possible severe thunderstorm warning. There is broad rotation in here around Scotts Hill and also approaching Decaturville. So new warnings there. Lewis, Perry, and Hickman in Middle Tennessee. So far right now, Nashville, just kind of general scattered showers and storms around. But yeah, this area has uptrended quite a bit across southern Middle Tennessee, including areas south of Jackson. They're going to warn that cluster of storms out ahead. This is mostly a damaging wind threat right now. We can see this outflow boundary that's surged out. With outflow dominant storms, that's really going to cut off the access to that warm and moist inflow. So very low tornado chance when it's outflow dominant, but still some gusty winds and some small hail. Yeah, we can take a look in a second. This storm is not outflow dominant yet. Still seeing rotation in there around Tuckerman and Swifton. Although that has backed off some. That's looking, this camera above me is looking towards Diaz and towards Tuckerman. So generally looking towards that severe warned cell. I don't think if it does go tornadic again, I don't think we'd see the tornado. The tornado would be tucked up in the core, in with the rain. All right, and then Marjorie, Owensboro, Kentucky. You guys are about done with it. Most of the severe threat now would be south and east of Owensboro. Still some rumbles of thunder, still some gusty winds, but you'll soon start to clear out Evansville, you can kind of officially say the severe threat's over for Evansville. Looks like kind of downtown Owensboro, it's pretty much over in the next few minutes. But if you're east of town or south of town, that's where there's still a severe threat. And then certainly if you're down by Calhoun or Livermore, you need to be in your tornado safe place. But that's well south of Owensboro. It's about... That circulation is about 17 miles south of Owensboro, and it's moving east-southeast away from the city. Yeah, there's that circulation in there near Livermore. Oh, nice. Yeah, they're doing okay. As long as they live pretty close to town, they should be in decent shape already. And this is from earlier today. I haven't seen too many new storm reports, so they likely got away with strong but probably not crazy storms. Let me put my storm reports back to the 6 hour. Yeah, I don't see many new storm reports coming in from that area. Pretty solid line of severe weather, though, coming into Kentucky now. Basically along the Ohio River. Brandenburg, Elizabethtown, Radcliffe, Kentucky. Severe thunderstorm warning continues there. And then new tornado warning for that tornado possible tag storm, that area around Decaturville. Yeah, that rotation is picking up quite significantly. Decaturville and areas there in east central Henderson, central Decatur County. Tornado safety precautions in West Tennessee. That is moving east at 35. That's a dangerous situation. Not a ton of lead time, at least for the specific tornado warning. We flagged it a few minutes ago as a severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag, but the tornado warning itself maybe about 2 to 3 minutes to Decaturville, and then Perryville 11, Spring Creek 17, Linden 29, and Centerville, Tennessee about 70 minutes if that holds together. But you can see that is a developing thunderstorm there. Just in the last hour or so, organizing thunderstorm. So we're losing the punch on the northern end. The severe threat is diminishing as it continues to work into Ohio, as expected. And then, but the southern end across the Ohio Valley, still some pretty potent storms from Cincinnati south along the Ohio River. And then, yeah, we've definitely seen uptrending across western parts of Tennessee. Still some broad rotation in here. Tuckerman, Swifton in Arkansas. Ooh. Oh, we're just outside the local radar there out of Lawrenceville. If that storm gets a little closer, we might be able to use that local radar out of WLX. Just kind of checking to see the best view of that storm on radar. Also watching that storm back to the west near Hickory Corners, also showing some signs of rotation. And then just in this area near Livermore, that's where we have an ongoing circulation there. It's past Calhoun, approaching Hartford, Beaver Dam, and Rosine. Rosine. Yeah, that's a dangerous storm across northwestern parts of Kentucky. Special weather statement for some sub-severe storms across the Cincinnati metro. Some gusty winds coming in from the north side, Harrison down to Lawrenceburg, and then also on the west side and southwest of Cincinnati, Burlington, Florence, Independence, down to Crittenden and Dry Ridge. Yeah, stay in your safe place there around Decaturville. Looks like some of the larger hail also in here around Perryville. It's going to continue working towards Spring Creek, Chestnut Grove, Pleasantville, Beardstown, and Lobbleville. Yeah, gotta watch both of these storms. That area of rotation there. You can also see similar rotation, maybe just a little less pronounced on the storm that's approaching Henderson, Tennessee. It's a dangerous storm. South of Jackson. Couple cameras in that Jackson area, but I don't have any that faces directly towards Henderson. A lot of lightning on that Diaz camera in Arkansas. That's with that storm that is coming out of the Ozarks and coming on the mountains into the Mississippi floodplain. Uh-oh. That's a problem. Tornado crossing the interstate there just to the west, or the east of Tuckerman. Just to the east of Tuckerman. There's a tornado right on this camera somewhere. Yeah, exit 37. Wow, you can't even see it. They're looking around for it. There's a car right there. That's a tornado in progress, and yeah, it's not even in a warning at the moment. Unless it's a radar glitch. Hold on just a second. Let me just... Maybe it's late at night. No, there's something in there. Yeah, that's a tornado in progress. Something's in there. Pretty sure that's an unwarned tornado right now. Well, it's in a severe thunderstorm warning, but not a ton of rotation right there. But that's clearly a debris signature. just to the east of the interstate along State Highway 37. It's crossing Jackson County 74, continuing towards Denton Island, Riggs, Risher. See, this is dangerous because there's actually no, probably no sirens going off right now, unless the emergency managers see this and warn it themselves. But this area here, east of Tuckerman, towards Cache, towards Jonesboro, you guys need a tornado warning. That's not good. That potentially looks like a big tornado, unless the radar is completely glitched out. That looks like a big tornado. And you see how it just popped up? That's not a hail spike either. I'm not sure why there's not a warning going out yet. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. This should have a warning on it. And it's not a radar glitch because I have it on multiple radars and multiple different radar products. It's east of Tuckerman, Arkansas. East of Tuckerman, Arkansas, around State Highway 37. This is in Arkansas, kind of east central Arkansas, southwest of Jonesboro. If you know anyone in the Jonesboro area, give them a call and let them know there's a tornado on the ground west of Jonesboro, south and west of Jonesboro, approaching Riggs, Risher, and Cache. That is an unwarned tornado. It's technically in a severe thunderstorm warning, but it's been on the ground for at least 2 or 3 radar scans, at least about 5 to 7 minutes. Let's go take a look and see our other storm. This storm is radar indicated tornado warning. Continues there around Hartford. I don't see a CC on the ground with that one, but that's wrapped up also pretty tight. So continue to take tornado safety precautions there around Hartford and Beaver Dam, Kentucky. Yeah, no worries. That's crazy. It's just been unwarned for a little while. Severe warned storms continue Cincinnati and points south across northern Kentucky. Severe storms, but just mostly general 60-mile-an-hour winds. We've lost most of the hail threat across those storms. And then they are going to continue that radar indicated tornado warning for areas around Linden and Holdenwald in Tennessee, Lewis, Perry, and Hickman counties in Middle Tennessee. For that storm that's tornado warned around Decaturville right now. Still seeing a circulation in there near Decaturville. There's also tornado possible at the severe thunderstorm near Henderson, Tennessee. A little bit of rotation in that cell as well. Actually completely shocked. They're still not warning that storm near Tuckerman. They're still... There it goes. Look at that. Tornado warning now for areas around Cache, Harrisburg, Arkansas. And interestingly, they've still warned it as a radar indicated tornado warning, but it is a tornado that a storm capable of producing tornado near Grubbs or 14 miles northeast of Newport, moving east at 55. But yeah, this is a tornado on the ground near Denton Island, Arkansas. And yeah, it's a big debris signature for not a ton of rotation. Has broadened on the last scan, but that is generally working to the east, and they said 55 miles an hour, so let's bump this up a little bit. Truman and Bay, Arkansas, south of Jonesboro, south sides of Jonesboro. You want to be in a tornado safe space, lowest level interior room, away from the doors and windows, including areas around Cache, Arkansas. Not as many like formal communities out in this little area. There's a few that if I zoom in, I can get a little more. Gibson 11, Otwell, Arkansas 9, Cary Ridge and Mulligan, south of Jonesboro, about 18 minutes. And then areas around Shady Grove, Bay, and Truman, about 25 minutes. That's crazy. This was on the ground for a while. Before it was even warned. It's still in here at 12:25 in the central time zone. It was warned then, but back here, and it came out of nowhere. Look at that. No debris signature at 12:17, and a actually fairly pronounced debris signature the next scan 2 minutes later, only 2 minutes later, crossing the interstate 57. And then it was unwarned as a big debris signature crossing Jackson Highway 74, Jackson Highway 212. It has broadened out, so it may have lifted. Sometimes we see the debris signature just kind of broaden out. But that is a dangerous storm. That's the same storm that produced the damaging tornado near Mountain View. And yeah, I don't like to be super critical of NWS, but I don't know why that took so long to get a warning out. They're going to continue a severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of that. Cluster storms around Livermore, Beaver Dam, out towards Morgantown, Kentucky. The tornadic circulation has broadened a little bit as it's coming across the areas around Hartford, Kentucky. So continue to take tornado safety precautions there. Still a dangerous storm. Central Ohio County, Kentucky. That tornado warning continues there. And then we'll take a look down by Decaturville. Still seeing circulation in here east of Decaturville near Perryville and Spring Creek, coming towards Pleasanton, Holdenwald, and Buffalo, Tennessee. That's in Middle Tennessee. This has gone observed. Radar confirmed tornado, damaging tornado there near Grubbs. I haven't seen one like that that's gone unwarned that long in quite a while. That clearly of a tornado unwarned in that long. I thought it was, I had to check and make sure it was a glitch. I had to check my other radar products, especially because it popped up out of like nowhere. And there wasn't strong rotation, at least visually on radar, to show that kind of debris signature. But yeah, that's continuing. May have weakened, it may have lifted, but there is still debris in here around Risher and Riggs, south of Cache. They're issuing new warnings, so I don't know why they didn't issue a tornado warning back there. We have a new tornado warning that's coming out here into western Tennessee. This camera located above me there, that's at Bay, Arkansas. That's generally kind of in the path of that tornado warned storm. So we'll see if we can catch it again. Looks like it has diminished some, so that may be back to a radar indicated. Yeah, new warning coming out for Dyersburg, Tennessee. Air rotation just in here on the east side of town near Court Street. Gonna be towards the wildlife management area, Bishop. And that extends out through Spring Hill, Tennessee, Frog Jump, that's an interesting town name, and Trenton, Tennessee. That's for Crockett, Dyer, and Gibson counties. Moving east at 35. We're getting into more of the dangerous time at night when these nighttime tornadoes are occurring basically after most people are starting to fall asleep. So if you do want to go to sleep here in these areas, make sure you have multiple ways to get weather warnings, phone alerts turned on, and if you have a NOAA weather radio, that is a really good, reliable option. But make sure before you go to bed, make sure your NOAA weather radio is charged or the batteries are on it. Trenton, about 36 minutes, and Friendship, 14 minutes. This is on the east side of Dyersburg. And they have updated that new, or that other radar indicated tornado warning. Areas around Linden. Still seeing circulation in here east of Perryville and Decaturville, approaching Holdenwald in Tennessee. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there. Severe warned storms approaching the Nashville area now, around Dickinson, and areas around White Bluff and Fairview. This is a light show, and on that storm, that's the Dickinson storm. Pretty constant lightning. There's also some pockets of some smaller hail in here. So some of the severe weather is starting to shift a little bit from the Midwest into the Mid-South. Yeah, we have a pretty solid line now of severe storms across the Ohio Valley, from Cincinnati, Independence, down through Cynthiana, Georgetown, Frankfort, across the areas south and east of Louisville, around Elizabethtown, Radcliffe, Kentucky, Leachfield, Hartford, Beaver Dam, Morgantown. That's where we have our tornado warning continues there around Hartford. Still seeing some circulation in there that has seemed to broaden out a little bit, but continue to take tornado safety precautions there over towards Beaver Dam and Racine. And then we have severe warned storms from Madisonville down through areas just to the north of Calvert City in Kentucky. In Tennessee, we have severe warned storms from New Bern and Dyersburg, Humboldt, back across the river to areas around Jonesboro. They've dropped the tornado warning and made it a tornado possible tag. Still watching that area, especially south of Jonesboro. That's still a nasty storm. And it's kind of riding along, it looks like maybe a rain-cooled boundary right in there. So that is something to watch as those storms kind of push in from the north. We also have a cluster of kind of individual storms out in front of the line segment there. So keeping an eye on Middle Tennessee, and I want to go back to this storm because it has a little kind of thumb appendage sticking out, and that's generally not a great sign. Yeah, still seeing rotation in here near Parker and Bishop, basically along Dyersburg Highway, approaching areas around Trenton, That's a dangerous storm. Just got a new tornado warning. This is out of northern Kentucky. Kind of a broad area of circulation about to cross areas around Falmouth, Kentucky, and then Brooksville, Powersville, Petra, Nave, and Berlin. This is now east of I-75, east of Dry Ridge, Kentucky. Tornado warning there for Robertson, Bracken, and Pendleton counties. The rain is coming down pretty heavy there in that TDOT camera. You can see the curtains of heavy rain when the lightning especially flashes on it. Check timing on this one. This is at 55 miles an hour as well. So we have seen some forward speed pickup. Falmouth, 5 minutes. Antioch, Kentucky, about 6 minutes. Petra, 14. And then if it holds together, areas like Shannon and Ripley, about a half hour from now. That strongest part of the storm is basically south of Cincinnati, though. So Cincinnati, strong storms coming through, but sub-severe at the moment. And yeah, seeing mostly sub-severe storms. A couple areas, 54 mile an hour, really close to being severe storms still. 61 at Middletown a little bit ago, about 15 minutes ago. So yeah, there's still some pretty hefty wind in here. They're very close to being severe warned storms, especially Xenia down to Lebanon and around areas just the northeast sides of Cincinnati. Severe criteria starts at 57 miles an hour, so very close to that. Still seeing rotation in here east of Dyersburg, approaching areas around Spring Hill, Hickory Grove, and Trenton, Tennessee. That's a nasty little cell. You can see it spirals around in here. Don't see anything on correlation coefficient, but that's a pretty dangerous storm. And yeah, the heavy rain is picked up as that storm is crossing the I-40 corridor west of Nashville. This is going to be some small hail, gusty winds around Dickinson, White Bluff, Bon-Aqua Junction, and Fairfield. And this camera is, I think, in some of the worst of it at the moment on this storm. I-40 has tons of truck traffic too. This is a pretty nasty storm working through here. Wouldn't be shocked if this storm produces a brief tornado. Kind of wraps up pretty tight there. Yeah, well, especially when the lightning hits, you can see the rain curtains kind of blowing across the camera perspective. And it looks like there's lights of something kind of across the behind the trees there. You can see kind of the light. Yeah, you can see the rain curtains also kind of blowing on the highway when the car lights hit. Gust to about 60, but frequent lightning with that storm. we'll put that away for a minute. I had to go quickly swap my contacts for my glasses. My eyes were starting to get tired. I'm not tired, but starting to rub my eyes. The contacts have been in for, I don't know, since 7 in the morning, so needed to get those swapped out. It's like Dixon, Tennessee just reported a 1-inch hail with that storm that we were watching on the camera perspective there. That is getting into the areas west of Nashville. So severe thunderstorm warning continues there. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Still have a big storm. Radar indicated tornado warning continues there around Linden. Yeah, rotation right in there near Linden. But that storm is a little more disorganized than it was a few minutes ago. So a couple good signs in that area. And then still seeing that severe warning storm near Falmouth, Tennessee. Rotation in here. Let me see if we can see it a little better. Maybe with storm relative. Yeah. So here's that area of circulation showing up a little clearer. In here near Morgan, Tennessee, just to the east of Dry Ridge. Kind of see how it tightened up there. Worth a tornado warning for sure. It's headed generally towards Brooksville, so keep an eye on that one at about 55 miles an hour. Brooksville about 15 minutes from now. Probably just a little less than that since it just changed. Wow, some really gusty winds hitting that camera in Tennessee now. Yeah, Brooksville about 13 minutes. Severe storms closing in on Elizabethtown around Fort Knox, Radcliffe, down to Morgantown. Solid line of severe storms. They have dropped the tornado warning there around Hartford and Beaver Dam, and then back down to Dawson Spring, Kentucky. Severe warning storms continue there. Gusty winds. These storms are looking a little bit looser now. They're a little more outflow dominant. You can see that rain-cooled line in there, surging out ahead of those storms. Further south, though, we have less of the rain-cooled air. And then the other tornado warning storm right now is east of Dyersburg. Still seeing circulation in here. Any crazy debris signature or anything like that, but that is generally working its way towards Trenton, Tennessee, there in western Tennessee. Strong storms coming through Diaz, Tuckerman, and then back to areas south of Jonesboro. Yeah, I guess you can see it a little bit better on the storm relative there, but that's the area of circulation. And it's actually gone tornado warned again, so that's funny. Kind of ironic how that worked out. Yeah. You know what? I see it now a little clear. Right in there at Highway 37. Surprised that went unwarned as a tornado for a little while. But yes, just in the last scan, that really perked back up. Tornado warning now. This is south of Jonesboro in Craighead and Poinsett counties in eastern Arkansas. It's going to be basically areas Jonesboro south of the interstate. This is 555. So if you're in Jonesboro, you're okay in downtown Jonesboro. But south of 555, I'd be in my tornado safe base. There's your area of rotation. It's approaching Bay and Truman. Bay and Truman. It's basically at Mulligan, Arkansas, and approaching areas around Shady Grove, Morning Sun Road, Pumpkin Center Road. Yeah, that's a new tornado warning again for Craighead and Poinsett counties. All right, this is at Truman. This is exit 29 on 555. Basically, I believe it's right there looking off to the north and northwest. So that's a good location to have. There's the area of circulation. Again, this is that storm that produced the damaging tornado near Mountain View way earlier back here. And also produced another damaging tornado east of Tuckerman just a little while ago. So 3 tornado warnings now, 2 in Tennessee, 1 in Arkansas, and then we also have the other tornado warning in northeastern Kentucky, basically. Good news is on the last scan, that is broadened out quite significantly. Browning Corner. Yeah, it was tighter just a few minutes ago, but still watching those areas. That's what we said on the very beginning of the stream. You know what? They never actually did. That's interesting. On the very beginning of the stream, I thought they should have pushed the 2% tornado risk out a little bit further. They actually never did. They cut it off basically at the Ohio state line. So technically, that tornado warned storm is in as like a 0% tornado risk today. But yeah, I thought it should have probably gotten pushed out just a little bit. Not significant tornadoes, just the general 2% tornado risk. Yeah, we shouldn't be getting too many more tornadoes out of those storms into northeastern portions of Tennessee or into Kentucky. But yeah, still a little bit of rotation in there. Heads up for areas around Brooksville. So good news here, it is closing in on 1 a.m. So 5:55 does not look that crowded right now. But this is about to cross the interstate between Bray and Truman. Yeah, still seeing broad rotation in here around Mulligan. A couple more miles from the interstate. Let's see if they've updated the speed at all on this. Still at 35. Once again, Jonesboro, Arkansas State, you guys are all good. You're north of the tornado warning. It's south of 555 that runs on the south side of Jonesboro. But some of those southern communities, you still want to be in a safe place there, especially out towards Lawson Road around Ridge. Those areas in a more concerning location, closer to that tornadic circulation, just now east of Mulligan. And then up next, Truman and Bay, Arkansas. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space. Davis Spur, Elm Grove, Deep Landing. It's really annoying to get woken up. You got the alarms going off. You got your phone alerts buzzing, and it's 1 a.m. Maybe you got work early in the morning tomorrow. I know it's really annoying to get up and go to your tornado safe place, but please do it. Lowest level into your room, away from doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A basement or storm shelter are your best options. If you don't have a basement, that interior room away from the window. So it's generally like a hall closet or a bathroom. And a bathroom, you can kind of get down in the bathtub, protect yourself, put some pillows and blankets in the bathtub and kind of hunker down. But I know it's really annoying at 1 a.m. and you want to probably just hunker down into your bed. Please don't. This storm has produced a couple, at least based on radar, a couple significant tornadoes that produced some significant damage. So, and that's the ones that we've seen on radar. They may have produced a couple others that we haven't seen on radar. So this storm does have a long history of producing tornadoes. So please take this seriously. It's getting into a little more population here south of Jonesboro, Bay, Truman, Lepanto, even down towards Marked Tree, Arkansas. That's also about 30 minutes to that location from about the leading edge. Yeah, about 30 or so minutes to Lepanto and Marked Tree, and then it's about 10 to 13 minutes to Truman and Bay. Still seeing some circulation in here just west of Trenton, Tennessee. So continue to take a safe place there. Dyersburg, that tornado has moved off to your east. Still severe thunderstorm warnings, especially south of town. Blytheville, Arkansas. That area is just getting hammered right now. Manila, Leechville, down to Lake City. Very strong storms, but those are mostly outflow driven. And then areas here around Holdenwald and Linden. Like the storm's been kind of lingering in this area. Yeah, kind of seeing a broadening and weakening across those areas. Here's a look at this storm again around Kingston Springs, Pegram, and just west of the Nashville area, coming into the Nashville area. Gusty winds, some pockets of small hail. There's also a bit gustier winds just actually next to this camera perspective. So let's see if you'll actually get a different camera. Keep an eye on this camera because this is getting into some of the gustier winds on I-40 at Memphis Bristol Highway. Yeah, there's a little pocket right in there. This storm kind of has a couple of different clusters of some small hail as well. New tornado warning continuing in the areas in northeastern parts of Kentucky. It's going to be a continuation of those tornado warnings earlier around Mount Olive and Maysville, Lick, Sardis. There's actually a little circulation down here near Barefoot, Kentucky as well. But tornado warning there, new tornado warning. That's for Mason, Robertson, and southeastern Bracken County in northern Kentucky. There you can see the heavy winds pushing across this camera perspective. This is looking west, so the winds are coming towards this camera. Severe warning storms continue to push towards Jackson, Tennessee, Humboldt, Huntington. They've lost the tornado tag, so that's a good sign. But yeah, this storm means business. It's not the biggest storm, but it's basically been riding right down I-40. And here's some of those more significant winds now pushing into this camera perspective. You can see them in the car lights. Of course, now there's no cars driving by, but yeah, you can definitely see the sheets of rain wiping across the interstate there, especially in those car lights. Ooh, and we might lose that camera signal. It's right that little pocket where there could be some small hail, but also there's a little pocket of some heavier winds right in there, potentially over 60 to 70 miles, not quite to 70, but 60, 65 miles an hour. There is also a little bit of rotation in there. Actually, it might be more like divergence, but yeah, just lost that camera. So right now down to 2 tornado warnings. The one near Maysville, Kentucky in northern Kentucky, Mount Olivet, Mayslick, and Maysville. We have strong storms, not severe right now, through Columbus and through Cincinnati. Heavy rain and lightning and thunder through a lot of Ohio, but manageable. Just make sure we turn around, don't drown for the severe, or not severe weather, but for the flooding. Tornado possible tag there in areas around Leachfield, Kentucky. A little bit of circulation in that storm, but mostly gusty winds across Kentucky. And then now looking at this storm, they're looking towards that circulation as it approaches Truman. Trying to see what they're looking at in that storm. Still kind of broad rotation in here around Shady Grove, approaching areas just to the west of Truman. Yeah, it's going to be right back in there. That's kind of that circulation. I don't know if they're going to see anything. If there is a circulation in here, it's most likely rain wrapped. It does not look as tight as it did earlier. You can see that haziness on the camera. That is a wall of water about to cross the interstate here at Truman. So yeah, it's going to be, there's a circulation in there. It's going to be, basically you're going to have to be on top of it. That is a good point there by Chris in the chat. Yeah, a lot of severe storms do take the daytime heating. So yeah, nighttime is a little bit, there's also some factors especially across the southern U.S. or and the southern plains, is the low-level jet in the spring and summer tends to kick in the evening a little more around 8 or so p.m. So you get a little extra boost of low-level flow out of the south southeast when the low-level jet kicks in, and especially for like classic plane setups, you got a dry line, cold front, and warm front. So you do get a little extra kick there. Then you got the warm flow out of the southwest. You get the colder flow across that. So you get a couple different layers, and that low level jet just adds a little extra enhancement. But yeah, that often doesn't kick in until evening. Although to Buff and Puff's point though, there was today more model guidance did show convection across that original PDS tornado watch earlier into the afternoon, kind of late afternoon, and that did not convect. And I think we were on the stream around 4 or so, and they had a special weather statement across here that said like Paducah was watching a couple different showers for rapid intensification, and those did not rapidly develop. So kind of both points are correct. It didn't, at least today, it did not materialize quite as early as it did. We didn't get discrete supercells essentially ahead of the main show that formed back here. We didn't get any like major discrete supercells in this area into the late afternoon. So kind of both points I can see. Both points have some valid points to it. All right, there's that storm, tornado warned storm at Truman. Yeah, Truman, you're kind of in the worst of it. Probably at least winds to about 60 miles an hour right there. But some good news is that rotation has really backed off. I don't know which way they're looking now. They've spun this camera around so many times, I actually don't know which way they're looking. Let's see if I can find out. Is that the Walmart? They might be looking to the east now. That camera's right there. They may be looking to the east. That might be the lights of the Walmart parking lot beside the camera. But basically what's left of that rotation is over the Truman area right now. Tornado warning continues there for southern Craighead County and northeastern Poinsett County. Yeah, so after Truman, Lepanto, Mark Tree, and Caraway about 20 minutes from now. Okay, that's a little better. That's back on the interstate. Yeah, I think the models kind of at least today just kind of I'll have to go back and look at them a little better, but I think the models may have expected the cap to kind of break a little sooner. I know back here there was also a pretty strong cap, but that kind of broke as expected late afternoon, early evening. Sometimes the other thing that in these complex system setups is sometimes the upper level energy is a little bit delayed, so that can sometimes happen too, where the upper energy that kind of swings through like this is just a couple hours difference, especially around daytime heating makes a big difference here. So yeah, there's all kinds of factors, but the models were consistent at putting supercell development out kind of just after peak heating, which is why they put that PDS tornado watch, because it did look like parameters were pretty good, but something didn't quite pull the trigger to have those discrete supercells develop in that PDS watch area. The storm is starting to kind of fizzle out near Maysville. Still see a little piece of energy in there. But yeah, that storm has definitely relaxed some. About to cross the Ohio River, may get back into Ohio again, around Manchester. Good news is not seeing a ton of new storm reports out of this area. It is late at night, but looks like those storms are staying kind of just marginally severe and continue to weaken across western Ohio. A couple storm reports from the Dayton area. Some trees down, some very close to severe criteria across Middletown. Oh yeah, I know. I'm not talking to you as much as kind of other the other people, just to kind of break it down even more for people. But no, you're good. Speaking of tornado watches, they are trimming quite a bit of this, which they probably will trim more. But areas like Paducah, Kentucky, your tornado risk is pretty much minimal now. This is a little area that, speaking of differences between modeling and what actually happens, this is a little area that's kind of overperforming at the moment. Wasn't a super big severe risk across eastern and northern parts of Kentucky today, but we're seeing some pretty strong storms pushing through Lexington, Paris, Carlisle, and then up towards Maysville. And yeah, I believe technically these couple tornado warnings here are in a 0% tornado risk. But I disagree with the SPC. I thought they should have pushed to 2% kind of in this area a long time ago. We have lost our tornado warnings across parts of Tennessee, so that's a good sign there. Broadening now around Holden Wall. This is more of a cluster of multi-cell cluster now. Damaging wind risk continues there, and the hail has come down, so that's a good sign. Yeah, still seeing wind and rain across Humboldt. They've also dropped that tornado warning for areas around Truman. And I agree with that. I think that storm has come down in intensity. That area has broadened out quite significantly around Truman. And that storm is actually getting kind of behind the rain-cooled boundary that this outflow surge has produced from these storms to the north. So More outflow driven storms, much less chance of a tornado. You can see that outflow boundary kind of right along there, surging towards the southeast. Much less discrete cells as well. They're all kind of multi-cell clusters at the moment. Yeah, oh, what time is it? Yeah, let's look at that. The new Outlook should be out. Let me see here. Let me close out a couple things. I'll just keep it like that. They've adjusted that actually quite a bit. They bumped, looks like they bumped the enhanced kind of back a little bit, looks like to the west and also north. It's more of like a squished triangle. It was earlier, if I can draw it, it was more like this, kind of the white. It's now kind of squished up a little bit. So northern Arkansas, northwest Arkansas, and southern Missouri is in that kind of new adjusted enhanced risk area. And yeah, this area has also expanded. The slight risk is much more of a square kind of shape now. That slight risk also, I think, extends out further than it did earlier. So yeah, tomorrow continues to kind of, it seems like, adjust in the last while. This does seem to kind of bump up. I believe I saw they put out these earlier today. But they did add a level 1 out of 5 for a couple areas for Wednesday across the east and the mid-Atlantic, and then across the Gulf South into also Texas. So yeah, the next couple days there were some question marks on severe activity, but it does look like tomorrow is going to be a interesting day. Doesn't look like much change to the tornado risk tomorrow. It's mostly a 5% CIG1. So a couple storms, couple tornadoes, probably limited, but a few of those could be strong. Yeah, the wind risk they've bumped up quite a bit. And they've pushed the wind risk east through Montgomery, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, as well as areas like Memphis. So yeah, that's some change. Oh, and they've added some big hail. Double CIG2, the double hatched hail from basically Fort Worth through the Arklatex. Hmm. This storm has significant weakened in the tornado warned area. I think the strongest winds are actually probably on the very southern corner of this tornado warned area, with basically the storm that's still intact across areas like Flemingsburg. There we go. New tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning there for those Flemingsburg storms. Yeah, that makes sense. It was not. I believe it was just outside of the CIG2. The yeah, that storm kind of right in this area around Mountain View. right on the edge. I think the CIG2 kind of was in this area. So it was just outside, like the next county over. Yeah, no problem. I'm happy to be here. If we can fill in some of the warning coverage and also educate people, and um, that's kind of what I'm here for. That's the goal of the channel. Starting to see those severe reports and severe warnings reduce as this gets pushed towards the east. Eastern Kentucky is much less favorable for severe weather this evening, but wouldn't be surprised if we still get a couple warnings out of those. Like the general storms are kind of slowly starting to break up a little bit across Kentucky. This is still an area that needs to be watched. Yeah, it's that area that was originally tornado warned earlier. Still seeing some circulation in there near Millerstown. Strong storms south of the I-40 corridor around Holdenwald, Mount Pleasant, Columbia, back through areas around Clifton, Tennessee. A lot of lightning with those. Pockets of gusty winds. Maybe a couple pockets of small hail. Hail should be kind of limited overnight. We're not seeing those big, robust updrafts as much anymore in these line segments. So if you get some small hail, you may get a pocket here or there, but nothing crazy for the hail. Yeah, thanks, Chris. I do. I I started the channel when I started the channel. Actually, I had no idea who Max was. I only saw like a brief clip of Ryan Hall, and I didn't even know much about it. But I just realized, hey, it's kind of a cool idea. You could stream weather. Oh, look at that. Um, I'm just gonna take a look at that again, and I thought I saw a tornado warning pop up, but are my eyes getting that tired? There was a tornado warning that just popped up just as I looked at that, I think. But yeah, there is rotation in here near Millerstown. But yeah, I realized I could take the radar app on my phone and put it on the computer and actually try to educate more people, because I didn't see Ryan's channel right away, but I saw something. I got a couple like recommendations on my YouTube algorithm a couple years ago, and it was like they were all like super hyped, um not fake weather reports, but just really crazy like hyped, and there wasn't a lot of science or any kind of professional forecasting behind it, and I was like, this could be so much better. And then I think I saw a little bit of Ryan's, especially the Mayfield, Kentucky. I think that's when Ryan's channel blew up. That Mayfield, Kentucky night and stuff a few years ago. And then I saw there's like, okay, there could be a little bit of a path here. But it wasn't until I started this channel that I realized there's actually some more people doing it, like Max and everything. So, I mean, technically, like business decision wise, I probably should have put a little more of like a niche and market research into it. But yeah, I thought I saw the warning pop up though. Let me just. I was looking at myself because it kind of looked a little tighter, but then it broadened back out. Just reset the the program and see if it pops back in. Maybe they were going to pull the trigger and just pulled it back. I don't know. It has kind of weakened it just a little bit, but you gotta watch the little thumb. Little surge of outflow. Yesterday, I didn't broadcast yesterday. I kind of expected the storms to be a little more isolated. They were actually a little more coverage than I thought there was going to be. A lot of storms kind of in this area along the boundary with a lot of flooding across Kansas City, but there were a couple storms kind of very isolated, discrete supercells, but I had a chance to go out and chase yesterday and haven't done that in a long time. But it wasn't one of those chaser convergence because there was tornado watches like whatever they were kind of like L shaped. There's a big massive area of tornado watches, so there were chasers kind of all over, and it wasn't super converged. I generally don't do that because I don't want to get in. I don't want to go out and just get in traffic. That's not fun anymore. But it was great to get out in the field and just kind of get eyes back on things that you see on radar all the time. But it was just nice to kind of put it all visually together and be under a massive supercell and see the RFD cut and the mesocyclone and the updraft and just kind of all the structure of the storm all together. So we might have to do a little bit more of that kind of field video work, maybe in the longer term of the channel too. This is starting to really break up across Ohio, so that's a good sign. It's basically kind of outrunning the support and the energy. Yeah, these QLCS. See, there it goes. Okay, I see that. There's a tornado warning right there. Yeah, it may have just been a delayed. The API may have just not caught that right away. Lori, Hart, Grayson, and Hardin counties. Okay, yeah, it definitely just disappeared again, right? As I was reading it. Something's wrong with the API. It doesn't look like it's not the radar program because I have backup radar programs and it's not showing a tornado warning there. So completely separate from the one I'm broadcasting on. So it's something with the National Weather Service API that must be glitched out. Have a good night, Ems. Thanks for joining us tonight. Yeah, if you're interested in severe weather, give us a like and subscribe, and we'll be on more, especially as the peak of severe weather season. Ems, you're in the UK, right? Is that what you said? I don't think we'll probably not have much coverage for you for UK weather, but definitely if you're interested in severe weather, stay tuned because we're just getting into the peak of severe weather season here. One of the top, not meteor, I don't think he's a meteorologist. I don't know. He might be, but one of the top storm chasers and really videographers of tornadoes is not American. He's actually from Australia. Daniel Shaw. So yeah, you can be into crazy American severe weather and be anywhere in the world. This is a tornado warning. I definitely just read it, but tornado warning there, Mumfordville, Buffalo. I think it went up to Hodgenville, kind of this area here. Tornado safety precautions there, east of Lone Star. Yeah, there's a little notch in there. Yeah. Sometimes that happens, and I don't actually know why. I'm not There it goes. Like as it got updated, oh, see, it went away. I just I touched it and it went away. Okay, it's for that area right there. At least currently. It's just north of Mumfordville and just south of Holdenville. Or Hodgenville, sorry, in Kentucky. But yeah, these QLCSs are really hard. They're transient. They sometimes last within just a radar scan. There's usually more of them. We just don't usually see as much. But sometimes if we get close to a radar site, like the last couple weeks, the radars in Milwaukee were really close to the QLCS setups, and like the tower radar here in Milwaukee, there was like, I don't know, there was like 3 or 4 of them all kind of lined up because this tower radar was shooting everything from like 500 feet and below. So there's likely a ton of QLCS tornado circulations, little micro tornadoes and micro vortices and very short-lived tornadoes that probably go unwarned and mostly undetected, especially when it's a stronger QLCS. You know, there could be a little small spin up or a micro vortice on the leading edge of it, but then that small QLCS tornado could have maybe 70, 80 mile an hour winds. And if there's a big QLCS, there could be 70 to 90 mile an hour winds behind the leading edge. So any little tornadic damage from a weak, quick spin up just gets completely swept away. So yeah, the QLCS tornadoes are very hard to track and very hard to predict. And yeah, they're difficult to warn for the National Weather Service offices. It's very interesting doing this kind of coverage. You can see how different offices warn QLCS tornadoes. Yeah, there it is right there. Different offices have kind of different, not criteria, but different procedures on how they warn the QLCS tornadoes. Some offices will kind of warn a big, long block of them. And then other offices will just do the full kind of overlapping, all kinds of warnings going all over the place for each individual circulation. And then some offices are a little more hesitant to issue tornado warnings for QLCS. It just kind of depends. Yeah, it's definitely a glitching. Just that warning, though, it's weird. It just seems to be that warning. And it keeps kind of popping back in. Some good signs here in Arkansas. We're seeing more outflow boundaries. These storms are starting to die out here. They're producing that rain-cooled downdraft. And that's outflow that's going to undercut any of those updrafts. Which is why that original tornado warning storm is no longer tornadic. Still some pockets, some pretty gusty winds in here. Kaiser, Mary, Osceola, Arkansas. Okay, something's glitching out on the API because my other backup radar software says there's now no active warnings. Yeah, it's not one radar product, so it seems to be maybe an overnight glitch or something on the system. And that should be, if there are any glitches like that, it's how these radar apps and stuff are picking up the API. From what I've heard, the glitches tend to not happen on the NOAA weather radio. So if someone is in the warning polygon, even though we're not seeing it, the NOAA weather radios they work off a different system. So they should still be active, even if we're not seeing that tornado warning showing up. But yeah, something's off with the National Weather Service API right now, because there's clearly, let's see. Yeah, on this program, there shows 5 severe thunderstorm warnings still. On my other program, it says there's no active warnings. So something's off with the API. I tend to kind of think that it depends on the situation. Like if I go up here and, if there's a QLCS kind of like this and they're all fairly clustered together, I think it's kind of fine to just box that whole area as it kind of advances east, because sometimes then one will die out and one will get a little stronger. And then, that one weakens and then this one kind of pops back up. So if they're all kind of playing around in the same, basically in the same swimming pool as they kind of advance, then I think that's a good way to do it. If they're more separate though, if the line segment's like this and there's one up here and say one down here or something like that, then it doesn't make sense to box this whole area as one. It makes a little more sense to, box it kind of like this. But it can get a little crazy, because even if they just start out really separate, if a new one pops up, let's say like a new one popped up right here, then you would kind of have an overlapping box. And so it can get kind of confusing. So I tend to lean more towards, if they're clustered together, just box them all up at once. However, I think I noted it on another stream. If you do the single box like that, I'd prefer if, say, one became confirmed, to then box that one out separate. Just because there was one like the other week in Wisconsin where one was observed, but the rest of the QLCS circulations were not observed. But then the whole thing got warned as an observed. It might have been even a PDS tornado or something. And like, it was a very large warning. So someone way up here or way down here would not experience a PDS tornado situation for the one QLCS that was observed. So in that case, I would like them to kind of separate the boxes out. If that makes sense. Let me see if this one's still in here. Still some rotation in here. The good news is this has broadened out a little bit. Yeah, it's definitely broadened back out. That tornado warning technically expires in about 4 minutes. So we'll see. Maybe the API will come back on if they reissue it. But keep an eye on this if you're out towards Summersville, Kentucky. Small little community out here. Yeah. Yeah, there's positives and negatives to both. And then there's some other offices, good or bad, there's positives and negatives to that. There are some offices, I know the Birmingham office is very conservative, issuing tornado warnings for QLCS. I think for some of those things I mentioned earlier is sometimes we see QLCS just because we get really close to the radar site. So if a storm is really close, we can see those little micro vortices and those little, what would probably be really weak tornadoes So some offices have kind of the idea that they don't want to, overwarn stuff that isn't going to cause a lot of significant damage. Obviously, if one really started to go crazy, then then they'd warn it anyway. So there's some positives to that too. I think I know about Birmingham specifically. I think Fort Worth seems to be somewhat conservative on warning QLCS tornadoes, just from the from what I've experienced in the past. There we go. The API must have just updated because see, everything's popping back in. Campbellsville, Kentucky, severe thunderstorm tornado possible tag. It does look like they're going to likely let this expire in 3 minutes. There is that warning there around Jonesville and Bonneville in Kentucky. Still seeing a little bit of circulation there, but that has broadened back out. I don't think that's imminently tornadic. We did get a new warning just now for areas around Salt Lick, Kentucky. Let me grab the county names before this one disappears. Bath and Rowan counties in east central Kentucky, and that is moving east at 50 miles an hour. And yeah, maybe they didn't fix the API because that didn't load in either. And again, this is not a specific, don't just trash your radar app because it's on multiple apps glitching out. Yeah, my backup radar app still says there's no active warnings. So yeah, at least we're getting active warnings. We're getting a number of warnings still. But yeah, there's that circulation. It's in here near Salt Lick or just south of Lakeview Heights. And it was moving at about 50, I think they said 50 miles an hour. Not a ton of population out here, but there are some small areas. This is going to be south of Moorhead, Kentucky, towards Sandy Hook and Blaine, Kentucky. 24 minutes to Sandy Hook and 43 to Blaine. I think so, yeah. He's done some stuff with them. Yeah, there's some value to that. I do think though if it's a particularly strong QLCS, it should be warned. But yes, sometimes you don't need to warn every QLCS tornado. New circulation there around Summertown. That's that storm that was originally tornado warned that came out of the Decaturville, Tennessee area. And yeah, warned again near Summertown. A little bit tighter. Yeah, it was kind of a broad area of circulation. Quick, grab it. Areas just south of Mount Pleasant, north of Lawrenceburg, and then it includes areas like Linville, Mooresville, Tennessee, and areas around Hopewell, just to the west of Lewisburg. Oh boy. Now it's doing what my other radar product is. Yeah, there it goes. For a minute, I went to no active warnings. This is going to get rather annoying. Well, that's rather annoying. Their glitch must have gotten worse. Is it doing it on all the radar products now? Let me see. No. The only one that seems to be not as glitchy as the others right now is the tried and true radar scope. Seems to have all the warnings currently in progress. There they are. So that's weird. Any of these newer radar apps and programs, they all are glitching out. Even some of the more advanced radar programs that are on the market right now. That's good. Yeah, it must be an API thing because it is multiple. I don't have weather-wise, but on my a couple other programs, it's also glitching out. Yeah, weather-wise looks like it's doing okay. I just pulled up the mobile, not app, but the just the browser version. Weird. All right, the other tornado warning is going to be this little area just to the south of Moorhead. It's near Cave Run Lake. Good news is right now there's not a ton of like super high-end tornado warnings, so I don't think we're missing anything at the moment, but let me go check the other one. Mount Pleasant in Tennessee. Yeah, this one still has some rotation in it. It's still pretty feisty in here. South side's Mount Pleasant. Yeah, still showing some rotation in here. There it goes. Yeah, Linville and west of Lewisburg. South side's Mount Pleasant. That tornado warning is for Lewis, Lawrence, Murray, and Gillis counties in Middle Tennessee till 1:42 in the morning, and moving east at about 45 miles an hour. Okay, so just out ahead of the leading edge there, Linville 17, Colika, I think that's how you say that, 18 minutes, Connorsville 29, and Lewisburg 32. Other warnings kind of extend outside of that. Winnsboro and Lawrenceburg, Pulaski, severe thunderstorm warning there. Some gusty winds kind of outside of that tornadic area of circulation. And then still seeing strong storms in western Tennessee. Yeah, the good news is they are kind of outflow driven here. It's going to really reduce the severe chances, I think, across most of these areas, with kind of the exceptions of this kind of bulging area. A little bit of a wind risk in here. Looks like they are about to trim some watches here. They're going to trim off quite a bit of the northern parts of these tornado watches, and also much of Arkansas in the next little bit. Should be free of those tornado watches. And then it looks like they're also going to trim the severe thunderstorm watch across the northern, basically the Ohio River Valley. The Ohio River, if you're on the Ohio River, you're free and clear. Yeah, all those storms have pushed south and east of the Ohio River. Oh, here's a new tornado report. This is that radar confirmed reported by multiple sources earlier in Stone County. That's the area that's south of Mountain View. I'd be interested to see the data from that one. And that's in the Little Rock office. They'll probably get that surveyed maybe tomorrow. I think we're very lucky that did not go through Mountain View. A couple miles north, and that would have been a bad situation. Let's see out here. There are properties out here. It's one of the reasons, again, why we do this stream, because there are people out here. They don't live in a big media market, but they need good weather coverage. So that's one of the things that we try to do, is provide a little bit more rural weather coverage. Yeah, especially along the main roads. There are communities and there are people out here. But yeah, going through this rugged terrain is much better than if it went. If it was 3 miles to the north and came across the Mountain View area, that would have been much, much worse. I used that app yesterday when I was out storm chasing. That was the first time I've used it actually kind of out in the field, because it's a fairly new app, right? Within the last year or so. But yeah, they don't have a desktop version yet. I'm intrigued by that app. I'd like to see their desktop version eventually. I know I've seen some other people are critical because they don't have a Android version, right? I'm an Apple guy, so that doesn't bother me. But I really enjoyed using it on the app. And I know I've heard people kind of talk about it like it's a modern version of Radar Scope kind of thing, because it does have a little more professional kind of chasey features. It did kind of feel like a professional version or an updated version of Radar Scope, because Radar Scope at times is a little dated. But I also don't mind that. I think sometimes, especially in the tech world, sometimes we change technology just to change it, just to make the next yearly update when it's already kind of a functioning product. And I do appreciate that Radar Scope, they have updated and they do a lot of back-end fixes and stuff, and they do add features, but I mean, they have a very functional product and it works. I do appreciate that they leave it as a functional product that works. Yeah. Yeah, interested in that one. If the weather front Apple app is as good as it is, I know they say they're working on the desktop. I'm interested in seeing that. And chasers can use that too. There's a lot of chasers that have that set up the laptops in the car and stuff. So I'm sure there's chasers that wouldn't mind having the desktop version either. Still seeing that rotation kind of in here around Summersville. It's broadened back out just a little bit. Pretty nasty little section of storm. Even without the tornado in there, that's kind of surging out a little bit. Pretty solid line of storm still across, what is that? I guess south central Kentucky. I'm using radar scope right now on the side just to check some of these tornado warnings. They have dropped that tornado warning, it looks like, in eastern Kentucky. Unless radar scope is glitching now too. Let me check weather front. Hey, Sarah, you're up late. Well, weather front still has that tornado warning in this location. Yeah, east of Salt Lick, south of Moorhead. So there may be still a tornado warning there. Oh nope, it just got canceled. It looks like they have canceled that warning. Okay. The glitch is now making me think twice about stuff. Yeah. For people that are just generally interested in weather, there's like really no better time for having like a good quality weather app on your phone that has like really good radar for free or for really cheap. Um, like this stuff used to be super crazy expensive. So it is really great. And I think that is helping because people are slowly, even if they were just marginally interested in weather, they're looking at more radar, so they're able to kind of read radar better. So when severe weather's affecting them, I think they're a little bit more knowledgeable about severe weather and about radar. But yeah, you can get a cheap app, and some of them also you can set your local. If you don't move around, you can set your local home as a location, and it'll give you some buzzes and warnings and stuff also. Although I don't know if they're as reliable as a NOAA weather radio or their phone alerts, your weather emergency alerts turned on in your phone settings. It wouldn't hurt to turn on your app settings if you have a weather app and set that to home. Yeah, there's a couple good local news stations that have apps that are really good too. With some pretty good radar, I think, on some of them. Pretty good lightning bolt out of this camera just a few minutes ago. Oh, is it like is it correlation coefficient? I know some radar or um some news stations will call their correlation coefficient debris tracker, or it may be the historic debris tracker that kind of tracks correlation coefficient over the last hour. But yeah, that is a nice feature. A tornado warning for areas around Greensburg. This is in I guess south central Kentucky, south of Campbellsville. There's the warning. Cane Valley, Holmes, Casey Creek. Tornado warning there for Greene, Taylor, and Adair counties. Moving southeast at east southeast at 50 miles an hour. Yeah, that's tightened up actually in the last couple scans. Oh, I didn't know they like. I knew they didn't have it anymore. I didn't know they just like pulled the app. Did they just stop? Did the app work or it just stopped working or something? Let's see. So Greensburg, it's right about now. It's an interesting town name. Black Gnat, 4 minutes or less. Cane Valley, 14 minutes. Elkhorn, 14. Holmes, 15. And if it holds together, Dunville, about 32 minutes. That's a strengthening area rotation in there. Yeah, and there's this little thumb feature again on this QLCS. So rotation kind of wrapping around like this. Basically following like Campbellsville Road, south sides of Campbellsville, Kentucky. Tornado safety precautions there. Lowest level interior room away from those doors and windows. Yeah, a bit of a little embedded circulation in that line segment there. I think we're going to get more of those kind of sporadically isolated through the night. Oh, wow. Yeah, I feel like they've been, I guess it makes sense. I feel like they've been really kind of focused on more of the professional grade stuff and the broadcast stuff. We'll see how that kind of strategy pays off, though, because there are more broadcast meteorologists looking to go more in digital space. And yeah, we'll see. There's more channels that are kind of reorganizing how they do broadcast media. And I don't know. Another little area that's picked up is this area around Waverly. Yeah, there's a bit of a notch in there too. Just north of Dixon, north and west of Dixon. Don't believe that is warned at the moment. No, it has a severe thunderstorm warning, but not a tornado warning. There it is. Yeah, so this is an interesting area. Keep an eye on this area. Charlotte, Dixon, White Bluff. That area may need a tornado warning if that continues to intensify. It looks like on the latest scan, it did tighten up a little more near McEwen, Tennessee. Wouldn't be surprised if this gets a tornado warning. You can just see on the last couple scans, it's gotten tighter. It's gotten a little more organized. Rotation in here, just on the south side of McEwen. And then here's that other circulation just east of Greensburg, south of Campbellsville, Kentucky. Tornado warning continues there. And yeah, that's approaching Canes Valley, Casey's Creek, Yuma, and Feathersburg, Kentucky. Looks like at the moment it's going to say just south of Greensburg or of Campbellsville. There's downtown Campbellsville right there. And technically, Campbellsville is not in the warning polygon, although it's going to be very close. Oh, yeah, okay. I think I know what Sarah's saying. Is it show like an icon? Like it'll show like a debris signature or well, they have different icons, but it might show like a little spinning tornado or something above an area of rotation. Yeah, I think I know what Sarah's talking about. I think I saw, Chris, you might know if you use WeatherWise. I think I saw they had something where they have um, like an AI rotation detector now too. There's a lot of not great uses of AI. I guess if you can use it to help detect like actual rotation on a storm, I guess that is a beneficial use. Yeah, still seeing some rotation in here. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets a warning. Lightning is picking up on our camera just near the Dixon interchange. This is on I-40 and I-40 westbound at Harpeth River. Still pretty strong storm there. I want to take a look at the, speaking of models, I do want to take a look at some models here real quick and see what they kind of show for tomorrow. Okay, let's look at the model. This is the latest HRRR. Thanks to our friends there at Pivotal Weather. It does an okay job in initializing this model run. It kind of puts it a little bit more as an organized system. Yeah, it's not quite as organized as the model kind of presents it. But in general, it's okay. Kind of a big cluster here, somewhat of a separate cluster here, and then whatever all this mess is. So the model does an okay job. It kind of cleans it up a little bit. It looks a little too clean. It kind of puts it in one single line. But I guess it does have like a kind of messiness over here. Either way, continues to push it to the southeast. Oh yeah, that'll be interesting. The tail of this may leave some rain-cooled boundaries that tomorrow's activity is going to play along, especially across that central Arkansas area. Yeah, that could be a little more focused corridor. This particular run also wants to put some, at least a couple supercells back along that Arkansas and Missouri border. This is just one model run though, so this is just one of the high-res models. Yeah, this one does develop a little bit more along that Missouri-Arkansas border too. And again, there's a bunch of different reasons. I'm not going to go into all of the meteorology. I'm not going to go into all the parameters. That probably is a reason, or this visually kind of shows why they may have bumped that enhanced risk up a little bit into southern parts. I think like Branson area now has an enhanced risk in case this thing goes a little bit more north. Memphis, you guys could be, Memphis could miss out on most of the severe activity this evening, but looks like tomorrow may be a little bit more of a threat for Memphis, as well as northern parts of Mississippi. And yeah, some big hail potentially across the Red River tomorrow. Boy, this would put a big hailstorm across the Dallas area if that model actually verifies. But when you're looking at models, anyone new to looking at models, don't like pick out your exact town and be like, oh my god, there's a supercell right over my exact house. It just kind of shows a general environment. That cell could develop 50 miles in any direction. So you do have to kind of look at trends over different models. But yeah, that does want to present a really active Red River Valley and Arklatex tomorrow. See, that model run before put supercells a little different location, but still generally kind of across that southern Arkansas, Red River Valley, Arklatex region. And yeah, generally like another maybe kind of secondary batch that still is up in northwest Arkansas and southern Missouri. So that does seem to be a trend over multiple models. Just looking at things very roughly. And this is the latest HRR, the 06. Does also similar. Some hailers down across the Red River. Some other clusters of storms across northern Arkansas. Does look like, at least the model presentation does look like tomorrow is going to be a slightly busier day than it may have looked a couple days ago. It appears like we only have one tornado warning still east and south of Campbellsville. Yeah, there it is. Still broadly in here. It's near the Green River Wildlife Area. Neatsville, Dunville, approaching areas around Liberty, and may get over towards those areas around Somerset, Kentucky. And just keep an eye on that storm. Oh, it's in beta, the radar AI detector. Yeah, that's interesting. It's going to be one of those things that I'm sure they're also kind of following it. It's going to be one of those things I'm sure they're kind of tracking the stats internally to see how its success rate is. But if I was using something like that, I would definitely kind of keep an eye on the success rate and see if it helps. There's a little bit of rotation in there too. The only thing, I think a product like that is good and it could probably be helpful. The only thing I guess worry about with a product like that is maybe just over reliance on it. That's kind of an issue right now. Is people rely on their map apps for directions and stuff, and driving directions and all that, where you just ask your map app, take you to the closest Taco Bell or something. But the problem is map reading is a skill that isn't getting more widespread because people are just relying on their map app. If you rely too much on an AI radar detection or rotation detection, you kind of won't learn to detect rotation yourself. So it doesn't really teach you how to, especially if you're like a younger or more inexperienced radar user. It doesn't really it might help you a little bit to kind of show you, hey, this is an area to watch. But if you use it too much, if you rely on it too much, you may not develop the skills of reading a radar that take time and take practice. And so yeah, you can kind of use it to help you, but over reliance is not a good thing either. That tornado warning south and east of Campbellsville expires in a couple minutes. So we'll see what they want to do with that. Still rotating in here, right around Green River Lake. And a pretty good surge of wind also coming across that area. It's going to be north of Columbia. There's Columbia there, and south and east of Campbellsville, kind of broadly in that area. Generally kind of following north of the Parkway between Columbia and Somerset. This was an area that was hard hit last year by a tornado. Very strong tornado after dark. This does not look like it's one of those situations of more of a broad area rotation. And then back to Tennessee. That Tennessee is a mess at the moment. There's quite a bit of storms. There's a cluster of severe thunderstorms basically centered over central Tennessee. These are severe warned across areas around Lawrenceburg, Columbia, Shelbyville. And then we do have severe warnings now pushing into the Nashville metro for these warned storms out on the west side of Nashville, Charlotte, Dixon, and areas to the north, Pleasant View, Coopertown. A couple areas of circulation in there. It's kind of broad at the moment. There's one right there, and then still watching one near Dixon. Yeah, it depends on the orientation too of things. I tend to use both sometimes. The storm relative is also a little bit, I think, better at finding the QLCS too. There's a look at those warnings. That does include the Nashville area, Franklin, Brentwood, and all of Nashville. Let's see if there's anything interesting on the cameras right now. Let's see. Have they that tornado warning in areas around Campbellsville expires in about 3 minutes. Still kind of seeing it broadly in here, but doesn't look as impressive as it did earlier. I'm going to guess they're probably going to just let that expire and they're going to continue the severe thunderstorm warning that is out ahead of this. Good night, Buff and Puff. Yeah, I'll will likely be on tomorrow afternoon and evening. It looks like tomorrow, or technically today's weather has ramped up. Enhanced risk tomorrow, parts of southern Missouri, eastern Oklahoma, the Arklatex, and back into central and northern Mississippi. Yeah, kind of increasingly concerned about this area. It's had a weak area of rotation for a little while. You know what? That might be a little different area. This was the original area I think I was a little concerned about. This is a little bit of a new area. And now we have a tornado warning for areas just north of Nashville. Ooh, boy. Could have a developing tornado on the northwest sides of Nashville. It's going to be areas around Jolton, Union Hill, Goodlettsville. New tornado warning here. That also includes Hendersonville. Moving east at about 45 miles an hour. There's your times of arrival. Millersville, 9 minutes. Goodlettsville, 9. Shackle Island, 16. Hendersonville, 16. And Lagardo, 29 minutes across Old Hickory Lake. That is likely a developing tornado. Ooh. Tornado on the ground. Wasn't sure on that first scan, but that is in progress. There's a little bit of a CC lowering on that last scan. I was kind of waiting to see what it would do. And there it is in progress. 29 and 29, yeah. Always like to just double check that the timing is correct and that correlates with the area that shouldn't have hail and it's not clear air. So it looks like it's in progress here along Ivy Pond Road or Ivy Point Road, just north of Union Hill, approaching areas around Millersville. This is north sides of Nashville, I guess straight north sides of Nashville right now. Millersville, Goodlettsville, Shackle Island, tornado safety precautions, lowest level interior room. Let's track this out just a little bit further here. Gallatin, Tennessee, 26 minutes. That's also going to be areas around, 26 minutes there. And that has gone observed. Rotation there just near Ivy Point Road. There's your area of circulation. Also showing up there in the spectrum width and in the correlation coefficient. Yeah, that hook was so defined. I was pretty sure we were going to get a CC drop in the next scan, and then sure enough, it popped in. Want to double check our other storms. Okay, yeah, that is our only tornado warning right now. There are more severe storms across the Memphis area. I just want to pop back to. Okay, yeah. There's a severe warning kind of across northern Memphis. But those storms are the mostly those outflow dominant storms at the moment. So yeah, this is our kind of main focus here the next little bit. Still a tornado in progress near Ivy Point. It's closing in on the interstate there. It's going to be areas like Baker Road, just north of Union Hill. It's pretty dense debris signature. Hopefully it's short-lived. It looks like rotation has backed off just a little bit. That said, it's still on the ground. Yeah, it got pretty tight really quickly. And it's working a little bit more north towards Bakers, Millersville. You guys are basically center line for this. Millersville, you need to be in your tornado safe space. White Hill, Shackle Island, 2 Chestnut, and areas west of Gallatin. That is a dangerous storm. It does seem to be weakening as it's coming into the areas around Bakers. That's how quickly these little QLCS tornadoes can spin up and then also wind down. But still debris showing up in here just near Bakers on Baker Road. Springfield Highway is up next. And then areas around Millersville. And it's a little messier now. But back a scan, this concentration of purple in here was actually, I think, some of the debris. If I go back a couple scans. Yeah. So even a bit of a kind of a weak debris ball there for a second. It is weakening, though, as it approaches the interstate. Still showing rotation in here as it's crossing around Bakers. Still looks like it has debris in it, though, and pretty concentrated. Again, observed tornado warning continues there around Millersville, Bakers, approaching areas west of Gallatin. Also includes Hendersonville, Green Hill, and the north sides of Mount Juliet. If you're just joining us, we're having a little looks like API issue, so some of our warnings aren't showing, but there's a tornado warning in here. Goodlettsville, Hendersonville, Gallatin, south of White House. Tornado would be basically crossing 65 at Millersville, and that's going to continue working towards the east, towards Gallatin. Yeah, I hope not. Zooming back out on my other radar scope just to check that. That is the only tornado warning in progress. Confirmed tornado located near Ridgetop or 11 miles southeast of Springfield, moving east at 45. Radar confirmed damaging tornado. Yeah, still kind of in here. Gonna be pushing across 65. Whoops, that zoomed in a little too far. Looks like it may have weakened. Let me back it up and see. Yeah, it may have weakened. There's still some CC lowering in here, but this could be just carrying some debris at the moment. No, you're doing good. I appreciate the confirmation too. I'm getting a little bit tired, so it's nice to have some knowledgeable people in the chat too that can point stuff out. Jackal Island's up next. It is weakening, but still a tornado warning still continues in progress there. There it is. Still the observed tornado warning. Shackle Island, Hendersonville, Lakewood. I just want to kind of look and see what other areas are featured along this line. Doesn't look like a crazy QLCS. It does look like there's the rotation there and then mostly a trailing line of straight line winds. That other circulation had been falling for a while out of Dickinson and White Bluff. That has weakened, though. It's broadened back out. And it's on track to go basically south of Nashville. Not seeing that debris in there like we did just a few minutes ago. Looks like that's subsided, but again, continue to take your tornado safety precautions. They've cut up Ridgetop from the tornado warning. They still are including Hendersonville, Lakewood, Green Hill, and Gallatin. There's the updated warning. Yeah, So tornado warning continues in that area. Didn't quite get it. Includes the radar site there. But yeah, a broadening area of circulation. Still the only tornado warning. They are going to extend out a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag, and 70-mile-an-hour winds. Probably in this pocket right in here, just west of the... yeah. Pretty close to the radar site. Coming down the radial, seeing over 60, so that's a good warning there. Considerable threat. 60, 65, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Nashville, it's a severe thunderstorm warning that continues through the Nashville metro. Nashville being right in here. Severe thunderstorm warnings continue across the Nashville metro. That tornado warning is north and east of Nashville, so not as imminent of a threat in the Nashville area. I still am watching a little circulation, though, south of Nashville that we do have to keep our eye on. That would be generally coming over towards Forest Hills, Brentwood, Oak Hill. Keep an eye on that little feature, kind of a notch feature in there. Thanks, Disconnect. Thanks for joining us. Definitely, yeah, like and subscribe. We'll be back on. Getting into the peak of severe weather season, it's good to have multiple ways to get warnings and multiple coverage options. Yeah, these storms are moving fast too. So the good news is you're not going to be like stuck in your safe place for a long time, but you do want to make sure you're in a safe, sturdy structure away from windows. Even across the Nashville area, these severe thunderstorm warnings outside of the tornado warning are, especially north of Nashville, downtown and north, are considerable threats, 70-mile-an-hour winds. So even if you're not in that exact tornado warning area, you do want to take pretty good safety precautions. We're getting into areas that have more trees and a lot of starting to especially get into Middle Tennessee and eastward, hilly terrain again. And yeah, that can be a dangerous situation with tree falls. New warning also out of Chattanooga there. Some gusty winds there around Lookout Mountain. And there's a big mess of storms across this area too. And heavy rain can also loosen soils, loosen the root beds. And then behind that, we have more of the severe storms. So these storms are moving into areas that have had a decent amount of rain here this evening. That could also increase some of those tree falls and things. Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us. This is part of the frustrating thing about QLCS, though, is it went from a damaging, destructive tornado to very weak rotation at the moment. Is this still a tornado warning even? No, they've dropped the tornado warning for that area around Goodlettsville, Gallatin, Hendersonville, which is the right call. There's no tornado anymore, and there's really no circulation. Right now, that's more of a threat for the 70-mile-an-hour winds. I'm still intrigued by the south side of town. Yeah, I'm still intrigued by the south side of town. There's a couple areas there that we do have to watch. And yeah, they're kind of right in this little notch here, and another little notch kind of right in here. They both show up on a couple different velocity scans, the base and storm relative. Yeah, definitely. Thanks, guys. There's been some chat chat people that have been here for quite a while this evening, actually, for most of this event. So I do appreciate all of those guys. Had some cool discussions tonight, a lot of meteorology discussions, app discussions. So, especially when things are a little calmer, when there's not tons of crazy warnings, it's nice to have kind of those discussions. Things are generally quieting down a little bit. Still have severe warnings across the severe thunderstorm warning for Memphis, especially north and east sides of Memphis, out towards Lakeland and Collierville, Oakland. Check that storm. Yeah, it's right over the radar site on the northwest or on the north side of Memphis. It's mostly being warned for gusty winds. We have strong storms now coming through the Nashville metro. Again, severe warnings continue there. They have dropped the tornado warnings across the Nashville area. And it does look like some of those areas of QLCS, the south side of town, they're still showing, but they're not as poppy as they were a little bit ago. Downtown Nashville, it's mostly a wind threat at the moment. Wind and heavy rain and decent amount of lightning working through town right now. Out towards the airport and then up near Hendersonville. Mostly a wind threat at the moment as well. Still some like broad rotation where that area was, but it's not localized anymore. And then we do have one warning still in eastern Kentucky, areas around London, Somerset, Science Hill, and the other warning is down there on the border with Georgia. Yeah, this cell here around Chattanooga. Maybe some hail in that pocket of storms there, right around East Ridge. Being warned only for small hail, but there is a pocket right in here. North Brainerd up towards Enterprise Nature Park. Pretty nasty storm there near Chattanooga. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some small hail in there. Shows up on the differential too. There's maybe a pocket of some $50 size hail plus right in there. even though it's being warned for only less than a quarter, it's really being warned for just gusty winds. That area there between East Ridge and Capitol Heights may get a little pocket of some pretty heavy hail. There's those heavier winds now showing on the other side of the radar site. Yeah, still seeing just over 60, 60, 65, pretty close to the ground level. So that's a good warning. In case it gets a little bit higher than that, you might get some 65 plus. So it is being warned considerable threat. Yeah, it's a decent look. All right. Well, I think with the whatever's going on with the glitchy API, where we're not getting all these warnings to pop, and things becoming quite a bit more linear, a few isolated potential QLCS spins, but these are going to be storms are now working east of Nashville, so we've gotten through the Nashville downtown. I think we'll wrap up the stream tonight and then kind of gear up for another stream tomorrow afternoon. In the morning, I'll take a look at some latest model data. I'll probably get a another morning weather brief out mid morning with some of the latest model data for day one. And then, yeah, wow, it's been a long day, but we've had quite a bit of severe weather today. A lot of wind across the areas along the I-70 corridor. We've had decent pockets of hail across Missouri, Arkansas, a couple significant tornadoes it looks like we've seen. And just as I about wrap it up, it looks like we got all our APIs back. There's your warnings. Severe warnings across Nashville and especially east and southeast of Nashville. There around London, and then also a little bit of a hailstorm around Chattanooga. Some wind around Memphis, and isolated severe cells I think are going to continue generally there across the Mid-South, probably well overnight, maybe into the early morning with a big messy cluster of storms. But yeah, we've had a lot of severe weather today, and it looks like a couple significant tornadoes, and then likely a couple other QLCS tornadoes. So luckily today did not turn out to be as massive of a tornado outbreak as some of the models and some of the data showed. But I appreciate you guys hanging with us. If you're in especially Tennessee, Eastern Kentucky, those areas, just have multiple ways to get warnings. Make sure you go to bed with your phone alerts turned on. Make sure you got your NOAA radio charged. And yeah, we'll see you on the next live stream. Thanks to all the new subscribers. Like and subscribe. Click that bell icon. And even if you see us live and you're maybe not interested that day to look at severe weather, or you're not in the severe weather watch area, But yeah, friends and family that are, send our link over to your friends and family that are in those severe areas. They'll appreciate that, and it can help them with increased lead times and just knowledge of what's going on and all that. So thanks again for all our new subscribers and our existing ones, and we'll see you on the next one.